doing?
Can I sit, please? Am I allowed to sit? Hi, I'm Thea. In 2007, suicide was the 11th leading cause of death in the US, making up for about 1.4% of deaths in this country. I would like to apologize in advance for the horrible amount of censoring I'm going to have to do for this video. While the data in present day is eerily similar to the data in the past, the rates have only grown from 11 of 100,000 people a year in 2005 to 2007 to a light 14 of 100,000 people a year in 2020 to 2023. No big deal. No big deal at all. That isn't horrible fucking news. I don't think this is controversial, but I do not think it is a coincidence that teenage suicide rates went up dramatically in 2017 and 2018, right after 13 Reasons Why by Jay Asher was adapted into a Netflix series. And psychologists didn't either. In fact, there are statistics directly linking the show to a 28.9% increase in teenage suicide rates. The study I got this percentage from being the National Institute of Mental Health. And today, almost a decade after this show came out and almost 2 decades after the book's release, I'm going to find out why by consuming both pieces of media. That sounds way more fucked up than I intended it to come off. But you see, I had a hunch that this show would make me suicidal. Okay, I was a self-aware 13-year-old. But as you can see by my septum piercing and what is supposed to be microbangs that have been left untrimmed, Sue and I were pretty close at some point in my life. Thankfully, we are now ex-friends. We do not interact, but sometimes she likes my IG story and I laugh about it with my friends because who the fuck does she think she is trying to mess up my life again? Trying to play mind games with me? Sue, get out of here. If you can't already tell, I am not going to be taking suicide as seriously as everybody else usually does when it comes to the topic. And that is because I've dealt with it in my past. To me, how I talk about suicide is like a disease. And I know that sounds very jarring at first. Like it's something you might be in denial about. But the diagnosis shouldn't be scary. But it is scary when every single form of happiness and positivity in your brain can be snatched from you and taken and beaten up to make you see the bad in it somehow, or make you think that you don't deserve it. So the fact that it can do that to your brain and like pew, 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 with everything, that's why I see it as a disease. You know what I mean? Because if you keep it hush hush and you keep it as like a taboo topic, as has been done with every illness in history, it causes it to be left properly untreated with previous medical histories, and in this case, cause more people to kill themselves. So I know it would have helped me if the adults of my life talked to me about it like it was a normal thing that people experience and get diagnosed with, because it unfortunately is. And I know I'm in the minority here, okay? From time to time, because of what I've experienced in my life, I like to go through life now in present day with like a little bit of optimism and a little bit of seeing the world in some form of sunshine and rainbows. I see the world as there's a possibility that there can be sunshine and rainbows just for one moment, okay? And that's fine. And I think that that is something that is completely okay. I'm just not afraid to say my opinions about certain things publicly, because how else would specific conversations start if no one wants to start it? And I don't know if this conversation has been started in this way. I know that the 13 Reasons Why conversation has started up again because of Zara Larson. I just mentioned it in the clip for this video I just filmed earlier. I'm gonna have to cut that out, bro. I just felt like a prophet because I've been working on this for like 3 months, almost 3 months now. And it's not because it was difficult and it was a tough video to do. It's because I could not get through the show. But anyways, all to say, this doesn't mean I'm going to joke about itself. I'd personally deplatform myself like Jenna Marbles if I talked about this topic that way. Oh my god, I'd never put my face online again. Especially seeing as you probably know someone recently that has took their life or attempted or has thought about it, or you yourself has thought about it or attempted it yourself. For me, I see it as a part of my story, and I see it as something that I should talk about and not like go into detail and just say, hey, I'm here. I survived. I'm a survivor. And that's fine to see myself as, because especially if I'm going to put my face online in a video like this, I feel like I should make that clear. I went into this book with the same mindset that I'd have if Hannah Baker's fate was cancer related. Just again, because that's similar, I guess, to how I see suicide. What I see it as is a critical diagnosis that has the possibility to be cured, be something that you'll always live with but can fight every day to survive with it, or could be something that kills you in the long run. And I know a lot of people won't like that or feel comfortable with that, and that's okay. You don't have to watch this video. You don't have to see my face again if you disagree with my opinions, and I want to make that clear. You can click out of this video if what I say really irks you, if it triggers you, if it bothers you. It's completely fine. I did this because I really wanted to. And it's okay to not watch what I put myself through because you don't want to, because you can't handle it. I hate it when it's phrased like that, but you know what I mean. Hopefully. Anyways, TLDR, suicide should be talked about as normal as any other disease, because when 50,000 people a year that we know of die from this disease in this country, continuing to keep it hush-hush or worse, glamorizing it instead, causes more people to keep quiet and die in early death. But that's just what? My opinion. And in my opinion, from what I loosely remember from all of the 13 Reasons Why reaction videos I saw from the series years and years ago, Selena Gomez should serve time in prison for standing by everything that this show did. It's a joke, but she should really be called out for this shit. Like, for real. And I'm not talking about cancel culture. I'm talking about how cancel culture started online, okay? I was there. I was on Twitter. I saw how it started. Where it's people being like, hey, so this from your past is like a little concerning because, you know, people can grow, people can change. Do you agree with this now? Do you? But here's the thing with Selena Gomez. She stood by this. Like, a couple of years ago, she said that she stood by everything that happened in the show. She thinks it's a beautiful show. Did we watch the same show? I only watched season 1. Did we watch the same fucking season? For those who have seen the show, she takes pills in the book. Yeah. For those who have not seen the show, you will find out how diabolical that is by the end of this. Also, the book doesn't take suicide as seriously as Jay Asher likes to think he does. Spoilers. Hannah Baker chose to kill herself because is a choice, and its purpose is to be weaponized against anyone who has ever wronged you and didn't do what you wanted them to do while you were alive. Which is not true. I shouldn't have to say that, but seeing how influential this IP was and the PSA I just gave a second ago, I feel I need to. I am not a psychologist, so I will not be going into detail on all the complexities of suicide and suicidal behaviors, just like Jay Asher and all the people who worked on the Netflix adaptation. I am definitely not as successful as every single person who has worked on anything 13 Reasons Why related, but we do have one thing in common. We are all inapt to talk about suicide because we know relatively nothing in comparison to the professionals. I don't think I use inapt right, but I'm gonna keep it because this is my channel and my life and I can do what I want. Anyways, welcome to the start of my series, Compare and Contrast, where I compare adaptations to the source material. I wanted to read more and watch more of the things I skipped in pop culture over the decades in 2025, so why not start in the most depressing way I can in 2026? Before I go too far, since I am a new channel, I want you guys to know for a fact that ICE is a terrorist organization, immigrants are human beings with real souls, and a paper does not determine someone's right to seek freedom somewhere that has never actually been free. I know that sounds like the most bare minimum thing to fucking say, and I know that it is, but as you can see from around us, all the celebrities and influencers speaking of, and as you'll see in this video, the bare minimum can make a strong point sometimes. Sometimes. Rarely. Since I haven't been posting as much because I've been doing too much in my personal life, and because you guys on YouTube don't know a lot about me, I want to make myself clear so I can weed out the demons. And also, if you haven't seen my community posts, I want to live in a timeline where, while I'm still alive, the people of Iran can be fucking free. And I know Iran, I always pronounce it wrong every single time, and every time I think I'm pronouncing it right, I pronounce it wrong. Like, I want y'all to know, you guys never have to be like, hey, what are your thoughts about this? Because I'm really concerned about whatever you hope my thoughts is. Yeah, unless you're on the wrong side of history, and that's just my opinion. And that's just my opinion, that's just my opinion. Trump, please don't take this video down, please! And while filming and editing this, so much other shit in this country has happened. Stuff that is... Of course, we could get into the lighter stuff, like pregnant pig farms being reopened, possibly in California. Or black people having their voting rights stripped away from them. I love this country, I love America, and I literally, I don't have words. Like, I don't have words except for, like, anger and wishing I had, so I could this entire country. Literally treating this country like there's a singular spider in a mansion. There's just so much. There's too much. There's so much. And every single time I
see it, I'm just like, it makes me want to scrap this video and scrap every possible creative thing that could bring me happiness and joy. But that's exactly what they fucking want. That's one of the main things that they want from Americans, for morale and hope to be gone. So just don't forget about what you're fighting for. Don't forget about what we are fighting for. Ever. And just because some YouTubers don't talk about it doesn't mean they don't know. So make sure to ask your YouTubers to speak up, because the tiniest little word can do so much. I forgot to film this part of the intro. 13 Reasons Why is a book written from the perspective of Clay Jensen, a teenage boy who has just received a shoebox full of cassette tapes from the girl he knew who just committed a few weeks prior, Hannah Baker, as he spends the whole night listening to her story. There are 13 tapes dedicated to the 13 reasons why she herself. 13 Reasons Why is a show that follows 18 different characters having to deal with the consequences of Hannah Baker's as the Bakers file a lawsuit against the school Hannah went to. Almost everyone on the tape tries to stop Clay Jensen from listening. Clay himself does not want to listen to the tapes, making the season span over a 2-week period as we hyper-focus on high school drama instead of Hannah's fucking side. Almost every chapter is a cassette. Cassette 1, side A is reason 1. Cassette 3, side B is reason 5. You get the gist. And I don't want to talk about the tapes yet. That's what they call them in the show. They call them tapes. But I don't want to talk about what they do.
To not completely ruin the hard discussions that we will be having in this video, I will be adding specific censors for specific topics. These include rape, sexual harassment, and sexual assault. They all get that one. Everything that applies to that, it all gets that one. Anything relating to suicide and any form of self-harm gets that. I'm going to have the bleep one more time. And then any form of violence gets this one. The ones I can't show. And then whatever curse words I might have said in the first 2 minutes and the plethora of fucks that I will say that the YouTube gods again will strike me for gets that one. Because what the season of the show does, I will be talking about a lot more than I expected to, nor wanted to. So please, click out at any point for that purpose. Please, if I don't piss you off, click off for that reason. I'm being so serious. Just because I rotted my brain doesn't mean that you have to. I cannot express how I am waiting for the release of stress from my body I will get once I post this video. I cannot wait. Like, my shoulders hurt. Could I sue Netflix? Guys, could I sue them for emotional and physical distress? Let me know. Anyways, let's begin. Welcome. Today we are going to be starting on our journey. Okay, you thought the intro was the start? No, bitch, we're starting now. So here we got this random girl that looks like Amanda Seyfried. She's on a little swing with her little beanie. This outfit kind of gives me Hannah Baker from the show vibes, but like not really at all. All right, let's fucking get into this. For some reason, the book starts at the end where our narrator Clay Jensen is delivering the shoebox full of tapes to the next person on the list, Jenny Kurtz. It's not a spoiler. He says it off the bat. And I know the reason why they started with this, okay? I lied. It's because it's written like a screenplay, which I like, don't get me wrong. But I feel like starting at the moment he received the tapes would have been such of a more hard-hitting hook, especially for the teenage audience that this is made for. Do you want your receipt? The clerk asks. I shake my head. A small printer clicks one out anyway. I wonder if the same clerk helped the other people on the list, those who got this package before me. Ooh, drama suspense, what's going on here? Do they keep their receipts as sick souvenirs, tuck them in their underwear drawers, pin them up on corkboards? I almost ask for my receipt back. I almost say, I'm sorry, can I have it after all? As a reminder. It's out of my control now. The package is on its way. I want to collapse. I want to fall on the sidewalk right there and drag myself into the ivy, because just beyond the ivy, sidewalk curves, following the outside of the school parking lot. It cuts through the front lawn and into the main building. Finally entering the hallway's open door to first period. At the front of the room facing the students will be the desk of Mr. Porter. He'll be the last to receive a package with no return address. And in the middle of the room, one desk to the left, will be the desk of Hannah Baker. Empty. So we already know 2 people on the list, okay? The next person is Jenny Kurtz. And the last person, reason number 13, is teacher Mr. Porter. Now, in the show, they do not reveal this until the final episode. And I kind of wish it was the same with the book, because what they do with Mr. Porter's tape, especially in the book, the next chapter is Clay receiving the tapes. 6 pages in, and I'm pissed off at the writing. Who would send me a shoebox full of tapes? No one listens to tapes anymore. Do I even have a way to play them? The garage, the stereo on the workbench. This diary-like dialogue that shows up every once in a while really pulls me out. I like to watch and read things like it's a documentary, okay? Every show to me, every movie, the characters for that period of time that I'm watching are real to me, and I am getting a glimpse into their life, all right? That the show is letting me see, or the book, or the movie. So this dialogue, everything that Clay does pulls me out. I drag a stool in front of the workbench, drop my backpack to the floor, then sit down. I press eject on the player, a plastic door eases open, and I slide in the first tape. It really does feel like Jay Asher is holding my hand. This was always meant to be a show, but Jay Asher, stop. Let go of my hand, dude. Dude. By the way, due to the absolute bullshit that Clay says mid-trauma dump from Hannah, I will be using this voice for him aside from a few scenes. I swear I'm not doing it because I'm downplaying Hannah's story. I'm doing it because what Clay says downplays Hannah's story. Hello, boys and girls. Hannah Baker here, live and in stereo. I don't believe it. No, I can't believe it. Hannah Baker herself. I hope you're ready, because I'm about to tell you the story of my life. More specifically, why my life ended. And if you're listening to these tapes, you're one of the reasons why. What? No! Hannah is already very spiteful, which I feel like is kind of... They tone it down a lot in the show, but I'm not talking about the show yet. She clearly weaponizes her side from the moment she starts talking, and yes, it did send shivers down my spine. Before Hannah died, she recorded a bunch of tapes. Why? The rules are pretty simple. There are only two. Rule number 1, you listen. Rule number 2, you pass it on. Hopefully, neither will be easy for you. Like, damn. His mom comes into the garage to get something, and Clay is on edge when her cute self leaves. He says, my fingers, my hands, my arms, my neck. Everything feels hollow. Not enough strength to press a single button on a stereo. Hitting play that first time was easy. A piece of cake. I had no idea what I was about to hear. But this time, it's one of the most frightening things I've ever done. I like that a lot. I'm going to read exactly what I wrote here. We get some of this from time to time, but other than that, it's Clay repeating the same woes in a different font over and over again at the worst times. It's why I'm using the voice. It's going to make sense. If you ever watch this video, knowing what happens in both the book and the show, but especially the book, it might make you laugh. When you're done listening to all 13 sides, because there are 13 sides to every story, rewind the tapes, put them back in the box, and pass them on to whoever follows your little tale. And you, lucky number 13, you can take the tapes straight to hell, depending on your religion. Maybe I'll see you there. I want you guys to remember what she just said. Claire already told us that the school's English teacher / guidance counselor, Mr. Porter, is number 13. I'll repeat what Hannah just said to keep it fresh. And you, lucky number 13, you can take the tapes straight to hell, depending on your religion. Maybe I'll see you there. Hannah said that she made a second set of tapes and sent them to a very trustworthy person who, if the tapes get burnt or not sent to the next person, will release them publicly. This is an unnamed individual. Mystery! Mystery! Not in the show. I need to stop talking about the show. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Do not take me for granted. Again. No. There's no way she could think that. You are being watched. There's these little pause and play icons when the tape is paused and when the tape is played. And I like it a lot. It's cheesy, I know. Clay grieves Hannah and the crush he had on her. They worked at their local movie theater together at the Crestmont for a summer, where he just couldn't get the nerve to talk to her. I mean, they made out. But he says, and not once did I take her for granted. Not once. I wrote, are you sure? Not even knowing what was coming. These tapes shouldn't be here. Not with me. It has to be a mistake. He talks about this the entire book. I almost forgot. If you're on my list, you should have received a map. I'm on the list. A few weeks ago, just days before Hannah took the pills, someone slipped an envelope through the vent of my locker. The outside of the envelope said, save this. You'll need it. And there's a map. Hold on. At the beginning of the book. I love practical maps. I love them. She marked red stars all over the map, which correlates with different parts of the story. And then her story starts. Ready, Mr. Foley? Justin Foley, a senior. He was Hannah's first kiss. But why do I know that? Boy, you know damn well why you know that. There was just something about you that made me need to be your girlfriend. To this day, I don't know exactly what it was. But it was there, and it was amazingly strong. You don't know this, but 2 years ago when I was a freshman and you were a sophomore, I used to follow you around. For 6th period, I worked in the attendance office, so I knew every one of your classes. I even photocopied your schedule, which I'm sure I still have here somewhere. A cat is climbing through my green screen! Get the fuck out! Yeah, pause. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. She did not react to that at all. She does not fucking care. And when they go through my belongings, they'll probably toss it away thinking a freshman crush has no relevance. But does it? For me, yes, it does. I went back as far as you to find an introduction to my story, and this is where it really begins. So where am I on this list, among these stories? Second? Third? Does it get worse as it goes along? She said lucky number 13 could take the tapes to hell. I wrote, he's so... I don't know. When you reach the end of these tapes, Justin, I hope you'll understand your role in all of this, because it may seem like a small role now, but it matters. In the end, everything matters. Betrayal, it's one of the worst feelings. I know you didn't mean to let me down. In fact, most of you listening probably had no idea what you were doing, what you were truly doing. The first mark on the map is the first house that Hannah lived in when she first moved into town. She says Justin was absolutely in front with her old friend, the goat, Kat, who moved away in a little bit, so she's not here. Kat told me that at the end of the school dance, you finally found the nerve to do more than just stare and bump into her. I wrote, rereading this makes me see this as a possible pattern of behavior. Why would you want to mail out a bunch of tapes blaming you in a You wouldn't. But Hannah wants us, those of us on this list, to hear what she has to say. And we'll do what she says, passing the tapes on, if only to keep them away from people not on the list. The list? It sounds like a secret club, an exclusive club. And for some reason, I'm in it. I don't like that. I don't know why. I did not like that. It isn't a club. I know TikTok might make it seem like depression and ideation is like a club you want to be in. Bitch, it's not. I'm so proud to be outside of the club. I'm hating from outside of the club at you people because you can't get in. I'm outside with you going, I'm going, you don't know what it's really like to live this life, bitch. You don't know what it's like to not brush your teeth for a month straight. And if y'all hate on me or call me gross, I don't want you to see y'all being a mental health advocate. A lot of us played basketball. Basketball. A lot of us played that summer, hoping to make it JV. I can't. A lot of us played that summer, hoping to make JV as a freshman. I wrote, bruh. Justin, only a sophomore, had a spot waiting for him on varsity, so a lot of us played ball with him in hopes of picking up skills over the summer, and some of us did. Or some of us, unfortunately, did not. That's why I started using that voice with him. I immediately sent a voice memo to my boyfriend reading that in this voice. 15 pages in, by the way. Don't even. I pick out a speck of dry orange paint on the workbench. Why am I listening to this? Why not just pop the tape out of the stereo and throw the entire box of them in the trash? I swallow hard, tears staying at the corner of my eyes. I'm being serious now. Because it's Hannah's voice. A voice I thought I'd never hear again. I can't throw that away. See, this book hits the mark sometimes, okay? This is what I expected and wanted from this book, but it doesn't really happen. After this, he just repeats that over and over again in a different font, different wordplay, and it's supposed to be like, it's even deeper than the last time I said it. Hannah talks about how Justin and Zach Dempsey slipped and ate shit on her lawn. Kat thought it was so funny. She told me about it at her going away party that summer, the first party where I saw Hannah Becker. God, I thought she was so pretty. And new to this town, that's what really got me. Around the opposite sex, especially back then, my tongue twisted into knots. Even a Boy Scout would walk away for. I don't want to reread that. But around her, I could be the new and improved Quay Jensen, high school freshman. A crush shouldn't be why you improve yourself. And I want to say that one more time for everyone in the back. A crush shouldn't be why you improve yourself. Kat moved away before the start of school, and I fell in love with the boy she left behind. Fire. And it wasn't long until that boy started showing an interest in me, which might have had something to do with the fact that I seemed to always be around. Pattern of behavior? We didn't share any classes, but our classrooms for periods 1, 4, and 5 were at least close enough to each other. Okay, so period 5 was a stretch, and sometimes I wouldn't get there until after you'd left, but periods 1 and 4 were at least in the same hall. That's so cute! At Kat's party, everyone hung around outside the patio, even though it was cold. It was probably the coldest night of the summer, and I, of course, forgot my jacket at home. I can't, hold on. Don't! Stop! Get out! I have to fix the goddamn green screen. Then one day, I walked by you without saying a word. I knew you couldn't handle that, and it led to our very first multi-word conversation. It's because she broke the pattern. No, that's not right. I left my jacket at home because I wanted everyone to see my new shirt. What an idiot I was. Oh my god! At Kat's party, I bent down to tie my shoe during my first conversation with Hannah Baker, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't tie my stupid shoelace because my fingers was too numb from the cold. To Hannah's credit, she offered to tie it for me. Of course I wouldn't let her. Instead, I waited until Zach inserted himself into our awkward conversation before sneaking inside to thaw my fingers beneath the water. So embarrassing. I have to move on. I understand how that's his character. But he doesn't ever learn anything to change. He can do no wrong. He's the Emma Swan of 13 Reasons Why, if you know what I'm talking about. And to those who know what I'm talking about, yes, it is as deep as that. It really is. It seemed like weeks went by before you finally asked for my number, but I knew you eventually would. So I practiced saying it out loud, real calm and confident, like I didn't really care. Like I give it out 100 times a day. Yes, boys at my old school asked for my number, but here, at my new school, you were the first. No, that's not true, but you were the first to actually get my number. I like that a lot. That's so cute. After all, how often do we get a second chance? Now I'm upset. Now I'm really sad. That really broke me a little bit. She talks about how nervous she was waiting for when he'd ask her for her number and how she repeated it over and over again to herself so she wouldn't fuck it up. That's so cute. I want you guys to remember these cute little moments of personality with Hannah where you really get to know who she is. I want you guys to really remember these scenes. While Clay's listening, his mom asks from upstairs if he's staying for dinner, but he lies, saying he's working on a project at a friend's house. Classic excuse. Justin called Hannah before she got home, and she gets so giddy over the fact that he lied to her mom about asking a homework question. She says, our lies matched. It was a sign. My mom asked what class we had, and I said math, which wasn't a total lie. We both had math, just not together, and not the same type. Good, Mom said. That's what he told me. Pattern! Pattern! Wee-woo, wee-woo! Eventually, you remembered lying to my mom, and like a good boy, you apologized. Clay decides to head over to his buddy Tony's house, seeing as he exclusively listens to cassette tapes. So when someone wants to play their music in his car, he can say, the format's not compatible. Anyways, even though Clay's internal monologue is bad, I do really like how it overlaps with Hannah's story. It's funny. Thank God we don't get any of it in the show. But I'm getting out of myself. Justin and Hannah agreed to meet at Eisenhower Park. I know what you're all thinking. Hannah Baker is a slut. I wrote, the fuck? Oops. Did you catch that? I said, Hannah Baker is. Can't say that anymore. Wrong. Her voice is angry, almost trembling. Hannah Baker is not, and never was, a slut. Which begs the question, what have you heard? I simply wanted a kiss. I was a freshman girl who had never been kissed. Never. But I liked a boy. He liked me, and I was going to kiss him. That's the story. The whole story right there. What was the other story? Because I did hear something. Yeah, she just said that. Hey, Clay, she just said that. Clay brings up later just how many rumors he heard about her, so maybe I'm just interpreting this wrong, but I don't think I am. Hannah talks about what the rocket tower meant to her, and Clay reminisces on how he was too scared to get down from it as a kid, and the fire department had to get him. He says, they must have had a lot of those rescues, because a few weeks ago, the city announced plans to tear the rocket slide down. Maybe that's why she didn't red star the park. The rocket might be gone before the tapes even make it through the entire list. So you could hear it in my voice a little bit. That made me sad. Hannah took off her shirt and let Justin put his hands up her bra. That's it. That's what I heard happened at the park that night. Damn! How could you forget a rumor like that, bruh? But wait, why would she do that in the middle of the park? When Justin starts pulling a Hannah and waiting for her after classes, she had a dream about their first possible kiss. The dream starts with me at the top of the rocket, holding on to the steering wheel. Then I hear your voice calling up from the ground, Hannah, Hannah, stop playing with the trees and come see me. So I leave the steering wheel and climb through the hole in the top platform. But when I reach the next platform, my feet have grown so huge they won't fit through the next hole. Big feet? Seriously? I'm not into dream analysis, but maybe she was wondering if Justin had a big one. Ah! I love big feet, you shout. Come down the slide and see me. I'll catch you. In the time it takes me to reach the bottom of the slide, I've noticed that your feet are extremely small, almost non-existent. I know it. You walk to the end of the slide with your arms out, ready to catch me. And wouldn't you know it, when I jump off, my huge feet don't step on your little feet. See? We're made for each other, you say. Then you lean in to kiss me, our lips getting closer and closer, and I wake up. Every night for a week, I woke up to the exact same about-to-be-kissed spot. But now, Justin, I would finally be meeting you at the park, at the bottom of that slide. I originally wasn't going to read that, as you can see. It's not highlighted at all. But Back at the rock tower, Justin finally arrives, and she makes her way down to him, but Clay interjects with, "Definitely beats my first kiss." Bruh, shut up. He talks about his first kiss, and, like, I don't even want to, goddamn, I don't want to. So when did you decide to kiss me, Justin? Was it during your walk to the park, or did it simply happen when I slid into your arms? It turned out to be the beautiful kind. You didn't shove your tongue down my throat, you didn't grab my butt. We just held our lips together and kissed. And that's it. Wait, stop. Don't rewind. There's no need to go back because you didn't miss a thing. What? Why? Did you hear something else? A shiver races up my spine. Yes, we all did. Because I've heard so many stories that I don't know which one is the most popular, but I do know which is the least popular. The truth. Now, the truth is the one you won't forget. I can still see Justin huddled among his friends at school. I remember Hannah walking by, and the whole group stopped talking. They averted their eyes, and when she passed, they started laughing. But why do I remember this? Because I wanted to talk to Hannah so many times after Kat's going away party, but I was too shy, too afraid. Watching Justin and his friends that day, I got the sense that there was more to her than I knew. Then later, I heard about her getting felt up at the Rocket, and she was so new to the school that the rumors overshadowed everything else that I knew about her. Hannah was beyond me, I figured, too experienced to even think about me. Never gets called out for that. Never. Never. Barely even calls himself out. I know what you're thinking. As I was telling the story, I was thinking the same thing to myself. A rumor based on a kiss made you do this to yourself? No. A rumor based on a kiss ruined a memory that I hoped would be special. A rumor based on a kiss started a reputation that other people believed in and reacted to. And sometimes, a rumor based on a kiss has a snowball effect. A rumor based on a kiss is just the beginning. Turn the tape over for more. And Justin, honey, stick around. You're not going to believe where your name pops up next. Clay arrives at Tony's place as he and his dad are working on Tony's car. Tony glances over his shoulder, and when he sees me, drops the flashlight into the engine. Damn! Dad, you remember Clay? Sure, his dad says. Of course, good to see you again. He doesn't reach forward to shake my hand, and with the amount of grease smeared onto his shirt, I'm not offended, but he's faking it. He doesn't remember me. Oh, hey, his dad says. I do remember you. You stayed for dinner one night, right? Big on the please and thank yous. Why is this man always full of self-doubt? Why does he think that nobody notices him? After you left, Tony's mom was after us for a week to be more polite. What can I say? Parents like me. I thought they don't remember you. All right. Tony's standing beside the car, watching me. When our eyes meet, they lock and I can't pull away. Does he know? Does he know about the tips? Clay gets very paranoid until he steals Tony's Walkman when he isn't looking. His excuse for stopping by was needing to get out of the house. They chat, and Clay leaves. Inside my backpack are the first 4 tapes, which are 1 or 2 more than I'll probably have time to listen to tonight. The rest, I left at home. I wrote, I hope Clay's parents find them or something, some extra suspense. And then I wrote, spoilers, that never happened, frowny face. Holy fuck, you guys, I don't know how we're gonna do this. I rearranged my entire room, forgetting to make space for green screen setup, but making setup for everything else. And then I started my period the day after. And on day 3. So I decided, why not film the show right now? I wanted to wait until I could have a little drinky to calm the nerves. But no, might as well start right now. I'm also going to start now saying this. I hate this show. I hate this show so fucking bad. How did anybody get away with this? How is Netflix allowed to go on? I don't understand at all. Ugh, I just remembered I had to trim my nails. My pretty nails. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyways, why were people being called out for utter bullshit while this show is going on? Got it. I have never felt such a genuine, bubbly feeling of rage for a show in my entire life, nor anything fictional. I'm going to read exactly what I wrote in my notes here. My heart burns for the poor kids who saw this show as an inspiration for their own and the kids who had the horrible rhetoric of the show ingrained in their minds as they went through their battles in life. Let me preface this with something that will hopefully make you guys understand my anger towards the show. Every mental health institute or professional out there told the people making this show not to include the scene that they show, saying that it will do more damage than the good that they thought it would. So, they relied on that scene to do the heavy lifting of for them. You not once see the physical decay of Hannah or the physical effect that all of the shit that she goes through has on her, except for like a haircut and her crying at school. Ideations affect everybody differently, but sometimes you can see it on people. The signs are obvious when you displayed those signs before, and if they are going to rely on the scene itself to do the heavy lifting, might as well show her like stereotypically depressed. If you're gonna do a stereotypical thing with I'm already stuttering out of anger. If you're going to be stereotypical with how you show this mental illness, you better be stereotypical with how you show it on her too. But guess what? They didn't. And on top of that, they barely show how it affects the people around you, which perpetuates the thought that nobody will care about me when I'm dead. Why would you do this? They have characters say that Hannah's was her choice and that she took the coward's way out without actually taking the time to rebuke that lie, which further instills into kids' heads, I'm already so pathetic, why not take the easiest way out? When nothing about is easy. Nothing about dealing with that pain is easy. And 2 years after the season came out, 2 years after kids could log on to their parents' account on Netflix and see everything that this scene had to offer, they removed the show. Because the statistics for teenagers went up by 28.9%, directly correlated with this show. Yeah, I want to make that fucking clear here. I'm mad. I'm mad at this show for continuing for 4 seasons. My friends, as I'm working on this, my friends decide to just finish the show. They forgot about season 1. They just started halfway through season 2. They're like, I don't want to watch all that shit again. And the stuff that they have been telling me, oh, I'm pissed. Oh, I'm pissed. As I said in the intro, the book takes place in one night, but you, of course, see all the flashbacks the day after, the day before, all of that. But the show takes place in 2 weeks because high school drama is more important than teenage and teenage and its effects on the people around them. We are going to be switching up the visual aid for the show, okay? It's going to be way different than whatever I'm going to be doing for the book. But there are too many characters, and half of the characters are the people from the tapes. So it's going to be a little confusing. So I need to have them on the screen. I'm also going to be referring to these characters like you've seen them already. And I don't want to, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Also, before we start, I'm mainly going to be listing all of the things that are different in the show. Are you ready for this? This, all one episode. All one episode. Just like the director and the people involved working on the theme song looking for little graphics and cute clip art to put for the intro, I searched quirky into Slides Go for some presentations, and I chose the one titled Pretty Aesthetic Notes for School. And no, this isn't me glamorizing or doing whatever with. They have quirky clip art of pills and razor blades in that fucking intro. But guys, they're not romanticizing suicide. Hey viewers, I don't know if you know this, but this is a blatant example of romanticizing suicide. Yeah. Try to deny it all you want. What else is it? It's the fucking Tumblr effect. They took Tumblr and they were like, this is a good thing for kids to see. Oh, clearly, teenagers are doing amazing because of Tumblr. Let's add a bit of that into the aesthetic for this goddamn show. 13 Reasons Why Apologist, I hear you. What about the PSA? Oh, you mean the 50-second PSA in only the first episode? And if you are struggling with any of the things seen in the show, please go to 13reasonswhy.org. At the end of all the episodes, oh, don't worry guys, that fixed everything. The 28.9%, I lied to you guys about it because the PSA was there. PSA fixed everything that this show did. But the 50-second PSA at the beginning of episode 1 has all of the characters saying their names, the people that they play, and how everything is fictional, and how if you're struggling, reach out. Didn't really do anything to help, huh? Like, I'm mad. Sorry, guys. That's why I said I can't wait for the release of stress from my body, dude. I'm so excited I don't be mad anymore. We open with a zoom out of Hannah's locker decorated as a memorial. While the beginning of Hannah's tape plays, we also see 2 girls taking a selfie in front of said locker and saying, "What's the hashtag again? Hashtag never forget." Clay then gets berated by Justin for grieving at Hannah's locker, saying, "You're not that innocent, Jensen. I don't give a shit what she says." Justin arguably looks worse here than we ever see Hannah. In Mrs. Bradley's class, Clay reminisces on Hannah's fresh chop and his awkward compliments on it. The fresh chop is something that we... Whoa. It's something that we see later in the book, but, you know, they're giving little things that happen in the book already. Clay, overwhelmed with grief, leaves class to find Mr. Porter unlocking Hannah's locker for the Bakers for their lawsuit. When Mrs. Baker looks inside that locker, she is absolutely gutted from the lack of life in that locker. She asks, "Where are all the stickers? I'm already getting emotional. I should have not started this on my period, guys." Clay, overwhelmed even more after making eye contact with Mrs. Baker, seeks refuge in the boys' bathroom, where Tyler is taking candid photos of people outside from inside the bathroom window. He's scaling that hoe too. But you guys already know Tyler, right? Clay hides in the stall as Bryce comes in. He kicks Tyler out for being a pervert before telling his mommy on the phone, no, don't worry, stay in Aspen. All of the awareness emails, they don't mean anything. Don't worry about it. In the courtyard, Courtney hugs Clay, saying they should stick together during times like this. Quote, some things just don't have explanations, right? Suspicious. Tony offers Clay a ride home, and we get a light bit of his superiority complex, if anything at all. He just likes tapes. No, that's like his little thing. He likes tapes, but he's fine with anything. He just likes tapes. That's just how it feels. While they're driving, they drive past the Crestmont, and we get a Crestmont flashback to Hannah training him. She started working at the Crestmont 2 months after moving into town. When Clay gets home, he finds the tapes on his doorstep. Remember what I said with the garage thing? He asks his dad where the boombox is. The garage. We get this stupid, obsolete joke. I hate when people do this in real life. He's like, well, that little thing that you're asking, it would be seen as obsolete in this generation, but I guess it's downstairs in the garage. We see a bit of Hannah recording the tapes, and I love Clay's reactions to hearing this. But this scene is the start of my problems with the show. We only hear snippets of Hannah's tape. Here, it's like 1 minute and 30 seconds, and then 2 minutes go by before you hear a 30-second thing, and then 10 seconds or 15 seconds of something happening after where you don't hear it, and then you get like 10 more seconds of it. Like, that's how you hear it, and it pisses me off because me reading that, just me reading bits and pieces of it was like a 30-minute recording. But whatever, we'll get 58-minute episodes of high school drama. Also, Clay leaves so early because when his mom comes in, he gets scared and he breaks the boombox. So he has to go and leave for Tony's early. Already switching it up. He bikes his way there and helps Tony with the car. And steals the Walkman, of course. However, I wish we got more knowing glances from Tony. I wish we got a few. It was like barely, if anything at all. And I really wish that they expanded more on this sentiment that Tony's dad said when they're talking about Hannah. He says to Tony, if you ever did that, I'd kill you myself. And I know that's like something that for some people might be like, oh my God, that dad is horrible. How dare that dad say that? That's how a lot of families view it, especially with the generational divide. A lot of elder Gen X parents, and of course boomers and some millennials, depending on the boomers that they were raised by. So that's like a real thing. I just wish they expanded on it more rather than it just being like a shocking thing to say about a kid who killed himself. People are going to say, why don't you just write this shit yourself? Give me a team and I'll write this myself. Dead ass. Clay and Hannah are 10 times closer in the show than they are in the book, which does not change how nice he was for not noticing her struggles. That should change a lot. That really should change so much. I'm already talking too much. We don't see him really talk to anybody else besides Hannah and then someone that he tutored and then Tony in present day. She's his best friend. Like, she's his only friend. She invited him to Kat's going away party that she threw at her house. What do you mean? At the party, Bryce tried to flirt with Hannah, but Kat shuts that shit down. And my goat! When Hannah walks off, Kat confronts Clay about his feelings for Hannah. It's so obvious. Oh my God. Also, this slip was pretty funny. And it happened at Kat's party. It wasn't talked about to Clay at Kat's party. It happened at Kat's party. I appreciate the scenes where you see a bit of Justin's, how you'd call it, riz. I just wish we heard what Hannah thought about it. I just wish we heard how she liked his riz. And again, every extra scene that they add for Hannah and Clay's relationship pisses me off because it's just romance filler to make up for what they cut out from Hannah's tapes. We can't hear about Hannah's personality through the tapes, so we might as well show it through her relationship with a man. That sounds about right. Hannah bumping into Justin was just as cute as I imagined it. It made me out loud go, "Aw," just like I did when I read it. I loved it. It was so cute. Hannah baits Justin into riding the bus, even though she herself does not ride the bus, so that she could get his number. Come on, girl. I just wish you didn't cut out that part about Hannah being nervous to give him her number. We got a little bit of her fun personality there. We gotta see more of like her internal dialogue and how cute and innocent she was before everything happened to her. But it's okay, I guess. It's just something so little that adds so much to her personality, and they do it again with the lying about math thing too. Like, what Justin lying to her meant is just cut. You couldn't add a voiceover over them in the bus together? Over him crawling his way towards the back of the bus where she was sitting? But they can take the time to add the, Hannah Baker is a slut. Did you catch that? I said Hannah Baker is. Can't say that anymore. And they do it again with Hannah's dream. What you talking about? Thank you, Mommy. You're so pretty. You guys heard how detailed it was from the cut and toned down version of the dream I gave you. All they did was essentially, I dreamt that I could fly all the way from the top of the rocket sign down into your arms, and you were there to catch me so I didn't fall. Like, what was the reason? What was the reason? However, I love how they showed Justin's rumor. Just wish that they didn't cut out Hannah's, Hannah's personality and who Hannah is to replace it with more of Hannah's abuse that she suffers. Cool. What I didn't appreciate, though, is them showing us the up-the-skirt photo that Justin took of Hannah. Oh my god. It made me uncomfortable saying it, and it made me uncomfortable watching it both times I watched it. To my fellow POCD havers, it really is hard out here watching teen media sometimes. It really is hard out here when everybody is sexualizing the teenagers and you're sitting there like, stop, please, I can't do this, I don't want to do this anymore, I don't want to do this. Justin showed the photo to his buds, but Bryce was the one who sent it around the whole school. However, again, it doesn't take away anything from Justin because he still took responsibility for being the one to send it. He was like, yeah, I sent it. What about it? While Clay listens to what happened at Eisenhower Park, Tony pulls up asking about his Walkman.
Eisenhower Park. That must mean you're about ready for side 2.
Wait, no. My favorite part of the book was Tony revealing that he had the tapes. And I will be reading that for you right now, just so you know for future episodes, because this doesn't happen until episode 9. Tony revealing that he knows about the tapes happens in episode 9. Him talking about why he has the tapes doesn't happen until episode 11. I'm saying it like the episodes, but they're the tapes. That's what's supposed to happen. Tony is the one who has the second set of tapes. He doesn't reveal that explicitly in the episode, but that's just the facts. That's just the truth. In the book, in the beginning of tape 5, side A, Tony reveals that he has a second set of tapes, and he reveals this to Clay because the tape he is about to listen to is his. So, I just want to read that real quick because it's my favorite part of the book and I would like you guys to hear it. I just lost the page. This starts with Clay going into Tony's car and I'm going to be serious for the serious voices because it's my favorite part of the book. Oh, whoa, big girl. The moment I pull the door shut, like the trigger on a starting pistol, he begins. You're the 9th person I've had to follow, Clay. What? What are you talking about? The second set of tapes, he says. Hannah wasn't bluffing. I've got them. Oh, God. I cover my face with both hands. Behind my eyebrow, the pounding is back again. With the base of my palm, I press on it hard. It's okay, he says. I can't look at him. What does he know? About me? What has he heard? What's okay? What were you listening to in there? What? Which tape? It's okay, Clay. Honest. Which tape? With my eyes still shut, I press my knuckles against my forehead. Beep! I say, the poem. Then I look at him. He leans his head back, eyes closed. What? I ask. No answer. Why'd she give them to you? He touches the keychain dangling in the ignition. Can I drive while you listen to the next tape? Tell me why she gave them to you. I'll tell you, he says. If you just listen to the next tape right now. Why? Clay, I'm not joking. Listen to the tape. Then answer my question, because it's about you, Clay. He lets go of his keys. The next tape is about you. Nothing. My heart doesn't jump. My eyes don't flinch. I don't breathe. And then I snap my arm back into the elbow seat. Sorry. Then I smash it into the door, and I want to pound my head sideways into the window, but I pound it back against the headrest instead. Tony lays a hand on my shoulder. Listen to it, he says, and don't leave this car. Fucking love that part of the book, and they just take it away. They just rip it out of my hands before I can even appreciate what's in them. Whatever, bro. Speaking of things they barely touch on from the book and the show, they also barely touch on how much Justin's kiss meant to her and how badly he tainted that memory for her. Don't make a show about Hannah Baker if you're going to cut out half of the shit that Hannah Baker says and thinks about. What the fuck is happening? Also, I'm going to say something. The music in this show is great. It's corny, and that's what makes it so great. Sometimes those random choruses of different songs really do hit. They really do. And they also make me bust out laughing because it feels like Love is Blind. They also cut out Mrs. Bradley's Snickers roll. Y'all will find out why that made me mad in just a few chapters, okay? Anyways, the next day, Clay confronts Tony at school being like, what the fuck, dude? What the hell? Are you not going to tell me anything? And Tony just says, bro, listen to the tapes, man. I can't say anything, just listen to the tapes. We then see a clip of Clay dismissing Hannah's feelings after the photo got sent around. And he will never get called out for it.
I don't know, I guess being socially awkward has its advantages. I don't think you're socially awkward at all. I think you're just scared. I think you're waiting. You know, sometimes it's better to wait. Okay, meaning what? Just, nothing. I mean... Pardon me? But you really hurt my feelings.
He let the rumors get to him. He let the rumors taint his view of Hannah, episode 1. He doesn't get called out for it 10 episodes later. Mr. Porter is meeting people who he knew were friends with Hannah, or just friendly with Hannah at least, and Justin is pulled out of class for it. Clay hallucinates Hannah in the hallway while "Your mess is mine" plays in the background. At home, Clay turns the tape.
So they had a little HBO Max situation with 13 Reasons Why, but now with every episode, with the season, I decided to watch it on doing something I never do, but I've only done with 13 Reasons Why, watching a show on 2 times speed. Because, bruh, I can't take any more of this shit. But already, they are praising themselves for talking about the topics and talking about how these specific topics, like Justin sending around a photo and along with a rumor around the school, how that can affect someone. But they don't talk about how it affects Hannah in the show. They do in the book. Jay Asher goes into explicit detail in the book. They don't show it in the show. It's the same problems that I had, and I watched this 3 minutes and I'm already done. I'm just letting y'all know that I watched 3 minutes and I'm done because I can't. It's the thing that I keep talking about. I think I'm going to put this right after Justin's tape, but there's something I talk about. I don't know if I've talked about it already because I'm 4.5 hours into editing this shit. That's the length of the video so far. But I say this constantly in the video where they talk about the events that happened to Hannah rather than what happened to Hannah. And they're praising themselves in this so far for talking about the events that they're talking about rather than talking about what they are talking about, if that makes sense. It's such a slight difference, but as you can tell, it does so much. Hey, there's a reason why I failed AP Psych when I took it, and it was because that slight little difference. And that's why they're not equipped for psychology either, because they would have failed all those slight little differences. We are not equipped to talk about this shit. I'm not over here being like, I'm so empowering for talking about these topics and all of these things. It's ridiculous. They're talking about it like this needs to be normal, this needs to be talked about like it's normal, but they're talking about it like it's a hot topic. If you want to talk about a hot topic, you've got to talk about it like it's normal. Think of all of these horror movies and horror video games. Mouthwashing, I talk about it in this for a slight second, you'll see. They don't talk about these topics. They don't go over these topics. They go into these topics. And there's actual substance to it. And it just, I prepare for the worst, because I'm putting this at Justin's tape, episode 1. Prepare for the fucking worst.
Welcome back, and thanks for hanging out for part 2. Alex Standall, it's your turn. Alex Standall created a best and worst list and listed Hannah as the best ass in the freshman class. Cool. And before anyone says this is unrealistic, the only unrealistic part is that this wasn't said to her face. Not to trauma dump or anything, but this guy, who knew I had a crush on him senior year, said in response to my teacher telling him to do his work on the table, said, loud as fuck for every person in the class to hear, "I'd rather do Thea over the table." We never talked outside that class. Needless to say, boys are not hush-hush when it comes to their sexualization of women. Okay? My legs are all tingly from saying that. Oh my god. First, Alex, if you think I'm some stupid little girl who gets her panties in a bunch over the tiniest things, taking everything way too seriously, no one's making you listen. Sure, I am pressuring you with that second set of tapes, but who cares if people around town know what you think of my ass, right? Hannah talks about the moment that the list was passed around her class. Our teacher had us watch one of her famously dull documentaries. To me, the narrator's voice was nothing more than background noise. Well, the narrator's voice in the whispers. When I looked up, the whispers stopped. Any of you who were in that class that morning, tell me. Jimmy was taking a sneaky peek over the back of my chair, wasn't he? That's all I could picture as he whispered, "You bet it is." I got my niece title, Jackass Jimmy. When I first saw that list given to me in history class, there were a few names I didn't recognize. But Hannah, I knew her name, and I laughed when I saw it. She was building quite a reputation in a short amount of time. Clay's convinced he could have saved her, but his hypocrisy in the moments where she's telling him his story says otherwise, and he never gets called out for it. Freshman class, who's hot / who's not. At the time, I don't think I even cared which side of the list I was on. There's just something about having everyone agree on something about you, that opens a cage of butterflies in your stomach. I cannot even imagine, dude. Oh my god. Later that day, passing Hannah into halls, I took a look back as she walked away, and I had to agree. She definitely belonged in that category. Are we being dead ass? I snuck a peek to the other side of the room. As expected, Jessica Davis looked pissed. Why? Because right next to my name, but in the other column, was hers. Truth is, Jessica Davis is so much prettier than I am. Write up a list of every body part and you'll have a row of check marks the whole way down for each time her body beats mine. I disagree, Hannah. All the way down. What? I don't think my ass, as you call it, was the deciding factor. I think the deciding factor was revenge. But this tape is not about your motivation, Alex, though that is coming up. This tape is about how people change when they see your name on a stupid list. This tape is about a pause in her speech. I reach into my jacket and turn the volume up. She's uncrinkling a piece of paper, smoothing it out. Okay, I just looked over every name, every story that completes these tapes. And guess what? Every single event documented here may have never happened had you, Alex, not written my name on that list. It's that simple. You needed a name to put down opposite Jessica's, and since everyone at school already had a perverted image of me after Justin's little number, I was the perfect choice, wasn't I? And the snowball keeps a-rolling. Thanks, Justin. Alex's list was a joke, a bad one, too, but he had no idea it would affect her like this. This isn't fair. And what about me? What did I do? How will Hannah say that I scarred her? Because I have no idea. And after people hear about it, what are they going to think when they see me? Some of them, at least 2 of them, already know I am on here. Do they see me differently now? No, they can't. Because my name does not belong with theirs. I should not be on this list. I'm sure of it. I did nothing wrong. So to back up a bit, this tape isn't about why you did what you did, Alex. It's about the repercussions of what you did. More specifically, it's about the repercussions to me. It's about those things you didn't plan, things you couldn't plan. Clay finally arrives at Hannah's first house, the house Justin and Zach ate shit in front of. He remembers how, about a month ago, after the infamous party where he and Hannah connected, not a spoiler, he mentions it like every other page, but Clay witnessed the old man who lives there now crash into and kill a student at their school. He was on the phone with his wife when it happened, and he begged onlookers to tell his wife that he's okay because she has a bad heart. Clay was one of the people to volunteer and wait with her. This is the one time I'm bringing up the crash, but it's definitely not the last time Clay brings it up. Just remember, Clay witnessed a traumatizing car crash a couple of blocks away from Hannah's house the night of the big party. I'm covering my face in half of this. And you know what? I don't care. What happens when someone says you have the best ass in the freshman class? Let me tell you, Alex, because you'll never know. It gives people, some people, the go-ahead to treat you like you're nothing but that specific body part. Honestly, in all the times I've been to Blue Spot, a liquor store, I don't think I've ever heard Wally utter a single word. I'm trying to remember a single hello or hey or even a friendly grunt, but the only sound I ever heard him utter was because of you, Alex. Alex, that's right. Yesterday someone shoved him into the halls. Someone shoved Alex into me. But who? Why do you write like that, Jay? Hey, why do you write like that? It just really irks me. I have a book on my little bookshelf that I stopped reading because it was way too Wattpad fanfiction core. I couldn't take it anymore, and it was written just like this. A perverted jock-type dude walks into Blue Spot, and she leaves him anonymous. I think it's Bryce. Hey, Wally, guess what? His breath came from just over my shoulder. My backpack was resting on the counter while I zipped it shut. Wally's eyes were focused down, just beyond the edge of the counter, near my waist, and I knew what was coming. Trigger warning, I'm gonna give you a second. A cupped hand my ass, and then he said it. Best ass in the freshman class, Wally, standing right here in your store. Did it hurt? No, but that doesn't matter, does it? And that's when Wally emerged from his shell. That's when Wally made a sound. His mouth stayed shut, and it was nothing more than a quick click of his tongue, but that little noise took me by surprise. Inside I knew Wally was a ball full of rage. Clay arrives at the Blue Spot liquor store. Without looking, I already knew it's not Wally. But why am I disappointed? I didn't come to see Wally. A wire rack. I can't do it in that voice. A wire rack loaded with candy bars hung from the front counter. These are the ones Hannah liked. My left eyeball began to twitch. Does he still work here? I ask. Wally? The clerk exhales through his nose. Day shift. Motherfucker s***ed her in broad daylight. That or he changed shifts because he couldn't do it anymore. I had the door in sight, ready to leave, when he grabbed my wrist and spun me around. He said my name, and when I looked into his eyes, the joking was gone. I yanked my arm, but his grip was tight. Then the jerk let go and put his hand on my shoulder. I'm only playing, Hannah. Just relax. Okay, let's dissect what just happened. Statement number 1. I'm only playing, Hannah. Translation: your ass is my play toy. You might think you have a final say over what happens to your ass, but you don't. At least, not as long as I'm only playing. Statement number 2. Just relax. Translation: come on, Hannah, all I did was touch you with no indication that you wanted me to touch you. If it'll make you feel better, go ahead. You can touch me wherever you'd like. Let's talk about his actions, shall we? Action number 1, grabbing my ass. Interpretation: let me back up and say that this guy has never grabbed my ass before, so why now? My pants weren't anything special. They weren't overly tight. Sure, they were slung a little low, and he probably got a hip shot, but he didn't grab my hips. He grabbed my ass. I'm starting to understand. I'm starting to see what Hannah means, and that opens up a black hole in the pit of my stomach. You didn't understand it before, buddy? Best whips. That's another category on that list. It wasn't until that whisk came out that I even noticed. Oh my god. It wasn't until that whisk came out that I even noticed Angela Romero's lips. But after that, I became fascinated by them. When I watched her give speeches during class, I had no idea what words came out of her mouth. I just watched those whips move up and down, mesmerized when she said things like swivelly swoop, which, behind her lips, exposed the underside of her tongue. I hate Clay Jensen. 52 pages in. I hate Clay Jensen. The West of Angela was nowhere near as mesmerizing as her whips. Not bad, just not mesmerizing. Then, last summer at a friend's house, we played spin the bottle after a bunch of us admitted we were spin the bottle virgins. And I refused to let the game end till my spin landed on Angela, or till her spin landed on me. When that happened, I pressed my lips agonizingly slow against, and precisely, against hers. Later on, Angela and I made out on her back porch. I just couldn't get enough of those whips. All because of a whist. This is how he calls himself out, guys. This is how he's a nice guy, because he's recognizing what he did wrong. Does he continue to say bullshit like this the rest of the story, but like still coming from the heart avidly in the moment and not reflecting on his past actions? Yes. Does that mean he learns nothing? Yes, he learns nothing. Back to the part that I came here for. Alex, am I saying your list gave him permission to my ass? No. I'm saying it gave him an excuse. An excuse was all this guy needed. There are some sick and twisted people out there, Alex. This guy. Hey. And maybe I'm one of them, but the point is, when you hold people up for ridicule, you have to take responsibility when other people act on it. Actually, that's not right. You didn't hold me up for ridicule, did you? My name was in the hot column. You wrote Jessica's name in the not column. You held Jessica up for ridicule. And that's where our snowball picks up speed. Jessica, my dear, you're next. The episode starts with sexy shots of teenagers making out to tease a steamy makeout scene in the future. Clay is also hallucinating a little bit too much, to the point that Mrs. Jensen proposes a family breakfast since they haven't been able to spend time together recently, and to get Clay back on his nightmare pills. Sorry, on his no nightmare pills. My fault. And that didn't really work out. Also, something I want to say. I'm white. The Jensens are a little too white with their punishments. They say, hey, come back here. He goes, fuck you guys. And they're like, oh, what are we going to do about this boy? Should we take away his phone? Also, the Jensens will be getting a divorce in the series. I can just feel it. Like my mind's eye is telling me. Unless they have an Avatar: The Last Airbender beach scene, there's no way they're lasting 4 fucking seasons. Justin is MIA post-meeting with Mr. Porter. Clay goes to basketball practice to see if Justin's there because he's like, oh my god, he has to know something about me. Maybe he'll tell me. And one of the cheerleaders is looking at him up and down. Ooh, come on, Clay.
It's time to make a start. Take one, side B. So, without further ado, let me introduce my former friend. Step up, Jessica Davis. You're next.
What the fuck? Oh my fucking god, dude. I gotta... Oh my...
I don't
know why they switched Alex and Jessica's tapes, other than, like, building drama around the list. If this is supposed to be a timeline of Hannah's snowball called Life, Alex directly pummeled Jessica with that snowball, and she fell directly onto Hannah, making her land on her face, too. Flashback! 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 With 1 week left of summer vacation, Miss Antilli called me at home to see if I'd meet her at school. A little new student orientation, she said. Miss Antilli was the counselor before Mr. Porter. But the other girl was Jessica Davis, and she didn't want to be there any more than I did. We both expected Miss Antilli to spew a bunch of psychobabble at us, but instead, she gave each of us a buddy. This is serious, so I'm gonna give him a serious voice. I'm gonna do it in like my normal voice, but try to like bring it down a pitch. When rumors of Hannah's unexplained absence began spreading through school, Mr. Porter asked our class why he kept hearing her name mentioned in the halls. He looked nervous, almost sick, like he knew the answer but wanted someone to convince him otherwise. Pogo Fry coming out crazy. I'm just gonna manspread because I don't want y'all to see my coochie my butt. Then he left. Mr. Porter walked out of class and didn't come back for a week. Why? Did he know? Did he know because of something he'd done? You know damn well you can write better than that, Mr. Asher. But whatever. But guess what? After the meeting, Jessica and I did hang out. Monet's Garden Cafe and Coffee House. Neither of us were coffee drinkers, but it seemed like a nice place to chat. We both got hot chocolate. She ordered it thinking it would be funny, but me, I always order hot chocolate. With no proper destination, Clay decides to let the bus take him on its route. Lucky for him, Monet's is on that route. While the girls were chatting, Jessica noticed Alex staring at them. They invite him to their table because he was new too, and they all instantly connected. And just so you know, I never thought of Jessica or Alex as friends, and I know they felt the same way, because we talked about it. But those first few weeks, until we each peeled away, Monet's Garden was our safe haven. I'm not sure who started it, but whoever had the most exhausting day would lay a hand on the center of the table and say, "Ollie Ollie Oxenfree." The two other would lay their hands on top and lean in. Then we'd listen, sipping our drinks with our free hands. I laughed at Ollie Ollie Oxenfree and thought it was cute, but now, after reading the book twice, I'm so tired of Ollie Ollie Oxenfree. Yes, we were cheesy, and I'm sorry if this episode's making you sick. If it helps, it's almost too sweet for me. See, she sees this as like, it's like a story of her own life, like a show, entertainment. This is fun to her. It is a fun thing. No, it's not. I have to bleep that out so YouTube doesn't think I'm evil. It is not a thing to weaponize against people. It's not a fun thing. It is evil, it is sick, and it is twisted because it's your brain literally convincing you that there's no other hope but to leave. It corrupts every part, any good part of your brain, any possible sense of joy or happiness. I'm going to be repeating this over and over again like Clay Jensen, okay? The way that is treated in this book, they tone it down, I guess, in the show, but in doing so, romanticize the fuck out of it. In comparison, this is a literary masterpiece, so I will take this. I will take using it as a form of revenge in media form than whatever the fuck they're doing in that show. Girl, we're on episode 2. You're not ready. I need to shut up. The first to drop out was Alex. We were friendly when we saw each other in the halls, but it never went beyond that. At least with me, it didn't. Then Jessica stopped going. And though I went to Monet's a few more times hoping one of them might wander in, eventually I stopped going too. I'm pretty sure I might have dyslexia. I had minor dyslexia when I was a kid, but now that I'm reading this out loud, it's following me. After disconnecting for a while, soon after the list came out, Jessica asked if she and Hannah could talk at Monet's. Jessica is convinced that the only reason why Alex would put Hannah's name at number 1 is because they've hooked up behind Jessica's back. I should have grabbed every copy I could find and throw them all away. I wrote, boy, if you keep talking, I swear to God. I was so into this story. I was really into this. He did not choose me over you, Jessica, I said. He chose me to get back at you, and you know that. He knew my name would hurt you more than anyone else's. She closed her eyes and said my name in almost a whisper. Hannah. When someone says your name like that, when they won't even look you in the eyes, there's nothing more you can say. Their mind is made up. Hannah, you said, I know the rumors. How's that? Jessica could have heard so many rumors about Alex and Hannah, but none of them were true. Yeah, that's what Hannah just said. Sorry, he's pissing me off. I wanted to get an I Hate Clay shirt so bad for this video. There was none. I was going to have to make my own. When I searched up I Hate Clay Jensen t-shirt, the only thing that popped up were Reddit posts of when season 4 came out. People saying, is it just me, or was Clay Jensen always a fucking bitch? Is it just me, or has Clay Jensen been like the worst fucking person alive this entire time? For Jessica, it was easier to think of me as bad Hannah than as just the Hannah she got to know at Monet's. It was easier to accept, easier to understand. For her, the rumors needed to be true. I remember a bunch of guys joking with Alex in the locker room. Pat a cake, baker's man. Then someone asked him, pat that muffin, baker's man. Would now be a good time to mention that Jay Asher admits in the back of this book that the reason why there's 13 reasons is because Hannah's last name is Baker, and what's a baker's dozen? 13. No one has paid for their crimes for this. When the road cleared out, only Alex and I remained. A tiny wench of jealousy twisted up in my insides. Ever since Kat's going away party, I couldn't get Hannah out of my mind, but I couldn't bring myself to ask if what they had said was true, because if it was, I didn't want to hear it. Because she has to be the good girl Hannah in your head, huh? But he's admitting it. So that means that he's, like, aware and that he's changing. Being aware of what you do wrong does nothing. Trust, babe. Someone calling themselves out and being self-aware does not mean that they've changed. They're gonna do it over and over again. Trust me. You can disagree with any fucking opinion I have in this video and take away nothing that I say, but please take that with you to the grave. Tell it to your children. Tell it to your children's children. Tell it to all your friends. They can tell it to their children and their children's children. Tell it to everybody. Please. Tell it to your mother. Why don't you? Yeah. Jessica rose up beside her chair, glaring down at me, and swung. That tiny scar you've all seen above my eyebrow? That's the shape of Jessica's fingernail, which I plucked out myself. God damn. See, knowing what Alex's list led to really makes that slap like, oh, you feel slapped a little bit too when you're reading it. You're like, oh my God. Looking for the fingernail up here? Oh, no, that's just my dent. Having this first, it's just like, oh, wow, she was a shitty friend. Wow, she was not a girl's girl. She's not a feminist. She's not a girl's girl. Girls can't have nuance. They have to be perfect, pretty princesses. That's feminism. Girls can't be evil. Girls can't be evil in nature. I noticed that scar a few weeks ago at the party. A tiny flaw on a pretty face. And I told her how cute it was. Minutes later, she started freaking out. A little tease of what's to come. Or maybe you've never seen it, but I see it every morning when I get ready for school. Good morning, Hannah, it says. And every night when I go to bed, sleep tight. Speaking of my dent, yeah, that's so real. I mentioned the dent in my head. It's cleared up, but when it was there. But it's more than a scratch. It's a punch in the stomach and a slap in the face. It's a knife in my back because you would rather believe some made-up rumor than what you knew to be true. Jessica, my dear, I'd really love to know if you dragged yourself to my funeral. And if you did you notice your scar? And what about you, the rest of you? Did you notice the scars you left behind? Probably not. That wasn't possible. Because most of them can't be seen with the naked eye. Because there was no funeral, Hannah. That got me. No, yeah, that got me. That made me gasp. That made me go, oh, that's... Like, I feel so bad for Hannah's ghost in that sense. I understand that Jessica was friends with Hannah first, but Alex was the one to leave the group first, and he hurt the both of them with that same list. Anyways, here comes a fucking episode, dude. I'll see you in a bit. And we're back. I'm telling you right now, there was no need for the tape switch. Justin and Jessica, they're dating. Ooh, they're in a relationship. But he's not answering any of her calls or texts. It's not funny. The way I said that was funny, and I don't want to say it again. She looks like an absolute wreck. It's so sad when she goes to ask Zach and Marcus, new characters alert, if they know or have heard from Justin at all. Oh my God, what is happening today? She also looks directly at Clay and says, what you listening to, Clay? I don't know. If I was on these tapes, I wouldn't want to draw attention to it, if you know what I mean. Also, Jessica Davis, that's an LPS popular name right there. Sheri and Clay talk about Justin and Jessica. Sheri is the cheerleader that was looking at him up and down. Ooh. Sheri and Hannah were friendly, so Clay asked if Hannah ever said anything bad about him, because the anxiety about the tapes. Zach shoves Clay hard as fuck in the hallway, and it's only funny because I wish I was Zach. That's what I wrote directly in my notes. This scene with Mrs. Antilli, I love it. Perfect casting. Perfect casting for Mrs. Antilli. Are you joking? And Hannah and Jessica's banter was actually pretty cute. It was very mid-2010s. But it made me think, no, there's a friendship that could grow from this, very clearly. They go to Monet's after school together, and Jessica goes to Monet's for the hot chocolate because it's the cure for all things in life. Now, I don't know about y'all, but this slight tweak, as last episode, changes a lot for me. A, you're taking away part of Hannah's personality and giving it to Jessica, but you're also giving it to Jessica. Which makes me start to beg the question, why is Jessica here? And we're going to put a pause on that for now, because in present day, Clay talks to Jessica, who tells him not to believe everything he hears. Hannah was the one who noticed Alex staring, and the initiation is so mid-2010s. I said that earlier, forgetting I wrote that here already, so I'm repeating myself. Also, the transitions are that good. They are pretty crazy, okay? Pretty much it was right in their freakouts. The Ollie Ollie Oxenfree is FML forever, which is somehow worse. The two were there for Hannah through all of the Justin stuff and like comforted her and was like, yeah, Justin's an asshole. Why the fuck would he do that to you? That's so rude. So sad. Alex's dad never punishes him because he's a cop. And we see how the lack of accountability for him and the people around him affects him throughout this season. Okay, I think I actually figured it out this time. They added hordes of scenes with Hannah and Clay to not include how much of a weirdo Clay is. For example, they switched, I disagree, Hannah, all the way down, to Hannah asking him if she could ever be as pretty as Jessica, and him saying after some silence, I mean, yeah, Jessica's pretty and all, but you're special.
Special, like,
Whoa! 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 Hold on. Anyways, these scenes aren't added for Hannah's story. They're here to make Clay look like a better person. Which is exactly why people came to 13 Reasons Why. To hear Clay be a good person, and not hear how Hannah... whatever. Alex and Jessica have already stopped going to Monet's with Hannah around the time that Hannah covers someone's shift on Wednesday night, the night that Jessica and Alex go to the movies because they know that's Hannah's day off. Oh, that's fucked up. That's... wow. They got a horrible cheer team at that school, but go Tigers! Jessica tells Hannah how they need to talk, and I know what she wanted to talk about. Alex's list. Cool? Cool. Still, what was the need to fucking switch this shit? It's bullshit suspense for bullshit drama. Because as I said earlier, if we knew what happened because of Alex's list before the slap from Jessica, Jessica's slap would have had more weight. And especially if there was a scar. Oh, yeah, there's no scar. There's no scar. So what was the point of any of it, actually? What was the point of including this tape? Like, truly... just wait for the rest of this goddamn shit. Zach and Marcus pull up on Clay after school, telling him to put his bike in the trunk and let's go to Bryce's, bro. Let's just go to Bryce's. Nothing chill. Hey, bro, just get over here.
Hey, come here. Hey, you, come over here.
But Tony stands there all menacingly and is like, don't do that shit, Clay. Why don't I give you a ride home, Clay? Clay sees Jessica alone at Monet's and asks her about Justin again. She says that Hannah lied about her leaving Monet's first. Among other things. Tony takes Jessica's seat once she leaves, and Clay tells him that he is not listening to the tapes because the grief is just too much. I wish they explored on that more, rather than just using it as a pause so that we could get more stuff going on in everybody's personal lives before continuing with the tape, which is exactly how it comes off to me. We found Justin. He's stoned out of his mind, camping out at Bryce's pool house. Nice. Zach and Marcus are hanging out there without Clay as well. They were supposed to bring him there to hang out. Even though they don't know Clay. I should emphasize that. They don't know Clay. They know of him, seen him throughout childhood, not really friends with him though. Jessica finds Justin there and crashes out. All four of them, which is Zach, Marcus, Justin, and Jessica, reveal, are worried about what Clay could do with the tapes. Justin asks how far he is into the tapes, and Jessica says, quote, he's not there yet, if that's what you're asking. She asks why he's hiding at Bryce's if Hannah's lying. Zach and Marcus give knowing looks. Justin stays silent. I can't go on with this suspense, and it's only episode 2. I can't do it. I can't keep it from you guys. It's actually making my stomach hurt. I'm going to be giving a giant trigger warning. And furthermore, I understand if you don't want to continue with this video. Huge trigger warning, huge trigger warning, huge trigger warning. I'm emphasizing huge trigger warning. Justin let Bryce Jessica. I am using those words purposefully. because that's what happened. I'm like getting choked up. I can't, my legs hurt. I can't talk about this shit without getting mad. And they use it to build suspense in the show. They use what happens to Jessica as suspense for the entire show until we get to the reveal. I can't. It's like, oh my God, what happened at the party? What happened at the party? The rape of a teenager. The rape of a teenage girl. That's what happened at that party. Anyways, when biking past Hannah's house, Clay makes eye contact with Mrs. Baker again as she sits in Hannah's room. In one of the books from Hannah's locker, Mrs. Baker finds the list. The categories that we could see on screen were lips, tits, ass, face, legs, BJ, tease. A character named Sky is Butterface, which is everything's hot Butterface. And Sheri is worst tease. Mr. Baker says it's a compliment. Mr. Baker says that this list saying that his daughter has the best ass is a compliment. I have no words. I genuinely don't know what to say. Mrs. Baker is truly fighting for her daughter against all odds, including the odds of her fucking husband. I know they're getting a divorce too. There's no way. But Mrs. Baker can't do this all by herself. So she calls some reinforcements. Someone who's been helping her this entire time. Tony! Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh. However, I want to rearrange Tony's storyline real quick. Number one, keep him protecting Clay and being suspicious for the first 2 episodes. That would be good. That's actual tension build, actual suspense building. Okay. What does Tony know? That should be some actual suspense that should have been built for the show instead of what they build suspense for. Number 2, keep Alex's tape as episode 2 on top of the reveal with Tony at the end with the Bakers, and still reveal him having the second set of tapes during Clay's tape. And don't even get me started on the journey to Clay's tape. Don't get me started!
You've heard of the butterfly effect, right? That if a butterfly flaps its wings at just the right time in just the right place, it can cause a hurricane thousands of miles away.
If the writers cared about what they were writing, they would have stuck to the butterfly effect's timeline. It just doesn't make sense to me. It truly does not make sense to me. Seth is back with Justin's mom. It's not funny. Just the name is funny. But I will be calling him Seth because I don't think I can call him by that nickname on YouTube. Anyways, Justin's mom is the kind of mom who will always choose her man over her son, which is why he's been staying at Bryce. That's the light way I'm going to put it. It's just as bad as you think it is, okay? Bryce asks if anything else is wrong in his life, and he nor Justin brings up the tapes. So we know that Bryce doesn't know about the tapes yet. They're keeping them a secret from Bryce. And they're lying to Jessica about what happened. That's what they're choosing to do with the teenage girl. Got it. Cool. I'm gonna go eat chicken nuggets real quick. I was gone. I ate my chicken nuggets for not even 10 minutes, and my cat took my spot, and I had to smack her butt to calm her down. I'll give you an example if you can see. Oh, is that too much all at once? Is it too much all at once? Oh no, you loved it. Oh no. Now she's gonna get mad that I stopped. Oh, she's mad that I stopped. Oh, I'm so sorry. Marcus asks Clay if he wants to put up awareness posters with him as almost like a truce. Something about Marcus. He is, I think, he's like top of the class for valedictorian. He's the top pick for valedictorian. He's the leader of the student council. He's all of these good things. He wants Clay to be on his good side, or he wants to be on Clay's good side. So he's trying to do things like, hey, bud, want to put these up with me? Hey, bud, my friend, compadre.
Alex, stand off. You caused the hurricane. It's your turn. FML forever. FML forever. FML forever. Little did I know you would F my L forever.
You can't be serious. Clay asks Alex, oh, Jesus, if they could talk about the tapes. Clay asks Alex if they could talk about the tapes and if Hannah told the truth about what he did. Alex asks, did you? They include a scene of Hannah in the office with Jessica and Alex post their breakup, and it just feels so out of place to me. I feel like I would have enjoyed the scene better, and I would have liked the scene better if this episode was before. And I know it seems like I'm just like a broken record player, or a broken record, sorry. But that's just my truth. It's my truth in my video. Mrs. Baker meets with the Principal Bolan, B-O-L-A-N, to ask about how Hannah was at school to better understand her late daughter, but he shuts her down because of the lawsuit. She asks Mr. Bolan why he even agreed to talk to her in the first place, and he says the Bakers are still members of the school community and still wants to support her. Got it. We cut to her crying in the school bathroom, where she finds heinous graffiti on the walls and takes photos of it for evidence. Remember those photos? Courtney introduces herself to Mrs. Baker in the hallways and shows her the memorial she helped set up for Hannah. Realizing that no one truly knew or cared about Hannah, or that's just how I see it, she says anyone who knew Hannah would know that she hates roses. She thought they were cliché. I love Mrs. Baker. I love Mrs. Baker. She is, like, I think she's my favorite character in the whole show. Kate Walsh, dude, she's so good at Mrs. Baker. Clay basically asked Hannah out to look at the lunar eclipse after work one day, and this doesn't change anything in the long run. Their relationship was deeper. Doesn't change anything at all. Doesn't affect the story. That should. I'm going to keep bringing that up. I don't care. Mr. Boland and Mr. Porter have a meeting. Mr. Porter says he's going to speak with Alex next, and he's coincidentally going in the order of the tapes. Justin talked to him about how the rumor at the park was a joke she blew out of proportion. When talking about Justin, they bring up childhood and possible current abuse, but they do not call authorities to investigate that rumor, and it is a plot device that will be used to excuse what he did to Jessica. Me saying that they didn't call authorities or anything, that's just me being petty. Maybe it's my California school system mindset. Because I really do have to remember that sometimes. Even though things are not as good as everybody likes to make California out to be, it is 10 times better than the majority of the other states. We see a clip of Jessica going to Bryce's pool house to chew Justin out, but he cries in her arms over his abusive household instead. I am not excusing childhood trauma when I say this, but it should not be used as a plot device to justify someone's evilness. And that's exactly what it is used for. And I know they go even ham with it in the future, but that's just a prediction. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I can tell. Let me know if I'm wrong. Mr. Boland asks if Hannah ever came to Mr. Porter for help, to which he says no. After Boland leaves, Mr. Porter rips a page out of his daily planner, one that we can assume is a day that he talked with Hannah. Ooh, not looking good for the lawsuit already, buddy. Ooh, they're buttering him up already. This is pre-Hannah's death, and you can tell because Clay doesn't have that fuck-ass band-aid that he always has in the present.
Didn't finish my thought. New character alert, there's this guy, Jeff, and Clay is tutoring him.
This is also where we're introduced to Sky Miller. Woo! I guess. Clay and Sky were childhood best friends before she went on emo. Ooh, gross. Emo. So gross. I hope this next scene will help you understand that I am not shitting on all of these extra scenes with Hannah and Clay for no reason. Because Hannah talks about wanting to fast forward through high school where she can be a different person in college. Clay tries to compliment her by saying she's currently perfect. Saying, I mean, you made the hot list. What? They said you had the best... He doesn't say ass because he's still a nice guy. That's out of a lot of good candidates. Not that I've surveyed. I'm just saying. And guess what I'm about to say, guys? This has no effect on how he is treated in this series. He never gave a fuck about her feelings and still doesn't. Like, it's the same in the book as it is in the show. They get that right, okay? The compare and contrast is right on that part. Clay and Alex talk again at school, and we see Alex tell Clay that Tony is not his friend and to meet him at Monet's after school. Side note, Alex can't focus properly in band and ends up quitting. This is actually very important to his story, okay? He's not doing good in the things that he usually excels at. He's not doing all right mentally. That's not me jumping to conclusions. That's me, unfortunately, summarizing a plot point into one sentence because of how much happens in this show. At Monet's, we see that Sky is the barista. Clay remembers a story she would tell him as a kid, and it gets him free coffee. Come on. Now it's time for Alex and Clay's little talk, which pissed me the fuck off. 1. At the time, Clay didn't believe that Alex wrote Hannah and Jessica's names. He also says he, quote, didn't think it was that big of a deal. Right. 2. Clay asks if everything that happened to Hannah was because of the list, but Alex brings up the party, Jessica's party. Cue makeout shot. Nice. 3, Alex is shocked that Clay is only on tape 3 when he listened to all of them twice in one night. But Clay goes back to the list saying it was just a list. A stupid high school thing. He also says Alex doesn't belong on the tapes because he meant the list as a compliment. I need 5 shots immediately. Boofed. 4, Alex made the list because Jessica wouldn't have sex with him when he already told the boys that he hit. He wanted Jessica to be mad at him, but instead, she was mad at Hannah. What I like about Alex's character in the show is how he's the only one who genuinely takes full responsibility for what he did. And even though it's not the best, it's the best out of everybody. The best out of every single character, including Clay. He says, quote, not only did everyone think Hannah gave it up for me, I took away her best friend. See, this could have built up suspense for that slap instead of building up suspense for the list or building up suspense for Jessica's rape. Clay tells Alex that it's okay, and Alex says no. Quote, you want it to be okay because you get off the hook, but you're losing your shit. You want to think that whatever you did couldn't be why Hannah killed herself, but the truth is that I did. I killed Hannah Baker, and Justin killed Hannah Baker, and Jessica, and you. We all killed Hannah Baker. And he says this loud as fuck for everyone to hear, by the way. Isn't it crazy how the bare minimum does so much because they've been throwing slop up in our faces for the past 3 episodes? Yeah, I want you to remember that for Hannah's eventual scene. Clay tells Alex to calm down. What the fuck? For some reason, Mr. Porter talks to Marcus and Courtney at the same time, who both deny being friends with Hannah. Courtney says she's friends with Clay, though. Not true. We're at Blue Spot Liquor. Oh my god.
Hey, Wally. Oh, hey.
What the fuck? What is happening? What is happening? Why are we changing Hannah's story? Wally choosing to make a sound with what happened at Blue Spot was one of the only times that someone, let alone a man, stuck up for Hannah when she needed it. And you're just gonna take that away? Look at this reveal real quick. Yeah, that was 100% for the readers right there. He stares at her ass when he walks by her. Oh god, they're really doing it, aren't they? Bryce pays for Hannah's candy, and when Wally's not paying attention, grabs her before saying, it's tight, in the store. And I usually don't listen to sophomore gossip, but for what it's worth, that list got it right. Then leaves. So A, this is sophomore year. B, Wally didn't see. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Why are we taking out Hannah's story and just showing the events that happened to her? Does that make sense? We don't see what happened to Hannah. We see the events that happened to Hannah. When Clay goes to Blue Spot, Bryce walks in as well. Bryce buys him a beer with his fake ID and demands that Clay chug it with the boys in the alley. There's this made-up character, Monty. His face creeps me out. He reminds me of Timothée Chalamet, and I am sorry, his face has always creeped me out. For my notes, I just wrote Chalamet face. Tony sees this all go down outside of Blue Spot, of course. So he and Clay argue, of course. Tony leaves after telling Clay he can't help him if Clay can't trust him. Clay follows Tony to a warehouse where he helps some guys beat the shit out of someone. I kind of forgot why I wrote this. I said read OG notes. Oh, I hate how they cut out Hannah's monologue and Wally seeing it. Bryce buys Clay alcohol at Blue Spot so the boys can get him to drink with them. Alex quit jazz band. Tony watches it all. I hate this show. I also want to say, I'm like kind of making the show seem tolerable when I'm like describing it. It is so bad. There is just so much filler. There is so much nonsense. It is so suspenseful for it is suspenseful for what leads to someone's rather than the book where it's just like, oh my god, what happens to this girl next? Instead, it's, oh my god, who is it? Who's next on the tapes? And I hate it. I hate it. Zach and Justin talk about not letting Clay talk to Bryce. Later, Monty and Alex come over, and Bryce and Justin play wrestle. Bryce calls Justin his bitch, which really hits a nerve. I wonder why. I wonder why. Alex told Clay that he's only friends with these boneheads because they'll get suspicious if he stops talking to them now. So, overwhelmed, Alex just falls and floats in Bryce's pool. Real. I did that once. It was not fun at all. It was not for a fun reason, is what I'm trying to say. Clay comes home drunk and throws up all over the dinner table. He then sneaks out and finally listens to the tapes. Got it. Let's just fucking... I don't know why I did that. Okay, I'm gonna try something real quick. Oh, bitch. Oh, now we're going. I'm using my crochet glasses, guys. After getting his mug from the Pour-It-Yourself barista bar, the barista at this hipster location asks what he's listening to. Asks what he's listening to. Asks. We went to school together 2 years ago. You're Clay, right? We had one class together, she says, but we didn't talk much. She looks a little familiar. Maybe her hair's different? You wouldn't recognize me, she says. I've changed a lot since high school. She rolls her heavily made-up eyes. Oh my god. Which class did we have? Woodshop. I just realized what they did in the show. They really did. Okay. I still don't remember her. I hate him!
Let me just explain why I'm mad at him, okay? Because I know it just seems like I'm pointing out stuff that I don't like about Clay and stuff I don't like about a person I'm just criticizing. It's the fact that he doesn't get called out for it. And the way that they try to make him seem like a better person, try to acknowledge his flaws, is by being like, see, he didn't really know a lot about Hannah. And he's just disregarding this girl too because he doesn't actually care. Except that's not explicitly said. It's not explicitly gone over because he's cleared of all wrongdoings by the end.
I always thought you were the nicest guy, she says. In school, everyone thought so. Kind of quiet, but that's okay. Back then, people thought I talked too much. That's me. Nice guy, Clay. Shut up! Pa! Taking these glasses off, man. I know they're not enjoyable, but it's nice for me. Clay sits outside because Hannah's table inside was taken, and he thinks about the baker's shoe store. They have a shoe store here. I'm not sure why I walked by, though, so many times. Maybe I was searching for a connection to her. Some connection outside of school, and it's the only one I could think of. Looking for answers to questions I didn't know how to ask. About her wife. About everything. He talks about how the store's reopening kept delaying until Hannah's parents took a trip back to their hometown to grieve. They have not come back since. Shh! If you're talking in the library, shh! In a movie theater or church, sometimes you need to be quiet when you're all alone. Like me, right now. Shh. For example, you'd better be quiet, extremely quiet, if you're going to be a peeping Tom. Because what if they heard? Guess what, Tyler Down? I found out. I feel sorry for you, Tyler. I do. Everyone else on these tapes so far must feel a little relieved. They came off as liars or jerks or insecure people lashing out at others. But your story, Tyler, it's kind of creepy. I take my first sip of coffee. A peeping Tom? Tyler, I never know. Why do you write this way? I don't understand. I can't imagine what it was like for him to mail out these tapes, to know he was sending his secret into the world. More of this, please. More of that. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah, no. Hannah waits outside of Tyler's room, waiting for him to come home. He's the student life photographer for the yearbook. You know, the one who takes candid photos of the student body? Ah, yes. Candid photos of the student body. Before coming out here, I took the initiative to look up candid in the dictionary. It's one of those words with many definitions, but there's one that's the most appropriate. Relating to photography of subjects acting naturally or spontaneously without being posed. So tell me, Tyler, those nights you stood outside my window, was I spontaneous enough for you? And did you catch me in all my natural, unposed... Wait, did you hear that? A car coming up the road. Is it you, Tyler? My heart definitely thinks it's you. My God, it's pounding. It's you, Tyler. It's you. You haven't stopped the engine yet, so I'm going to keep talking. And yes, this is exciting. I can definitely see the thrill. Okay, listeners, ready? Car door. And... shh. As we wait, I'm going to go back and tell everyone how this all began. And if I'm wrong about the timeline, Tyler, find the other people on these tapes and let them know that you started peeping way before I caught you. You'll do that, right? All of you? Fill in the gaps? Because every story I'm telling leaves so many unanswered questions. Unanswered? I would have answered any question, Hannah. But you never asked. I wrote, you have to be joking. Instead of asking questions, that night at the party, you started yelling at me. In previous stories, I told you that the rumors you've all heard about me weren't true, and they're not. But I never claimed to be a goody two-shoes. I did go out when my parents weren't home, but only because I could stay out as long as I wanted. And as you know, Tyler, on that night this all began, the boy I went out with walked me all the way to my front door. He stood there while I pulled out my keys to unlock the door. Then he left. I'm afraid to look, but I wonder if people in Monet's are staring at me. Can they tell, based on my reactions, that it's not music I'm listening to? See? Good job. Good job! Tyler's bedroom light is off, so he's either having a detailed conversation with his parents or he's still hungry. Fine, have it your way, Tyler. I'll just keep talking about you. Were you hoping I'd invite the guy in, or would that have made you jealous? Either way, I went inside, alone. I washed my face and brushed my teeth, and the moment I stepped into my room, click. Bruh, I could not fucking imagine. Oh my God, I'd lose my shit. We all know the sound a camera makes when it snaps a picture, and I always keep my window open about an inch or two to let in fresh air, which is how I knew someone was standing outside. But I denied it. It was way too creepy to admit to myself on the very first night of my parents' vacation. I was only freaking myself out, I said. Just getting used to being alone. Still, I wasn't dumb enough to change in front of the window, so I sat down on my bed. Click. Such an idiot, Tywa. In middle school, some people thought you were mentally challenged, but you weren't. You were just an idiot. What the fuck? Or maybe it wasn't a click, I told myself. Maybe it was a creak. My bed has a wooden frame that creaks a little. That was it. It had to be a creak. I pulled the blankets over my body and undressed beneath them. Then I put on my pajamas, doing everything as slowly as possible, afraid whoever was outside might snap another picture. After all, I wasn't totally sure what a peeping Tom got off on. The truth is, I didn't know what to hope for. My parents weren't home. I was alone. I figured ignoring him was my best option. And even though he was outside, I was too afraid of what might happen if he saw me reaching for the phone. Stupid? Yes. But did it make sense? Yes. At the time, you should have called the cops, Hannah. You might have stopped the snowball from picking up speed. The one you keep talking about. Is he, low-key victim blaming? Let me read it in a normal voice real quick so you guys can see. You should have called the cops, Hannah. It might have stopped the snowball from picking up speed. The one you keep talking about. Let me do it in a happy voice. You should have called the cops, Hannah. It might have stopped the snowball from picking up speed. The one you keep talking about. That's even worse. The one that ran over all of us. Shab! Guys! Everybody say hi! What are you looking for? There's no one. This is Schmebulok herself. You want it all to yourself? Is that what you're telling me? You want it all to yourself? This is your chair? You have anything to say? Okay. So why was it so easy for Tyler to see in my room to begin with? Is that what you're asking? Do I sleep with my shades wide open? Good question, victim blamers. But it wasn't that easy. The window blinds were kept at an angle exactly as I liked them. When my dad found out I kept the blinds open, even a crack, he walked out to the sidewalk to make sure no one could see me from the street. And they couldn't. So he walked from the sidewalk straight across the yard, up to my window, and what did he find? Unless they were pretty tall and standing right outside my window on their tippy toes, I was invisible. So how long did you stand like that, Tyler? It must have been pretty uncomfortable. And if you're going through all that trouble just to get a peek at me, I hope you got at least something out of it. He did, but not what he wanted. Instead, he got this. If I stand on my tiptoes like Tyler, I can reach a fairly wide open gap and see in. Maybe I should warn him. Give him a chance to hide, to undress underneath the covers. Maybe I should tap on the window, or pound or kick on the wall. Maybe I should give him the same paranoia he gave me. After all, that's why I'm here, right? Revenge? No. Revenge would have been fun. Revenge, in a twisted way, would have given me some sense of satisfaction. But this, standing outside Tyler's window, satisfies nothing. My mind is made up. So why? Why am I here? Well, what have I said? I just said I'm not here for me. That isn't the whole idea of the tapes, a revenge story. Like, Amanda, what was that girl's name? Amanda Todd. God rest your soul, girl. I hope things are going fucking amazing for you wherever you are. And I know that they are. But her video did not feel like a revenge story in any way, shape, or form. It was her story. But the way that Hannah is being framed in these tapes and being framed as making these tapes and just going about them in general, it's a revenge story. It undoubtedly is a revenge story. It fully is. You can't deny that. You can't try to like rewrite your own fucking story halfway through. Not even halfway through. We're only fucking 83 pages in. Anyways, tell us. Please, Hannah. Tell me why I'm listening to this. Why me? I'm not here to watch you, Tyler. Calm down. I don't care what you're doing. In fact, I'm not even watching you right now. My back's against the wall, and I'm staring at the street. It's one of those streets with trees on either side, their branches meeting high above like fingertips touching. Sounds poetic, doesn't it? I even wrote a poem once comparing streets like this to my favorite childhood rhyme. Here's the church, here's the steeple, open it up, yada yada yada. One of you even wrote a poem I wrote. We'll talk about that later. Again, it's not me. I didn't even know Hannah wrote poetry. You didn't know anything about her! Hannah tells an unknown girl, who you'll see in the episode, about the peeping Tom at school the next day. A peeping Tom? She said. You mean a real one? I think so. I always wondered what that'd be like. Having a peeping Tom is kind of, I don't know, sexy? They've never hung out before, but seeing as Hannah's parents are out of town, they're gonna catch them. They do homework and then head upstairs to go on Hannah's bed. You know what I could use? She asked. A nice, deep back massage. You're evil, I whispered. She winked at me, then got up on her knees and worked her hands forward like a cat stretching until she was all the way down on my bed. Click! I straddled her back. Click! Pushed aside her hair. Click! And began rubbing her shoulders. Click, click. She turned away from the window and whispered, You know what it means if he stops taking pictures, right? I told her I didn't. It means he's doing something else. Click. Oh well, she said, It's time for some body lotion, she said. Click. That sound sent my anger through the roof. Okay, I can play this game, I thought. Look in my top drawer. She pulled open the drawer, looked inside, and covered her mouth. What? There was nothing in my drawer worthy of a reaction like that. There was nothing in my whole room worthy of that. I didn't know you were into this, she said nice and loud. We should use it together. Okay, I said. She reached into the drawer, pushed some things around, and covered her mouth again. Hannah, she said, how many of these do you have? You are definitely a naughty girl. Click, click. Very clever, I thought. Why don't you count them? So she did. Let's see now. Here's 1 and 2. I slid 1 foot off the bed. 3! I jumped out the window and yanked the cord. The blinds flew up. I looked for your face, but you were moving so fast. The other girl, she wasn't looking at your face, Tyler. Oh my God, she screamed. He's cramming his dick in his pants. Tyler, whatever you are, I am so sorry. You deserve this, but I'm sorry. So who were you? I saw your height and your hair, but I couldn't see your face clearly enough. Still, you gave yourself up, Tyler. The next day at school, I asked so many people the exact same question. Where were you last night? Tyler, you had the most defensive and interesting response of all. What, me? Nowhere. And for some reason, telling me you were nowhere made your eyes twitch and your forehead break into a sweat. You are such an idiot, Tyler. At least you stopped coming around my house. But your presence, Tyler? That never left. After your visits, I twisted my blinds shut every night. I locked out the stars and I never saw lightning again. Each night, I simply turned out the lights and went to bed. Why didn't you leave me alone, Tyler? My house, my bedroom, they were supposed to be safe for me, safe from everything outside. But you were the one who took that away. Well, not all of it. Her voice trembles. But you took away what was left. What a great monologue. You know, what a great detailed story of what he did to her. So how important is your security, Tyler? What about your privacy? Maybe it's not as important to you as it was for me, but that's not for you to decide. So who is this mystery girl featured in your story, Tyler? Who smiled so beautifully when I rubbed her back? Who helped me expose you? Should I tell? That depends. What did she ever do to me? For the answer, insert tape 3. Across the room, Monet's bookshelf is loaded with old books. Discards, mostly. Paperback westerns, new age, sci-fi. Not only that, but there's little journals for people to write in. Since most people date the entries, I flipped toward the back. Oh, to September. They're all dated, by the way, sorry. And though it is, it's signed with 3 sets of initials. J.D. A.S. H.B. Jessica Davis, Alex Standall, and Hannah Baker. Below the initials, pressed into the crease between the pages, it's almost like an upside-down photograph. It's Hannah. God, I love her smile. And her hair. It's still on. One of her arms is wrapped around the waist of another student. Courtney Crimson. Technically, it is revealed in this chapter. My fault. And behind him is a crowd of students. Everyone is either holding a bottle, a can, or a red plastic cup. It's dark at the party, and Courtney doesn't look happy. But she doesn't look mad either. She looks nervous, I think. Why? I really like how this chapter was written. I'm not going to lie. I had little to no problems, if any problems at all. I really liked it. This takes place during October, and we know that because of the Halloween decor on Clay's bike ride home. And
I have a stalker, and if you've made it to A4, you're outside his window. Just like I am, right now.
ooh, that's fun. I like that. The heartbeat was fucking gut-wrenching. She puts it up to her heart. She goes, my heart is pounding, and you hear her heartbeat, and I got chills down my spine. It was a good choice, but only because of how this show is. And by that, I mean I can only picture the writers in the writers' room being like, bro, oh my god, dude, that great fucking idea, bro. Write that shit down right now. Ooh. Ooh. Marcus scares Clay in his El Nino costume and offers Clay a rock to throw at Tyler's window. Marcus and Clay do have a talk outside of Tyler's window in the book, but that's next chapter. Stay tuned. And guess what? Marcus allegedly never even listened to the tapes. He just waited for whose names were involved, waiting for his, and then passed it to the next person that was apparently listed. All alleged, because do we even want to believe this fucker? I don't think so. I don't want to believe any of these fuckers on the tape. Oh, Jesus. He says Hannah wanted attention, and Tough Guy Clay does nothing to defend Hannah. The writers leave it up for debate. Marcus invites Clay to Bryce's house tomorrow night, telling him to bring the tapes to burn them because the second set doesn't exist.
Guys, do we think Clay's gonna believe him? I think that you guys should bet $1,000 to me. No. Huge reveal for me personally. Clay is the guy who walked Hannah home the night that Tyler first turked the photos. I don't know if it was too obvious because I don't really look for plot twists in movies I know are plot twists. So why would I look for it in a show like this? I forgot that Fight Club had a plot twist until like 10 minutes before it was revealed. And I found it immediately after, and it was great. The film bros are right about Fight Club, guys. I'm so sorry. Anyway, seeing how much the Jensen's parenting styles differ is exactly why I always say you should have the hard and like deep conversations with your partner, even if you don't see yourself having kids with them or kids in the future, because those things are important to know about people, because you know more about them as a person through those. And a lawyer and this hipster variant. Oh, no, absolutely my worst fucking nightmare. On either side, if I was the hipster or the lawyer. Oh! Mrs. Jensen isn't there to help her husband give the underage drinking talk because she is at the school's prevention meeting with the parents. That was my 5th take. During the Q&A, a parent asks Mr. Bolin about the lawsuit with the Bakers. He says, quote, "We can all become more involved in our children's lives, and that starts at home." Oh, I hope he chokes. One of Courtney's dads asks if they as parents should be worried if their own children are being bullied at school. Mr. Bolin says they do not have a bullying problem, but then a parent from the back of the room asks very bluntly, "So why did that girl do it?" And here comes Mrs. Baker. She speaks up, giving that girl a name. To which my goat says, quote, "Well, I'm still a member of the community, right? And if you want to know why, I suggest you ask your own children. Or take a look at the walls of the restrooms they use every day," and reads off the insults from the photo she took in the bathroom, telling the room that their kids are responsible for them. Should I dance again, or I want to celebrate for my goat? Every pony is in costume at school, give or take Tyler down. Not only do they romanticize... I forgot all about that! Not only do they romanticize, but they have Justin and Jessica dress as Sid and Nancy. I don't know how calm I'll pretend to be when I talk about this, but this is so beyond fucked up. I hate the Sex Pistols. But most importantly, I hate Sid Vicious. If I ever had the chance to visit that psychotic Nazi sympathizer's grave, Nancy's grave, where his ashes were spilt over, I'd spit on it before shitting on it and massaging my shit into the cracks of the stone, hopefully mixing it with even a speck of his leftover ash. There's more. And for this show to dress the character who let his best friend rape his fucking girlfriend as Sid fucking Vicious shows how they only cared about Sid as something that shocks people to get attention, just like Sid's entire personality. I'm done talking about him. I need water. I need a break. I need to breathe real quick. All the guys invite Clay to Bryce's for the burning party, and Mr. Bolin and Mr. Porter look at the women's stall. Mr. Porter suggests painting it over. How amazing. Mr. Bolin wonders, quote, if her husband is a little more reasonable. Courtney is more shocked by Hannah having a stalker here rather than thrilled or, turned on, whatever the fuck she was acting like. But she caves when Hannah says it's probably a random old guy. Now she's like, oh, this is so fun. New character Ryan looks through Tyler's photos of Hannah for the tribute in his magazine. Ryan is played by a woman, but I will be referring to Ryan's character with he, him pronouns and possibly they, them pronouns. I fuck up everybody's pronouns, so I'll probably mix they, them in there with everybody at some point. And I'm so sorry if that offends you, Tommy Dorfman. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. Please. Clay is waiting for Tyler in his red room, and there are photos of Hannah hanging everywhere. Clay demands that Tyler destroys all of the photos of Hannah, or he's going to the police, even though the photos hanging looks like some of the photos in question. I don't want to repeat the freaky book talk shit that Tyler says, so I'm just going to put the transcript right here. I know I keep saying this, but what the fuck is going on? Tyler compares himself to Clay because they were in love with Hannah, but did nothing about it. Quote, watching from the sidelines. Oh my fucking god. While picking up diapers at the Baker's pharmacy, Mr. Porter says to Mr. Baker, quote, if you needed someone to talk to, not me, of course, that would be, I could recommend someone. Buttering him up, bro! When biking home, Clay catches a bunch of kids TPing the baker's home. Mrs. Baker catches him cleaning it up and invites him in. The wind's blowing right now, but I need that breeze, okay? So the green screen's gonna be a little more messed up than usual. Are you guys ready for this? Clay and Mrs. Baker talk, and Clay hallucinates him showing her the tapes and her strangling him with his Walkman. Again, I keep saying this. What the fuck is going on? Like, I'm bored. All of this unnecessary high school drama for what? And guess what? They do cut up, like, 3/4 of Hannah's dialogue in this book, and it's like I hate doing like, oh, it's not like the book, but they cut out half of the stuff that is like a good thing for teenagers to hear in this kind of context with everything that they're doing, and they're replacing it with high school drama. That's where I'm coming from, where I'm like, you should have just followed the book. It's like with the Maze Runner and the book, movie, separate things. If we do that compare and contrast, they're separate, okay? Nothing to do with each other. You know what I mean, okay? I don't need to justify myself. This is my YouTube channel. This is my YouTube video. Whatever. I'm getting upset over fictional things. Again, I'm acting like I did this in my other video one time. I'm acting like a conservative. I'm making up a hypothetical and getting mad. Mrs. Baker tells Clay that they never got a note from Hannah, which fucks him up bad. At the stakeout, we find out that the Bakers are not on vacation, they are on a date, and that Hannah brings up the stalker jorking it before they even go upstairs. Cutting out Hannah's own thoughts and giving her another character's dialogue. Got it. Got it. Do you see what I mean now? Anyways, Courtney's closeted. How can we justify a girl being mean? She can't be evil in nature. She can't just be a human. She can't be treated as a human. She is a woman. So how do we justify a woman being mean? She's a lesbian. But Thea, they do that with Glee, with Santana's character, and she's one of the most famous lesbian characters in fiction. Yeah, those are separate. One of her most infamous quotes is, "I'm a closeted lesbian and a bitch," which means I have excellent gaydar. Those are separate things. Courtney is a bitch because she is a closeted lesbian. Wait for all this shit, guys. They get distracted kissing, playing Truth or Dare, which is not the problem. Just wait until later with Courtney. Courtney dared the kiss because it's not a big deal to kiss your girlfriends. Tyler takes photos of this. Hannah pushes Courtney off and they both see Tyler. Courtney freaks out knowing that someone from their school saw it and it wasn't an old man, and starts yelling at Hannah like it's her fault for not knowing it was Tyler, and leaves. Tyler asks Hannah out the next day after he gives her the photos she demanded, and she laughs in his face. So he sends the photo of her and Courtney around the school. I forgot that's why. I forgot he asked her out. What? Tyler, please. The photo sent around the school, it's like blurry and so far away that you can't tell who it is. And also the photo was sent out anonymously as well, but everybody knows it's Tyler. Courtney confronts Hannah like it's her fault, saying, "You of all people should know what a picture can do to a person's life." Nice. I don't know how I didn't notice this the first time, and also how I forgot seeing it the second time, but Clay jorked it to the photo once. Hey guys, at least he deleted his porn stash in guilt. Marcus texts Clay about coming to Bryce's, and Clay gathers the tapes to leave, telling his parents he's going to a friend's for dinner. And he never gets the proper consequences because he's the main character. But guess what? Mrs. Jensen invited Tony over for dinner after running into his dad at the school, so he actually can't go. And he never. Clay and Tony have a fake conversation about their history project over the table that's essentially Clay saying, "I don't believe the second set of tapes is real." When Tony leaves after dinner, he tells Clay that the guy at the warehouse messed with his sister. Clay tells him to just call the cops, but Tony tells him that his neighborhood's police is not as reliable, saying, quote, "Sometimes when there's no justice, you make it yourself." Tony then has to be the one to force Clay to be a good person by begging him not to do all that bullshit because it's not what Hannah would have wanted. But Clay can't be a good person yet because 1, Clay says Marcus didn't listen to the tapes. 2, Tony says he's lying. 3, Clay again says the second tape is probably bullshit. 4, Tony plays the beginning of Hannah's first tape and drives off. Oh, bitch. I love that. I love that. I gasped, by the way. I loved that shit down. So we're just not going to talk about how Clay refused to listen to Hannah's story and wanted to destroy her only form of justice with a group of men who he already knows killed her. We're just breezing past that. Okay, hey, at least we're hearing a little bit about how Tyler violated Hannah's privacy. This much. At Bryce's pool house, Justin says that if Clay doesn't show, they're doing it his way. No one ever agrees with his way. Oh, but he does pull a knife out on Alex. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bleep that out. Clay goes back to Tyler's to throw a rock through his window, but takes a photo of Tyler's bare ass and sends it to everyone he already knows is on the tapes instead, including Tony. What the fuck is going on? Courtney Crimson. What a pretty name. And yes, a very pretty girl as well. Pretty hair, pretty smile, perfect skin. You're also very nice. Everyone says so. Yes, Courtney, you're sweet to everyone you meet in the halls. You're sweet to everyone as they walk with you to your car after school. You're definitely one of the most popular girls in school. And you are just so sweet, right? Wrong. Yes, my dear listeners, Courtney is nice to whomever she comes in contact with or whomever she's talking to. And yet, ask yourselves, is it all a show? I wrote the switch up, oh my god, goes from a pervert to, this nice popular girl. Is she actually secretly mean? I think it is. Now let me tell you why. First off, if you've seen those pictures, lucky you. I'm sure they're very sexy, but as you know now, they're also very posed. Posed. What an interesting word to sum up Courtney's tale. Because when you're posed, you know someone's watching. You put on your very best smile. You let your sweetest personality shine. Unlike Courtney's photo in a scribble book. And in high school, people are always watching, so there's always a reason to pose. I don't think you do this intentionally, Courtney, and that's why I put you on these tapes, to let you know that what you do affects others. More specifically, it affected me. Courtney Crimson. The name sounds almost too perfect. And as I said, you look perfect too. The only thing left is to be perfect. So vindictive. So that's where I give you credit. You could have taken the bitch route and still had all the friends and boyfriends you could handle, but instead, you took the sweet route. So everyone would like you and not a soul would hate you. Let me be very clear. I do not hate you, Courtney. In fact, I don't even dislike you. But for a time, I thought you and I were becoming friends. It turns out you were just grooming me to be another tally mark under people who think Courtney Crimson is a really neat girl. Another guaranteed vote for most liked in the senior yearbook. And once you did it to me, I realized it, and I watched you do it to others. Real. I want to emphasize how that is very real. Here, Courtney, is your contribution to the anthology of my life. Did you like that? The anthology of my life? I just made it up. Girl, Continue with your story, but I don't want to tell you to shut up. The day after Tyler took the candid shots of our student bodies began like any other. When you were done chatting to the person in front of you, Courtney, I tapped you on your shoulder. The moment you looked into my eyes, we both began laughing. We spoke a bunch of 2 or 3 word sentences, but I don't remember who said what, because whatever you said were my thoughts as well. So weird. I know. What the hell? Can you imagine? So funny. But then when Mrs. Dillard finally came in, you turned around to face the front of the room, and when class was over, you left. I wrote, this happens to every girl. This is also real, which makes Hannah's anger low-key stupid and clear that she was written by a man. More on that later. It wasn't until I stepped in the hall on the way to second period that I thought, wait a second, she didn't say goodbye. I guess I thought after what we'd experienced less than 24 hours before, we would now be more than just casual acquaintances. Until the night of the party. Until you needed me again. Clay heads on the back of the bus. I just realized how I don't know anything about him. We're 98 pages in. Okay. Let me tell you that there is a much bigger, more important party later in the tapes. That should be your source of anger. I know what she's talking about. Actually, it could be one of 2 parties, but the party that I'm thinking of, that should be the source of your anger. And it's not. I know in this chapter, it's not. It's what she does in this chapter. That's why she's angry. I was at school when you grabbed my hand. Hannah, wait up. You said, how are you? Your smile, your teeth, flawless. So bitter. I probably said fine or good, how are you? But truthfully, I didn't care, Courtney. Every time our eyes caught each other in a crowded hall and I watched your gaze jump to someone else, I lost a little more respect for you. And sometimes I wondered how many people in that hallway felt the same. See? This is so real. You went on to ask if I heard anything about the party later that night. We should go together, you said, and you tilted your head to the side, flashed your smile, and though I'm probably imagining this, I think I even saw you bat your eyes. Yeah, that's Courtney. No one can resist her, and she flirts with everyone. Why? I asked. Why should we go to a party together? That obviously took you by surprise. I mean, you are who you are, and everyone wants to go to a party with you. Everyone, boys, girls, it doesn't matter. That's the kind of admiration people have for you. Have or had? Because I have a feeling that's about to change. You repeated my question. Why should we go to a party together? Hannah, so we can hang out. And although I was still suspicious, you are who you are, and everyone wants to go to a party with you. Great, you said. Can you drive? Guess what, Courtney? On your way to the door, You forgot to say goodbye. So here's my theory as to why you wanted to go to a party with me. You know I was pissed at being ignored by you. At the very least, you know I was hurt. And that was not good for your flawless reputation. That had to be fixed. You opened up the passenger door, sat down, and buckled up. Thanks for the lift, you said. A lift? Already having doubts about why you invited me. That was not the hello I wanted to hear. I wanted to be wrong about you, Courtney. I did. I wanted you to see it as me picking you up so we could go to a party together. And that is very different from me giving you a lift. When we got there, two football players, never to be seen at a party without their jerseys, stood on opposite sides of the gates collecting beer money. So I reached into my pocket for some cash. Over the loud music, you shouted at me, "Don't worry about it." We got to the gate and one of the guys said, $2 a cup, then realized who he was talking to. "Oh, hey, Courtney, here you go." And he handed you a red plastic cup. You nodded your head in my direction. The guy smiled and handed me a cup, but when I grabbed for it, he didn't let go. He told me his replacement was coming any minute and that we should hang out. I smiled at him, but you grabbed me by the arm and pulled me through the gate. "Don't," you said. "Trust me." Like, this whole party entry thing happened to me. And it's the same girl, like the main girl that Courtney is reminding me of. Every time we go to a party, she's like, "No, you don't need to bring cash at all, guys. Like, I got it. Don't worry." These people would see her and they'd go, "Oh my God, dude, get in here. These are your friends? Come on in here." I felt like VIP. I felt like VIP every time. It was only a few times I went. Then you said we should split up. And do you want to know my first thought when you said that, Courtney? Gee, that sure didn't take long. Then you told me not to leave without you. You're my ride, remember? How could I forget Courtney? The bus turns onto Courtney Street with for sale signs posted in about a third of the yards. Okay. "Mr. Stop, Clay?" Across the aisle, the dark belt of windows acts like a mirror. I see the reflection of a girl sitting behind me. Sky Miller, my 8th grade crush. She smiles, or maybe it's more of a smirk, but she knows she started the hell out of me. She's always been pretty, but she acts like the thoughts never crossed her mind, especially the past couple of years. She dresses in dull, loose clothing every day, almost burying herself within them. Tonight, it's a bulky gray sweatshirt and matching pants. "Where are you going?" I ask. The smirk returns. Her eyes stay focused on mine. She's trying so hard to make me feel uncomfortable. And it's working. "I'm not going anywhere," she finally says. Why does she do this? What happened between 8th grade and now? Why does she insist on being an outcast? What changed? No one knows. One day, at least it seemed that fast, she just stopped wanting to be part of anything. But this is my stop, and I should get off. It's halfway between the two red stars, Tyler's house and Courtney's. Or instead, I could stay and talk with Sky. To be more exact, I could stay and try to talk with her. It's almost a guaranteed one-way conversation. "See you tomorrow," she says. And that's it. The conversation's over. Part of me, I admit, is relieved. "See you later," I say. 2 houses away, I see it. The bedroom light is on, and the bamboo shutters are down. A spiderweb of silver duct tape holds the fractured window together. Did someone throw a rock at Tyler's window? Was it someone who knew? Someone from the west? "You want to throw something?" I spin around, ready to hit someone and run. "Hold on! It's me, Marcus Cooley, from school. What are you doing here?" I asked. Marcus holds a fist-sized rock just below my eyes. "Take it," he says. I look up at him. "Why?" "You'll feel better, Clay. Honest." I look over at the window, at the duct tape. Then I look down and close my eyes, shaking my head. "Let me guess, Marcus. You on the tapes?" He doesn't answer. He doesn't need to. When I woke up, the corner of his eyes struggle to hold back a smile. And in that struggle, I can tell he's not ashamed. "Bitch." I nod to Tyler's window. "Did you do that?" He pushes the rock into my hand. You'd be the first to say no, Clay. You're the third to come out here. Plus me. We're all on the list. All of us. We're all guilty of something. Why is Tyler any different than the rest of us? I stare down at the rock in my hand. "Why are you doing this?" I ask. He nods over his shoulder down the block. "That's my house down there, with the light on. I've been watching Tyler's house to see who comes around. The first was Alex. We were hanging out at my house when, out of nowhere, he wanted me to point out Tyler's house. I didn't know why. It's not like they were friends, but he really wanted to know. So what, you just gave him a walk and throw it at his window?" "No, it was his idea. I didn't even know the tapes existed yet." I grip the rock hard. Harder. But there's no way to keep my voice from shaking. "You're a dick, Marcus. You're on the tapes too, right?" "So are you, Clay." My voice shakes from both rage and an attempt to hold back tears. "What makes us so different than him? He's a peeping Tom. He's a freak. He looked in Hannah's window, so why not break in his?" "And you? What did you do?" For a moment, his eyes stare through me. Then he blinks. I don't belong on those tapes. Hannah just wanted an excuse to kill herself. I let the rock drop onto the sidewalk. It was either that or smash it wide in his face. Sure, tough guy Clay. Sure. Get the hell away from me, I tell him. It's my street, Clay. My fingers close and tighten into a fist. I walk down at the walk, aching to pick it back up. My fucking fire alarm is going off. Like, not fire alarm, like it's just beeping. But I turn away, fast. I walk the full length of the sidewalk in front of Tyler's house, without looking at the window. I can't let myself think. I pulled the headphones from my neck and placed them back in my ears. I reach in my pocket and hit play. But you smiled at me. And finally, you said the magic word. Goodbye. And goodbye was exactly what you meant. Was I disappointed when you said goodbye to me, Courtney? Not much. It's hard to be disappointed when what you expected turns out to be true. Again. Real. Hannah goes into a detail about a fist fight she witnessed at the party, and oh my god, very, very much detailed. Watching those guys pummel each other so no one would suspect them of being weak was too much for me. Their reputations were more important than their faces, and Courtney's reputation was more important than my reputation. Did anyone at that party actually believe she brought me there as a friend? Or did they simply believe that I was her latest charity case? I guess I'll never know. This chapter, again, reminded me of how Hannah Baker is written by a man. I'm going to read exactly what I wrote in my little notes for this video here. I can name 5 specific women from my 22 years of life who have done at least 3 of the things Courtney does in this chapter. The fucking fire alarm! Because she's a regular pick-me mean girl pretending to be a nice girl. And that's just the 5 I can name! Let me give you a little anecdote here. 2 of those 5 girls I can name, they were friends with the sweetest girl at that fucking school. This was my old school back where I used to live. Her older brother had Down syndrome, right? And when she couldn't make it to school, he sometimes was still able to make it to school. And when she wasn't and he was, those same friends who would be so nice to him to her face would say to his face, "You're weird. Get away from us. We don't want to talk to you. Stop. No, get the fuck away. Stop. Go." Dead serious. When I approached the gate, the same gate where I entered the party, guess who was standing there all by himself? Tyler Down, fully equipped with his camera. It's time to leave Tyler alone, Hannah. The fuck? Nuh-uh. When he saw me, the look on his face was priceless and pitiful. He crossed his arms, trying to shield the camera from my view. But why would he do that? Everyone knows he's on the yearbook staff. But I asked anyway, "What's that for, Tyler?" "What? Oh, this, yearbook." And then, from behind me, someone called my name. I'm not going to tell you who it is because it doesn't matter, like the person who grabbed my ass at Blue Spot Liquor. What he was about to say was just an after effect of someone else's actions, someone else's callousness. "Courtney said I should talk to you," he said. I exhaled quickly. After this, your reputation is ruined, Courtney. I looked behind him. At the far end of the yard, 3 silver kegs sat in the middle of an inflatable pool of ice. Beside the pool, Courtney was talking to 3 boys from another school. "She says you're fun to hang out with." And I started to soften. I started letting my guard down. Sure, maybe I was right and Courtney was only concerned with saving her image. Maybe she thought that by sending a cute boy over to talk to me, I'd forget about her ignoring me at the party. It keeps beeping. It keeps beeping. After we spoke for a while, this guy said he had a confession to make. Courtney didn't actually send him over to talk to me, but he did overhear her talking about me, and that's why he came and found me. I asked him what Courtney said, and he just smiled and looked down at the grass. "That you're fun to hang out with," he repeated. I started rebuilding my guard, brick by brick. "Fun? How?" He shrugged. "How? Ready for this, everyone?" Our sweet little Miss Crimson told this guy, and whoever else was standing within earshot, that I've got a few surprises buried in my dresser. Her anger here is valid, but the venom spraying off of this chapter is insane. What Courtney does later is a lot worse. To me, but Hannah is angrier over the fact that Courtney is a pick-me mean girl pretending to be nice. By now, the tears were welling up. "Did she say what was in there?" I asked. Again, he smiled. My face felt so hot, my hands started shaking, and I asked him why he believed her. "Do you believe everything people say about me?" He told me to calm down, that it didn't matter. "Yes," I told him, "it does matter." I left him to have a little conversation over by the keg pool, but on my way there, I had a better idea. I ran up to Tyler and stood in front of him. "You want a picture? Follow me." Then I grabbed his arm and led him across the yard. "The picture, the one from the scribble book," Tyler protested the whole way, thinking I wanted him to take a picture of the keg pool. "They'll never print it," he said. "You know, underage drinking." Right. Why would they want a yearbook that showed actual student life? That was Hannah, by the way. "Not that," I said. "I want you to take a picture of me. Me and Courtney." I swear at that moment his forehead was glistening. Me and the back rub girl together again. The thing keeps beeping. I asked if he was all right. "Yeah, no, sure, fine." And that's an exact quote. In the picture, Hannah's arm is wrapped around Courtney's waist. Hannah's laughing, but Courtney isn't. She's nervous, and I know why. When Courtney saw me, she asked if I was having fun. Someone wants to take your picture, I said. Then I grabbed her by the arm and pulled her over to Tyler. I told her to put down her cup or the yearbook wouldn't be able to use it. Tyler will put it in the scribble book at Monet's. He wanted us to see it. This was not a part of her plan. She only invited me to the party to clear her beautiful name after ignoring me for so long. A permanent photograph linking us to one another was not supposed to happen. Courtney tried to pull out of my grip. I don't want to. I rolled around to face her. Why not, Courtney? Why did you invite me here? Please, don't tell me I was just a chauffeur. I mean, I thought we were becoming friends. We are friends, she said. Then put down your drink, I said. It's time for a picture. Tyler aimed the camera and focused his lens, waiting for our beautiful, natural smiles. Courtney lowered the drink to her side. I put my arm around her waist and told her, if you want to borrow anything from my dresser, Courtney, all you have to do is ask. Ready? Tyler said. I leaned forward, pretending someone had just told me the funniest joke in the world. Click! Then I told them I was leaving because the party sucked. Courtney begged me to stay. She told me to be reasonable. And maybe I was being a little insensitive. I mean, she wasn't ready to leave. How would she get home if her chauffeur didn't wait around for her? Find another ride, I said, and I left. That's when someone called my name. What do you want, Tyler? He told me I was right about the party. This party does suck. No, Tyler, it doesn't. Then I asked why he was following me. The beeping! His eyes dropped to his camera, and he fiddled with the lens. He needed a ride home, he said. At that point, I really started laughing. Not specifically at what he said, but at the absurdity of the whole night. Did he really have no clue that I knew about his night prowling, about his nocturnal missions? Or did he secretly hope I didn't know? Because as long as I didn't know, we would be friends, right? Fine, I said, but we're not stopping anywhere. After I dropped him off, I took the longest possible route home. I explored alleys and hidden roads I never knew existed. I discovered neighborhoods entirely new to me. And finally, I discovered I was sick of this town and everything in it. Next slide. Trigger warning for self-harm. To add more nonsense to Clay and Hannah's story, and to replace the party in Courtney's tape, there was a winter dance. At the dance, because Clay can't do anything for Hannah on his own, Jeff helps Clay dance with her. Since this is a nightmare, he can dance really well. And Hannah's getting from her arms while Jeff has his head brutally bashed in. Clay sweats the bed and doesn't take a shower, but I can't blame him or hate him because he's at the part of depression and the grieving process where even the thought of taking a shower is draining, and I've been there. I was like gonna say that word, but I'm like, what the fuck did I write? Yeah, Tyler's ass pic has been sent around to the entire school. CP. Unlike last episode, probably because he feels guilty about jorking at that one time, Clay sees Tyler as worse than everyone else and genuinely thinks that the CP he took was a small form of justice for Hannah since no one else is doing anything. Justin stops Clay in the hall, saying he's made his point and needs to shut it down. Guess what, though? Tough guy Clay! Tough guy Clay! Criminal guy Clay! Criminal guy Clay! Mrs. Jensen meets with Mr. Bolin, and Courtney sees this. She asks questions to understand the school's climate, starting with Mr. Porter, who is actively having a meeting with Tyler. Tyler was pantsed 5 separate times in the hallway this morning. And Mr. Porter victim blames him. Butter, garlic butter, ooh. These guys are all worried about Clay hearing about Jessica's party and doing something worse than what he did to Tyler to the people Hannah lied about. Their worries and woes being A, quote, he won't know that she's lying, and B, Justin hurting Clay bad. That is all until Courtney tells them about the meeting with Mrs. Jensen and Mr. Bolin, making them all think that Clay told his mom about the tapes. Zach is now Team Justin. Tyler joins them, saying he wants in on what they're doing to Clay. Courtney tells him they're not doing anything to Clay, and they wouldn't even trust Tyler enough to involve him if they were. Zach threatens him to leave, even though Tyler says he has a right to be there. Tyler leaves in anger. Courtney says she'll take care of Clay. In gym, Clay asks Tony if he remembers the song that he and Hannah slow danced to at the dance, because he was the DJ. Take me back to the night we met. Later, he is given a mixtape from Tony with that song as the first song on the tape. At the dance, Courtney was continuing to be the same kind of friendly with Hannah post the Tyler incident and asked her to be her and her court's chauffeur to the dance. Tyler takes photos of Hannah in her face at the dance, and she shuts that shit down so fast. Jessica comes up to Hannah, complimenting her and asking who she came with. This is where the show pisses me off yet again, but to an insane degree. They are giving Jessica enough of a redemption arc, I guess, to make Hannah look like a piece of shit for including her in the tapes at all. And I've seen Reddit posts. I'm not the only person saying that. All the way back from season 1, I found Reddit posts. Come on. Come on, y'all were right about one thing. It wasn't Clay, it was how Jessica was treated. And that is because Hannah reveals not only to everybody, but to Jessica herself that she was raped. Jessica still deep down cares about Hannah through her selfishness. Jessica's anger towards Hannah in the present is because she's being gaslit into thinking that Hannah lied about something that's so fucked up to lie about. But yeah, Jessica's a shitty person. She was a shitty friend. She was not a girl's girl. Courtney ditched Hannah. Not a feminist. But when Hannah finds her, she's like, I thought you were behind us. Oh my god, come dance. Everything is chill until Bryce comes on to the two, asking if they'll give him an encore of the photo. I hate this man so much. He comes on screen and I'm scared. It's like Homelander. I'm scared, struck with fear. But how does he know it's them? Quote, I know a fine piece when I see one. Or two. This is a compliment to the show. This is a compliment to the actor and the writers and the show whenever they write Bryce's character, because he's so weird. He harasses them until Hannah leaves. We see Tony and Ryan talking at the DJ booth. They are dating, as they are the only two known gay people in this town in their age group. We see what we saw at the start of the episode with Jeff hyping Clay up because Clay can't do anything on his own. Okay. What a cool shot. While this is happening, Monty, the creepy Timothy Chalamet-looking guy, gets all up on Courtney because Bryce told him about the photo. Courtney tells him the truth. The photo is Hannah and some girl Laura because Hannah loves to scissor. She even asked Courtney for a threesome with them. She also says Hannah told her she let Justin figure her and she gave him a BJ. She is a mean girl because she is a closeted lesbian. Clay hears all of this, by the way. After they were dancing and Clay being respectful, of course. Clay saw Jessica wasted all over Justin and leaves to help her when she is interrupted by Monty. And this means nothing. Clay does nothing. He just calls her Hannah after standing still. He's actually like, Hannah. Hannah confronts a crying Courtney, shutting down her apologies and says she wants to be her friend, but you don't get to fuck with my life because you don't like who you are. That was my Australian accent. Rise up lights. Rise up lights. Sounds like I'm saying razor blades, doesn't it, guys? She says this thing that she thinks matters to her, her queerness, doesn't matter to her, Hannah. See, they make Courtney more deserving of her tape because of the motive behind her cruelty, which is, again, she's a mean girl because she's a closeted lesbian. I hate this trope so much. It's actually the worst. I fucking hate it. I can't. We don't need more of that trope, guys. We don't need it anymore. It's not real. It doesn't happen in real life. It barely happens at all. And when it happens, it's to a more drastic scale than this, bitch. Hannah storms back into the gym to get Jessica, telling her later, quote, the sharks were in the water. Monty calls Hannah a lesbian slur when they leave, and Justin asks what the fuck is wrong with him before storming off himself. See, guys, Justin's a good person still. He's still a good person at heart. He tells Jeff at the snack table which pitcher has vodka in it, which Jeff declines. He's not that big of an alcohol drinker. He drinks on occasion. Yes, that is important. Jeff has more important things to do, like talk to Clay, who tells him that Hannah left because she thinks I care about things I don't care about. Well, why don't you tell her? Why don't you tell her yourself if you care about her so much, bud? Whatever. He's perfect like Clay, who can do no wrong ever. Outside, Jessica eats and drinks whatever Hannah had prepared from her center console and apologizes to Hannah for slapping her. She says Hannah will be the best soccer mom. Why does she have a tape? Hannah's brand new car breaks down, and Tony helps out. He gives her a mixtape starting with the Take Me Back to... I believe it's the same mixtape that he gave Clay, or he just made the same one again. In present day, Clay asks Courtney to take him somewhere of his choice to talk after school. Hannah's grave plot. There's no headstone yet because her death was so sudden. He brought Courtney because she sees Hannah as an excuse to put up posters like some school activity. His words, she says Hannah's choice to kill herself was no one's fault but hers. And finally, Clay says something. Kinda. But hey, how dare a woman speak to me like that? He says Hannah's death was everybody's fault, including Courtney's, who used Hannah just to cover the fact that she's gay. He can't understand her internalized homophobia since she has 2 gay dads. But to her, that's exactly the problem. I've had them since I was in preschool when no one had gay dads. Do you have any idea what that's like? What if I were? What do you think everyone would say? She's got 2 gay dads. That's why she's... And my dads have taken so much crap for being gay, for being my dads. I couldn't do that to them. She admits she was scared and didn't know what to do. She apologizes to Clay, but he says he wasn't the one who needed to hear it. She leaves Clay at the cemetery, passing by Tony while she sobs. He tells Clay he needed to be ready to see her grave himself. Clay says he can't listen to the tapes without yearning for a time with her in it. Courtney tells everyone about what Clay did, and Justin, but mainly Jessica, worry about Clay believing Hannah. Justin tells her he's not going to hurt you. Justin and Zach kidnap Clay as he's biking home in Alex's car. Forgot about this. They steal his bike too and don't give it back for a while. Alex drives to a random part of town and goes 100 miles per hour while Justin taunts Clay about what he did to Courtney. However, Alex does not stop when the taunting's over, making them get pulled over by Alex's dad. So nothing happens. He gets off with a warning, not a written warning, but a verbal warning, because again, Papa. Liberty High School hired a big law firm for the case, meaning the case is going to trial. Mrs. Baker says, quote, they're going to go after our girl. It broke me, guys. That literally broke me. I started tearing up. Oh my God. Mrs. Jensen met with Mr. Boland because she's the lawyer for the case. At least my goat turned from one woman to another. She asks Clay if he knew Hannah was bullied, and he says nothing. Instead, we see his boobies when he has a breakdown in the shower. Why did I write it like that? Whatever. Guys, am I serving current? Guys, am I slaying Boots Mom of the house who rip my wig off and snatch it and burn it to the ground? Guys, am I serving Hunty Tea, which snatched my weave and put it back on Baldy? How many of you remember the Oh My Dollar Valentines? Those were fun, weren't they? You fill out a survey, a computer analyzes your answers, then it cross-references with other surveys. For $1, you get the name and number of your one true soulmate. For $5, you get your top 5. And hey, all proceeds go to a worthy cause. Cheer camp. That's some Kissing Booth faculty logic right there. Oh, the movie I starred in, by the way, guys. And yes, I did fill out my survey. I've been a sucker for surveys my whole life. Me! Bruh, I love a survey. If you ever caught me reading one of those teen magazines, I swear it wasn't for the makeup tips. It was for the surveys. Because you never wore makeup, Hannah. You didn't need it. Fine, some of the hair and makeup tips were helpful. You wore makeup? We're just going to move on. As I filled mine out, I found myself describing a certain someone at our school. I should have answered my survey seriously. You'd think that if my answers all described one person, that person would have at least appeared in my top 5. But that person must have been immune to the cheerleaders and their cheers because he didn't end up on my list anywhere. And no, I'm not going to tell you his name. Yet. Guys, I wonder who it is. For fun, I filled mine out as Holden Caulfield from To Catch You in the Lie. That semester's required reading, and the first person to come to mind. Holden, what a horrible first date that depressed Lona would make. Oh! How was I supposed to know every single one of those girls would call me? I assumed everyone at school saw the survey as a joke, just a fundraiser for cheer camp. We could talk a lot about the choosing a different person to mask your personality, but we could also talk about how it was Holden Caulfield. I never read The Catcher in the Rye due to me going to a school that was a Christian school disguised as a regular public charter school. I folded my survey in half, slipped it into the box, then turned around to leave. But Mrs. Benson, smiley as usual, was standing right there. Hannah Baker? She said. I didn't know you and Courtney Crimson were friends. The look on my face must have expressed exactly what I was thinking, because right away she backpedaled. At least that's what I figured. That's what it looked like. I mean, you are friends, aren't you? Mrs. Benson told me she had delivered some checks to the yearbook room that morning. Taped to the walls were sample shots that might appear in the yearbook. One particular photo was of Courtney and me. You guessed it, the one from the party with my arm around her waist, looking like I was having the time of my life. I told her, no, we're just acquaintances. Well, it's a really fun picture, Mrs. Benson said. And these next words, I remember exactly. The wonderful thing about a yearbook photo is that everyone shares the moment with you. Forever. It sounded like something she'd said 1,000,000 times before, and before I probably would have agreed, but not with that photo. Anyone looking at that photo would definitely not be sharing our moment. They could not come close to imagining my thoughts in that picture, or Courtney's, or Tyler's. Everything about it was false. Right then, in that office, with the realization that no one knew the truth about my life, my thoughts about the world were shaken. I notice now that they kind of like did that a little bit with that one scene with Mrs. Baker and Courtney with Hannah's memorial. Like driving along a bumpy road and losing control of the steering wheel, tossing you just a tad off the road. The wheels kick up some dirt, but you're able to pull it back. Yet no matter how tightly you grip the wheel, no matter how hard you try to drive straight, something keeps jerking you to the side. You have so little control over anything anymore. And at some point, the struggle becomes too much, too tiring, and you consider letting go, allowing tragedy or whatever to happen. In that picture, I'm sure Courtney was wearing a beautiful smile. Fake, but beautiful. I jerked myself back on the road just long enough to push her off, if only for a moment. But now, the survey for Valentine's Day? Was this just another chance to get thrown off the road? Was this survey, for the guys who found my name on their list, going to be the excuse they needed to ask me out? And would they be extra excited about doing that because of the rumors they'd heard? I looked at the slip in the top of the shoebox, too thin to squeeze my fingers through. But I could lift off the top and take out my survey. It'd be so easy. Mrs. Benson would ask why, and I could pretend I was embarrassed about filling out a love survey. She'd understand. Or I could wait and see. If I had been smart, if I had been honest with my survey, I would have described Hannah, and we would have maybe talked. Seriously talked. Not just joking around like last summer at the movie theater. But I didn't do that. I wasn't thinking that way. If Hannah's name and number had shown up on my list, would I have called her? No. Very little, I told myself, could go wrong. The survey was a joke. No one's going to use it. Calm down, Hannah. You are not setting yourself up. But if I was right, if I had called it correctly, if I willingly gave someone an excuse to test those rumors about me, well, I don't know. Maybe I'd shrug it off. Maybe I'd get pissed. Or maybe I would let go and give up. This time, for the first time, I saw the possibilities in giving up. I even found hope in it. Ever since Kat's going away party, I couldn't stop thinking about Hannah. How she looked, how she acted, how it never matched up with what I had heard. But I was too afraid to find out for sure. Too afraid she might laugh if I asked her out. Just too afraid. She's talking about giving up and wanting to die, and all you can do is superficially reminisce about her. Get a grip. That's what I wrote in my notes. I also wrote, this is like that scene from Teen Wolf Season 1, dude. Wrong time, Thea. I pulled a Clay there. I'm talking about the scene in Season 1 where Scott's having a panic attack post-breakup with Allison because he just can't take it, and Stiles realizes that he's having a panic attack and kind of like tricks him psychologically into thinking that it was something else, like an asthma attack, rather than a panic attack, because he's learned that from the panic attacks he had after his mom died. And just immediately after breezing over that, Scott goes,
I looked at her and it was like someone hitting the ribs with a hammer. Yeah, it's called heartbreak. Got 2 billion songs written about it.
Wrong time. So 3 wrong time moments in a row. Clay saying that to Hannah's story, me tying that in with Teen Wolf and the Teen Wolf moment itself. When I went into the movie theater last summer for a job application, I pretended to be surprised that Hannah worked there. But she was the whole reason I applied. On my first day of work, they placed me in the concession stand with Hannah. She showed me how to pump butter topping into the popcorn. She said that if someone I had a crush on came in, I shouldn't put butter in the bottom half of the tub. That way, halfway through the movie, they'd come back out asking for more. And then there wouldn't be so many people around and we could talk. But I never did that. Because it was Hannah I was interested in. And the thought that she did that for other guys made me jealous. They do that butter thing in the very first episode, right when Tony drives past the Crestmont. I wrote in response to that, I don't know, me personally, I wouldn't be focused on what I remembered, thought I knew, and loved about her. I'd be more focused on what she was feeling during those times. What exactly I missed. Not what I should have done and why I didn't do it. But that's just me personally. I went up to the counter and started saying my name, but the cheerleader at the computer cut me off. Thanks for supporting the cheerleaders, Hannah. She tilted her head to one side and smiled. That sounded dumb, right? But I'm supposed to say it to everyone. She typed my name into the computer, hit enter, and asked how many names I wanted. 1 or 5. I placed a $5 bill on the counter. She told me they put the printer on our side so the cheerleaders wouldn't be tempted to peek at our names, so people wouldn't feel embarrassed by who they got. I told her that was a good idea and started looking over my list. So, the cheerleader said, who'd you get? Already love her. I already love her, guys. I placed my list on the counter for her to see. Not bad. She said, ooh, I like this one. I agreed that it wasn't a bad list, but not wonderful either. Hannah gets a phone call. Hannah Baker? The caller said. Good to see you. Guess how I got your number? He said. I told him I hated guessing games, so he told me. I paid for it. You paid for my number? The cheerleader scooped her hand over her mouth and pointed at the printout. The oh my dollar Valentines. No way, I thought. Someone was actually calling because my name was on their list? Kind of exciting, yes, but kind of weird at the same time. The cheerleader touched the names we both thought were good matches, but I shook my head no. I knew those voices well enough to know it wasn't either of them. It looks like you made my list, the caller said, but I didn't make yours. Actually, you did make her list. A different list. One I'm sure you don't like being on. Here we go again. Making seem like a club. And again, I'm hating on y'all from outside of that club with y'all. Hey, hey, Duggan, hey, you can't get an A, you can't get an A, cause you're a loser, I asked him where on his list my name popped up. Ready for this? He asked. You're my number one, Hannah. I mouthed his answer, number one, and the cheerleader hopped up and down. I wrote, this is genuinely heartwarming. Like, it's one of my, like, the cutest scenes in the book for me. I love it. But he didn't answer. He didn't need to, because at that moment, I saw him standing right outside the office window. Marcus Cooley. I grit my teeth. Marcus. I should have hit him with a walk when I had the chance. Tough guy Clay, hey! Tough guy Clay, hey! So Marcus is a bit of a class clown, hence why Hannah doesn't believe him for a second before eventually agreeing for the date. How about Rosie's, for ice cream? My words came out sarcastic, but I didn't mean them that way. An ice cream date just sounded so cute. So I agreed to meet him there after school, and with that, we hung up. The cheerleader slapped her hands on the counter. You have absolutely got to let me brag about this. I made her promise not to tell anyone until the next day, just in case. Fine, she said, but she made me promise to spill every last detail afterwards. I wrote, can't wait to see her in the show. Some of you may know the cheerleader I've been talking about, but I'm not saying her name. She was very sweet and very excited for me. She did nothing wrong. Honestly. No sarcasm there. Don't strain yourselves reading into my words. Before, I thought I knew who the cheerleader was. But now, remembering the day we all found out about Hannah, I'm sure of it. Jenny Kurtz. Oh God, no, please! When I tell you I read that and my heart dropped, I literally not even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines before wrote, can't wait to see her in the show. And then I read that and went, fuck! We had biology together. By then, I'm going to be serious. We had biology together. By then, I'd already heard. But that's when she found out. Scalpel in hand, an earthworm sliced down the middle and pinned open before her. She put down the scalpel and fell into a long, stunned silence. Then she got up and, without stopping by the teacher's desk for a pass, walked out of the room. I kept looking at her for the rest of the day, puzzled by her reaction. Like most people, I had no clue of her random connection to Hannah Baker. Because you didn't know her. Anyways, whatever. That's just a small thing. Just a small thing. Of course, I couldn't avoid her forever, which is why in a little while, she'll make another appearance on the tapes, but with a name. No, please. Rosie's is one of those staple places in a fictional town that everybody takes way too seriously. In this case, you never go to Rosie's alone because everybody will know that you're there alone and that you're a loser with no boyfriend, with no girlfriend. Ah! A girl whose name I will not repeat had her first under the bra experience at Rosie's while making out between the pinball machines. Courtney Clemson. Everyone knew about that, and it's not like Courtney tried to hide it. When I tell you, I busted out laughing reading that. Because I read it exactly like that. It was Courtney. I was a little wary of Marcus, a little suspicious, but not of him so much as the people he hung out with. People like Alex Standall. After peeling away from our Ollie Ollie Oxenfree group, I wrote, I'm getting tired of this. Alex started hanging out with Marcus, and after that little stunt Alex pulled with the who's hot, who's not list, I didn't trust him. So why would I trust someone he hangs out with? You shouldn't. Shut up! Why? Because that's exactly what I wanted from me. I wanted people to trust me despite anything they'd heard. I'm already getting emotional. These little things, reading them now, really upsets me. And I hate to spoil the show, but you hear none of this. And more than that, I wanted them to know me, not the stuff they thought they knew about me. No, the real me. I wanted them to get past the rumors, to see beyond the relationships I had once had, and maybe still had, but that they didn't agree with. And if I wanted people to treat me that way, then I had to do the same for them, right? So I walked into Rosie's and sat at the counter. And when you go there, if you go there, don't order right away. Just sit and wait. The phone in my pocket starts vibrating. The tape is interrupted by my goat, Book Mrs. Jensen, yeah? Calling Clay for his whereabouts. He says he's fine, but kind of needs the rest of those tips. And that would be a great time for her to listen to him and be like, so, what's going on here? I'm heading out anyways, she says. We're out of bread and I'm making some sandwiches for tomorrow. I exhale a tiny laugh and smile. Whenever I'm out late, she makes a sandwich for my school lunch. I always protest and tell her not to, saying I'll make one when I get home. But she likes it. She says it reminds her of when I was younger and needed her. When I tell you, this is the first actual information that we get about Clay as a person. On page 137. He tells his mom he's already at Rosie's, and he starts his walk there. Hannah gives us some rules about the place, okay? One of them being to order a drink after 15 minutes and 15 minutes only. And it is at this point she realizes that Marcus isn't coming. You're an ass, Marcus. You stood her up when you never even had to ask her out to begin with. It was a piece of yarn. It was a fun ways up a chill camp. If you didn't want to take it seriously, you didn't have to. 30 minutes is a long time to wait for a Valentine's date. Did he forget? Because he seemed sincere. I mean, even the cheerleader thought he meant it, right? Calm down, Hannah. That's what I kept telling myself. You're not setting yourself up for a fall. Calm down. Those were the thoughts running through my head after waiting 30 minutes for Marcus to show up, which probably didn't put me in a good frame of mind for when he finally did show up. He sat down on the stool next to me and apologized. I told him that I'd almost given up and left. He looked at my empty milkshake glass and apologized again. But in his mind, he wasn't late. He wasn't sure I would even be there. And I'm not going to hold that against him. Apparently, he thought we were joking about the date. Or he assumed we were joking about the date. About halfway home, he stopped, thought about it, and headed to Rosie's just in case. And that's why you're on this tape, Marcus. You turned around just in case. Just in case I, Hannah Baker, Miss Reputation, was waiting for you. Clay is sprinting to Rosie's as this is happening due to how stupid Marcus was to stand Hannah up. I don't know how else to describe that because he's mad over Marcus and what he possibly did to her. But first, it's him standing her up and he's sprinting, bro. Like, he's like, I keep running. I kept running. I'm still running. If you want, if you're sitting at Rosie's right now, stay at the counter. It's more comfortable there. Believe me. I stand on the curb, breathing deep, exhaling hard. A red hand flashes the intersection across the street. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning. I hate when people go, trigger warning, and it's like ultra serious. You and I both don't want me to have a breakdown right now and think about what's happening too hard. You don't. I need to smoke right now so bad, guys. I don't know how much of his plan was thought out. Maybe he arrived with just an end game, a goal. And like I said, Marcus is funny. So there we were, sitting in a booth with our backs to the rest of the diner, laughing. At one point, Marcus had me laughing so hard that my stomach hurt. I leaned over, touching my forehead to his shoulder, begging him to stop. The hand keeps flashing, urging me to make up my mind, telling me to hurry. I still have time to run across the street, to jump the curb, and race through the parking lot to Rosie's, but I don't. And that's when his hand touched my knee. That's when I knew. The hand stops flashing. A solid, bright red hand. And I turn around. I can't go in there. Not yet. Loved that. Absolutely did. I don't know. Again, it's the same thing with the show where it's like bare minimum shit. This is like literacy. This is peak literacy to me. I stopped laughing. I nearly stopped breathing. But I kept my forehead against your shoulder, Marcus. There was your hand, on my knee, from out of nowhere. The same way I was grabbed in the liquor store. What are you doing? I whispered. Do you want me to move it? You asked. I didn't answer. Ooh! 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 Reading it out loud. Low-key triggered. Low-key triggered. Low-key flashbacks. And I didn't move away from you either. It was like you and your shoulder weren't connected anymore. Your shoulder was just a prop to rest my head against while I figured things out. Ugh! Ugh! And I couldn't look away as your fingertips caressed my knee and started moving up. Why are you doing that? I asked. Your shoulders rotated and I lifted my head, but now your arm was behind my back, pulling me close, and your other hand was touching my leg, my upper thigh. I looked over the back of the booth, to the other booths, to the counter, trying to catch someone's eye, and a few people glanced over, but they all turned away. Below the table, my fingers were fighting to pry your fingers off, to loosen your grip, to push you away, and I didn't want to yell. I wasn't to that level yet, but my eyes were begging for help. But everyone turned away. No one asked if there was a problem. Why? Were they being polite? Was that it, Zach? Were you just being polite? Oh. Sorry, y'all. Kind of like that. Not everything that was just said, but adding that little Zach punch in right there, okay? Stop it, I said, and I know you heard me, because with me looking over the backrest, my mouth was just inches away from your ear. Stop it. Don't worry, you said. And maybe you knew your time was short, because your hand immediately slid up from my thigh, all the way up. So I rammed both of my hands into your side, throwing you to the floor. Now, when someone falls out of a booth, it's kind of funny. It just is. So you'd think people around would have started laughing. Unless, of course, they knew it wasn't an accident. So they knew something was going on in that booth. They just didn't feel like helping. Thanks. Unable to gain the courage to go to Rosie's yet, Clay sees the Crestmont and finds sanctuary outside of it for a little bit. He says, "This was my chance. At this theater, to reach Hannah. It was my chance, and I let it slip away." After you left, you didn't storm out. Just called me a tease loud enough for everyone to hear, and walked out. Hannah puts the listeners into her shoes and tells them what she was thinking before Marcus showed up. Now, I want to really relish in this because I really like this part. I really like how depression is described here for teenagers and young girls. I really do like it. I really do like it. It felt so real. I felt like my teenage self would have been so hurt by this if I heard this and if this was in the show. But whatever, I'm again getting ahead of myself. For the longest time, from almost day one at this school, it seemed like I was the only person who cared about me. Put all of your heart into getting that first kiss, only to have it thrown back in your face. Have the only two people you truly trust turn against you. Have one of them use you to get back at the other, and then be accused of betrayal. Are you getting it now? Am I going too fast? Well, keep up. Let someone take away any sense of privacy or security you might still possess, then have someone use that insecurity to satisfy their own twisted curiosity. She pauses, then come to realize that you're making mountains out of molehills. Realize how petty you've become. Sure, it may feel like you can't get a grip in this town. It may seem that every time someone offers you a hand up, they just let go and you slip further down. But you must stop being so pessimistic, Hannah, and learn to trust those around you. So I do. One more time. By the way, this is where he arrives at the movie theater and say this was his last chance to get Hannah. That's what you're thinking about right now as she's talking about how she wanted whatever. I need to just give it up. He's never going to get called out, and he will never get called out for it in any fucking iteration of this unless I get my hands on it, unless I have an opinion. And then, well, certain thoughts begin creeping around. Will I ever get control of my life? Will I always be shoved back and pushed around by those I trust? I hate what you did, Hannah. Will my life ever go where I want it to? You didn't have to do it, and I hate the fact that you did. Wish they expanded on this part of grief. I wish they expanded on it so bad. I'm listening to someone give up, someone I knew, someone I liked. I'm listening, but I'm still too late. Flames. Explosion, bro. Finally, some good YA pen to fucking paper, bro. Especially after that whole monologue. My heart is pounding and I can't stand still. I walk across the marble floor to the office. He reminisces about the theater. If I wasn't selling tickets, I was weeding, or stowing out of the fishbowl into the lobby, watching Hannah. And some nights were worse than the others. Some nights I watched to make sure she buttered popcorn all the way through. Which seems silly now and obsessive, but that's what I did. He's becoming aware. Not really, though. Like the night Bryce Walker came. He arrived with his girlfriend of the moment and wanted me to charge her for the under 12 rate. She won't be watching the movie anyways, he said. You know what I mean, Clay? Then laughed. Ew! I didn't know her. She might have been a student from another school. One thing was clear. She didn't seem to think it was funny. She placed her purse on the counter. I'll pay for my own ticket then. Bryce moved her purse aside and paid the full amount. Just relax, he told her. It was a joke. About halfway through the movie, while I sold tickets for the next show, that girl came tearing out of the theater, holding her wrist. Maybe crying. And Bryce was nowhere to be seen. I wanted to think of something to say, I couldn't. All I wrote was, oh God, and that's all I'm feeling. Oh God. I kept watching the lobby, waiting for him to show, but he never did. He stayed behind to finish watching the movie he paid for. But when the movie was over, he leaned against the concession counter, talking Hannah's ear off as everyone else left. And he stayed there while the new people came in. Hannah filled drink orders, handed out candy, gave back change, and laughed at Bryce. Laughed at whatever he said. The entire time, I wanted to flip the clothes sign over. I wanted to march into the lobby and ask him to leave. The movie was over, and he didn't need to be here anymore. But that was Hannah's job. She should have asked him to leave. No, she should have wanted him to leave. After closing up, Clay asked Hannah a bit about Bryce and why she kept talking to him. Eventually, she said words that went through my mind the rest of that night. You don't need to watch out for me, Clay. There's your answer. Everything you would have done wouldn't have helped. Because she didn't want your help. But I did, Hannah, and I wanted to. I could have helped you, but when I tried, you pushed me away. I can almost hear Hannah's voice speaking my next thought for me. Then why didn't you try harder? Monty almost runs Alex and a couple of other kids over, and it makes Alex snap and scream at Monty to get out of his car and do something about it. And Monty beats the shit out of him. Do you remember when Clay was like, Alex, you got into a fight the other day, but why? That's what they're doing, I guess. The vice principal finds every reason not to give them proper punishment because of the lawsuit. Can't let anybody know about the bullying. So they are instead sent to the student honor board, with Marcus as the chairman, Courtney as the secretary, Sheri as someone on the board, and Clay as someone else on the board. Why? Even though Alex started the brawl, is begging for punishment, and is taking full responsibility, Monty gets a 3-day suspension while Alex is let off with a warning. Alex storms out, calling them hypocrites. When talking to Clay, Marcus basically admits to listening to the tapes. Clay officially doesn't trust him. Okay. Good job, Clay, for really noticing the signs. Like, what the fuck? Sheri and Clay are getting closer. Ooh. She asks if he could help her study after school since, he was a tutor. And there's this part where he chooses not to listen to the tapes to hang out with Sheri instead, which would have had some more weight if he was actually listening to the tapes. It's more like edging the audience and being like, oh, you want to hear Hannah? No, not yet. Oh, no, not yet. If you can't tell by the fact that we haven't seen Jeff in the present day and, of course, that winter dance nightmare with him, Jeff is the kid that died in the car accident. No time to feel bad because they do something again that I hate. Clay can't do anything on his own because he has more plot armor than every character in Riverdale combined. What I mean by that is Jeff is the one who does the character survey so girls thinks he's cool or something. He can't be a loser. Other people have to make him a good person by proxy instead. How does that work? Hannah turns in her survey to Sheri. Sheri is Jenny Kurtz. And I know you guys might have seen that coming. I genuinely didn't know that. I gasped when I watched the show. And oh my god, guys. They could do something here that is rich with nuance in the best possible way. If you don't want the book spoiled yet, skip here. We know that Jenny is after Clay on the tapes. We know that Jenny is Sheri. We know that Jeff is the student who died in the car crash. We know that Sheri/Jenny crashed into the stop sign that caused the crash that Clay saw. If you put that all together, Clay is going to get close with Sheri, who he doesn't know is why his friend died, and then he has to give her the tapes after. Bitch, that's so good. Bitch, that is so fucking good. Clay is going to have to go through a number of emotions after already going through all of this other shit in the grieving process. Oh my god. That's a genuinely good change and a genuinely good plot point. I don't know how else to say this except for the way that it's written, but we get a really good scene of the bakers breaking down. And I just really appreciate these little scenes because it's the thing, again, I expected to see from this show.
How did we not know? How did I not know? She was right here. And she was in pain. She was reaching out. And we just happened to be everything was okay.
Before studying at Clay's, he and Sheri go to Monet's to do some homework, where they are both bullied by Sky when Clay orders for them. Weird as fuck. Like, what was the reason? Clay thinks that Tony is stalking him at Monet's when he's actually on a date with his boyfriend, Brad. Brad happens to be there for a couple of numerous conversations between Clay and Tony where the tapes is like a big secret and it's secrecy, and it makes Brad worried and it makes Brad, like, question a lot of things. But it's like very loose, very sporadic throughout the series, but it gets resolved in a tight little bow, I believe. Anyways, Hannah waited for Clay to take one of the many opportunities she gave to ask her out before she said yes to Marcus. You really would have noticed everything, huh? But that's how they show it. They don't tell it to the audience, but that's how they show it. Yeah, that's how you do show don't tell, apparently. But what do I know? I don't work in the industry, so how would I know anything? It's not like I can be smarter than these people. They cut out all of the random rules of Rosie's, which, as everything else in the show, doesn't make sense to me. Because this seems like the type of show that would have included that and come up with that themselves if there wasn't any rules in Rosie's to begin with. Marcus shows up with his boys an hour late and plays his charm. Number one, he shows up an hour late. Number two, he shows up with his boys. What the fuck? Zach asks the other guys what Marcus thinks is going to happen after being that late. Oh my god, Gabe, what a gentleman. One of their unnamed friends says if she's still willing to go out, she's definitely DTF. I guess, guys, he's even more of a gentleman. He doesn't even know what DTF means. He's one of the good ones. After talking across from each other for a little bit, Marcus sits next to her and looks back at his boys as he holds her. Hannah pushes him off, yelling, and he gets up to say, "No sweat. I thought you were easy." Justin and Jessica talk, and Jessica tries to initiate sex, but Justin feels weird about it. He feels guilty. Boo fucking who, bitch? It's one thing that you do what you do, Justin, but it's another thing that you lie about it. Cry me a goddamn river. Like, he pushed Jessica off of him hard. Jessica steals Justin's mom's liquor on her way out. Clay and Sheri make out at his place, oh my god, but end up stopping because Clay cannot stop thinking about Hannah. Sheri says he probably thinks she's a good person when she's not. What the fuck does that mean?
I thought that maybe if he didn't listen to my tape, then he would still like me. He would see that I'm not that person.
Fuck everything. Fuck everything. Fuck every ounce of hope I had left for the show. There's none. There's none. I had this much, nothing else. I have no hope for the rest of this fucking show. They are going to I already know what they're going to do, but like I'm trying to put myself in the fucking mind frame of this. I just knew that they were not going to give Hannah the proper justice that she deserved, and knowing the 28.9%, fuck this show so much. I hate the show. I hate the show. Sheri tries to subtly hint at getting rid of the tape so he never has to hear what she did, which makes him question what her intentions were with him the whole time. She denies having any wrong intentions in the first place, or any like bad intentions at all. A while after she leaves, Mrs. Jensen tries talking to Clay, and he asks why she took Hannah's case. Through that conversation, he heavily implies that he might be a bully. Let us be clear. Clay committed a crime. Was I covering my face the whole time? He committed a crime. He took and sent CP. You can do that as a kid. You can serve time in juvie for as a child having and distributing CP of people who is literally your age. She says she'll drop the case if he asks, but he has to tell her why. He shuts the door on her, saying she can't help him. The episode ends with Zach returning to Rosie's to sit across from Hannah, her own parents reconciling over a fight earlier this episode, while Jessica drinks herself to sleep. A few doors down from Rosie's diner, I stop running. I lean my back against the pet store window, trying to catch my breath. I then lean forward, hands on my knees, hoping to slow everything down before she arrives. Impossible, because even though my legs stopped running, my mind keeps going. I let myself slide down against the cold glass, knees bent, trying so hard to hold back tears. But time's running out. She'll be here soon. Drawing in a full breath, I push myself up, walk over to Rosie's, and pull open the door. 15 minutes. That's how long Hannah said to wait. 15 minutes, and then I should order. The boy who was eating popcorn asks for a key to the bathroom. The man behind the counter points to the wall. 2 keys hang from brass hooks. One key has a blue plastic dog attached to it, the other a pink elephant. I love gender. He grabs the blue dog and heads down the hall. Did you order yet? I swivel around. Mom sits at the stool next to me and pulls out a menu. Beside her on the counter is Hannah's shoebox. Are you staying? I ask. If she stays, we can talk. I don't mind. It would be nice to free my thoughts for a while. To take a break. She looks at me in the eyes and smiles. Then she places a hand over her stomach and forces her smile to a frown. That's a bad idea, I think. You're not fat, Mom. She slides the box of tapes over to me. Where's your friend? Weren't you working with someone? Right. A school project. He had to, he's in the bathroom. Her eyes look past me, over my shoulder, just for a second. And I might be wrong, but I think she checked to see if both keys were hanging on the wall. But thank God they weren't. Did you bring enough money? She asks. For something to eat. The chocolate malts are to die for. You've eaten here? I'm a little surprised. I've never seen adults in Rosie's before. Mom laughs. She plays a hand on top of my head and uses her thumb to smooth out the wrinkles on my forehead. Don't look so amazed, Clay. This place has been around forever. She pulls out a $10 bill and lays it on top of the shoebox. Have what you want, but have a malt shake for me. Or malted, sorry. When she stands, the bathroom door squeaks open. I turn my head and watch the guy rehang a blue dog key. He apologizes to his girlfriend for taking so long and kisses her on the forehead before sitting down. Clay? Mom asks. Before turning back around, I shut my eyes for just a moment and breathe. Yes? She forces a smile. Don't be out long. But it's a hurt smile. 4 tapes remain. 7 stories. And still, where's my name? I look into her eyes. It might be a while. Then I look down at the menu. It's a school project. She says nothing. But from the corner of my eye, I can see her standing there. She lifts a hand. I close my eyes and feel her fingers touch the top of my head, then slide down to the back of my neck. Be careful, she says. I nod, and she leaves. I take the top off the shoebox and unroll the bubble wrap. The tapes haven't been touched. I fucking love this part. I fucking love this part so much. Guess what, guys? It's not in the show. Sorry, I keep doing that. But, I can't be like, oh, I love this part. And then, keep that excitement up. Because I don't get to see it. I just love moms in teen fiction, okay? But no, she's gotta be a fucking bitch-ass lawyer. Ugh. She's gonna be a fucking lawyer working on the case. Ugh. I don't even know if that was revealed yet. I might have to bleep that out. Ugh. Everyone's favorite class, everyone's favorite required class is peer communications. After feeling more and more like an outclass, peer communications was my safe haven at school. Whenever I walked into that room, I felt like throwing open my arms and shouting, "Ollie, Ollie, oxen free." For 1 period each day, you were not allowed to touch me or snicker behind my back, no matter what the latest rumor. Mrs. Bradley did not appreciate people who snickered. That was rule number 1. Day number 1. If anyone snickered at what anyone else said, they owed Mrs. Bradley a Snickers bar. And if it was an extremely rude snicker, you owed her a king size. Isn't it weird? Isn't that weird? We've seen Mrs. Bradley, haven't we? And everyone paid up without argument. That's the kind of respect people had for Mrs. Bradley. No one accused her of picking on them because she never did. If she said you snickered, you did, and you knew it. The next day, there would be a Snickers bar waiting on her desk. And if there wasn't, I don't know. There always was. Each day we had a brief reading assignment full of statistics and real-world examples. Then, we discussed. Bullies, drugs, self-image, relationships, everything was fair game in peer communications. Which, of course, made a lot of other teachers upset. Which meant that each year during budget meetings, peer communications was on the chopping block. And each year, Mrs. Bradley and the other teachers brought a bunch of students to the school board with examples of how we benefited from the class. Okay, I could go on like this forever defending Mrs. Bradley, but something happened in that class, didn't it? Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening to me talk about it. No one at school knows what I'm about to tell you, and it wasn't really the class itself that played a part. Even if I never took peer communications, the outcome may very well have been the same, or not. I guess that's the point of it all. No one for certain knows how much impact they have on the lives of other people. Oftentimes we have no clue, yet we push it just the same. Mom was right. The shake is amazing. A perfect blend of ice cream and chocolate malt. And I'm a jerk for sitting here, enjoying it. At the back of Mrs. Bradley's room stood a wire book rack, the kind you spin, the kind that holds paperback novels at the supermarket. Miss those, dude. I miss those so bad. But this rack never held any books. Instead, at the beginning of the year, each student received a paper lunch bag to decorate with crayons and stickers and stamps. Then, we opened our bags and hung them to the rack with a couple pieces of tape. Mrs. Bradley knew people had a difficult time saying nice things to each other, so she devised a way for us to anonymously say what we felt. Did you admire the way so-and-so talked about his family? Drop a note in his bag and tell him. Did you understand so-and-so's concern about not passing history? Drop her a note. Tell her you'll think about her as you study for the upcoming test. Did you like his performance in the school play? Do you like her new haircut? If you can, tell them to their face. But if you can't, drop them a note and they'll feel it just the same. And as far as I know, no one ever left a mean comment or a sarcastic note in anyone's bag. We had too much respect for Mrs. Bradley to do that. So, Zach Dempsey, what's your excuse? Great hook. I was automatically just sucked into this chapter, hence why I highlighted so much. With Clay and with this. Pause! What? What happened? Oh God. I look up to find Tony standing beside me, his finger on the pause button. Is this my Walkman? I don't say anything because I can't read his expression. It's not anger, even though I did steal his Walkman. Confusion? Maybe? But if it is, it's more than that. It's the same look he gave me when I helped him with his car. When he was watching me instead of shining the flashlight for his dad. Worry. Concern. Tony! Hey! It was in your car. I saw it when I was helping you earlier today. I think I asked if I could borrow it. I'm such an idiot. He rests a hand onto the top of the counter and sits on the stool next to me. I'm sorry, Clay, he says. He looks into my eyes. Can you tell I'm a horrible liar? I get so frustrated around my dad sometimes. I'm sure you asked and I just forgot. Just return it when you're done, he says. He stands and places a hand on my shoulder. Keep it as long as you need. No need to rush, he says. He grabs a menu from between the napkin holders, walks to an empty booth behind me, and sits down. From what I know, Zach's a good guy. Too shy for people to even want to gossip about. And like me, he always had a thing for Hannah Baker. But first, let's go back a few weeks. Let's go back to Rosie's. I just sat there in the booth where Marcus left me, staring into an empty milkshake glass. His side of the bench was probably still warm because he'd left only a minute ago, when walked up Zach, and down he sat. I pretended not to notice him, not because I had anything against him, but because my heart and my trust were in the process of collapsing, and that collapse created a vacuum in my chest. Like every nerve in my body was withering, pulling away from my fingers and toes, pulling back and disappearing. I sat and I thought, and the more I thought, connecting the events in my life, the more my heart collapsed. Zach was sweet. He went on letting me ignore him until it became almost comical. I knew he was there, of course. He was practically staring at me, and eventually, melodramatically, he cleared his throat. I lifted my hand onto the table and touched the base of my glass. That was the only sign he was going to get that I was listening. He asked if I was all right, and I forced myself to nod, but my eyes kept staring at the glass, through the glass, at the spoon. And I kept thinking over and over, is this what it feels like to go insane? I'm sorry, he said, for whatever happened just now. I felt my head continue to nod as if it was attached to heavy springs, but I couldn't bring myself to tell him that I appreciated his words. He offered to buy me another milkshake, but I gave no response. Was I unable to talk, or did I just not want to talk? I don't know. Part of me thought he was hitting on me, ready to use the fact that I was now alone to ask me out. And it's not that I completely believed that, but why should I trust him? The waitress dropped off my bill and took the empty glass away. Soon, getting nothing out of me, Zach left a few bucks on the table and returned to his friends. My eyes began tearing up, and I could not break my stare from the small wet circle where the glass had been. If I even tried to utter a single word, I would have lost it. Or had I already lost it? I can tell you this, at that table, the worst thoughts in the world first came to my head. It's there that I first started to consider, to consider a word that I still cannot say. I know you tried coming to my rescue, Zach, but we all know that's not why you're on this tape. So I've got one question before we continue. When you try rescuing someone and discover that they can't be reached, why would you ever throw that back in their face? For the past several days or weeks, or however long it took for you to get these tapes, Zach, you probably thought no one would find out. You probably got sick to your stomach when you heard what I did. But the more time that went by, the better you felt. Because the more time that went by, the more likely your secret died with me. No one knew. No one would ever find out. Let me ask you, Zach, did you think I'd turn you down at Rosie's? I mean, you never got around to asking me out, so I couldn't officially turn you down, right? So what was it? Embarrassment? Let me guess, you told your friends to watch while you put the moves on me, and then I hardly responded. Or was it a dare? Did they dare you to ask me out? People did that. Recently someone dared me to ask Hannah out. He worked with both of us at the Questmont. He knew I liked her and that I never found the nerve to ask her out. He also knew that for the past few months, Hannah hardly spoke to anyone, making it a double challenge. But you didn't notice that. We'll continue. When I broke out of my daze and before I left, I listened in on you and your friends. They were teasing you for not getting that date you assured them was in the bag. I will give you credit where it's due, Zach. You could have gone back to your friends and said, Hannah's a freak, look at her, she's staring into Neverland. Instead, you took the teasing. But you must have a slow boil, getting more and more angry, taking it more and more personally the longer you thought about my non-responsiveness. And you chose to get back at me in the most childish of ways. You stole my paper bag notes of encouragement. When I tell you my heart genuinely shattered, when I tell you I felt it break like comically, when I tell you I felt a pain in my chest, and all that exposition on how she was feeling at that time. Oh, it's so needed for that, for it to feel, again, like with the slap where it feels like it slapped you, it feels like you got your paper bags taken away from you, bitch. Like, what? That shit from Marcus's chapter would have made it, again, would have added that, would have made that happen. But whatever. Whatever. Come to think of it, I cut my hair the very day Marcus Cooley and I met at Rosie's. Wow, that's weird. All those warning signs they tell us to watch out for, they're true. I went straight from Rosie's to get my hair cut. I needed a change, just like they said, so I changed my appearance. The only thing I still had control over. Amazing. So, after my haircut, I waited a week. Then 2 weeks. Then 3 weeks. Nothing. No notes in her encouragement bags telling her that they liked her haircut. No one. So, Hannah writes herself a note and puts it in her bag to see if someone really was taking them. And the next day, nothing in my bag. The note was gone. Maybe it didn't seem like a big deal to you, Zach, but now I hope you understand. My world was collapsing. I needed those notes. I'm getting emotional. I needed any hope those notes might have offered. And you took that hope away. You decided I didn't deserve to have it. So, Zach, how many notes did you take? How many notes were there that I never got to read? And did you read them? I hope so. At least someone should know what people really think of me. Fuck, dude. Fuck. If I read this after watching the show, I would have cried. 100%. I would have sobbed my eyes out over that because nobody actually cared what people thought of Hannah, not even the creators of the show, whatever. I glance over my shoulder. Tony's still there, chewing a french fry and pumping ketchup on a hamburger. This isn't fair. If Zach had any idea what Hannah was going through, I'm sure he wouldn't have stolen her notes. And that's when I caught you. With a single finger, you touched the lip of my bag and tilted it down just enough to peek inside. Nothing. So you headed towards the door without checking your own bag, which I found very interesting. She left one more note describing everything that she was feeling at that time and put it in her bag. In a hurry, you rounded the corner, and there we were, face to face. My eyes stung as I stared at you. Then I broke that stare and lowered my head, and you took off down the hall. She didn't want him to explain. There was no explanation. She saw it with her own eyes. When you were halfway down the hall, still walking fast, I saw you look down as if reading something. My note? Yes. You turned just for a moment to see if I was watching, and for that moment, I was scared. Would you confront me and tell me you were sorry? Yell at me? The answer? None of the above. You just turned and kept walking, getting closer and closer to the doors leading outside, closer to your escape. And as I stood there in the hallway, alone, trying to understand what had just happened and why, I realized the truth. I wasn't worth an explanation, not even in a reaction. Not in your eyes, Zach. She pauses. For the rest of you listening, the note was addressed to Zach by name. Maybe he sees it now as a prologue to these tapes, because in there, I admitted that I was at a point in my life where I really could have used any encouragement anyone might have left me. Encouragement that he stole. I bite on my thumb, calming the urge to look over my shoulder at Tony. Does he wonder what I'm listening to? Does he care? But I couldn't take it anymore. You see, Zach's not the only one with a slow boil. I shouted after him, "Why?" In the hallway, there were still a few people changing classes. All of them jumped, but only one of them stopped. And he stood there, facing me, cramming my note in his back pocket. I screamed that word over and over again. Tears finally spilling over and ran down my face. Why? Why, Zach? I heard about that. Hannah flipping out for no apparent reason, embarrassing herself in front of so many people. But they were wrong. There was a reason. So now let's get personal. In the spirit of opening up, of full disclosure, let me offer you this. My parents love me. I know they do. But things have not been easy recently. Not for about a year. When I cut my hair, my mom didn't even notice. And as far as I knew, thank you, Zach, no one at school noticed either. I noticed. Shut up. So I did just that. I wrote a note to Mrs. Bradley that read, "It's something I've been thinking about. Not too seriously, but I have been thinking about it." That's the note, word for word. And I know it's word for word because I wrote it dozens of times before delivering it. I'd write it, throw it away, write it, crumble it up, throw it away. Why was I writing this note? It was a lie. I hadn't been thinking about it. Not really, not in detail. The thought would come into my head and I'd push it away. But I push it away a lot. Or deep down, maybe there was more. Maybe I wanted someone to figure out who wrote the note and secretly come to my rescue. Maybe. I don't know. But I was careful to never give myself away. Except I did give myself away to you, Zach. You knew I wrote that note in Mrs. Bradley's bag. You had to. She took it out of her bag and read it the day after I caught you. The day after I had that meltdown in the hall. Normal? A few days before she took the pills, Hannah was herself again. She said hello to everyone in the halls. She looked us in the eyes. It seemed so drastic because it had been months since she had acted like that. Like the real Hannah. It seemed so drastic because it was. See, they keep that in the show. They keep that in the show. But again, I stand by what I said. If you're going to show Hannah stereotypically, then not show us the fucking monologues of her depression in here. Might as well make her stereotypically depressed. Whatever. The class discussed it. If they're lonely, we could invite them to sit with us at lunch. If it's grades, we can tutor them. If it's their home life, maybe we can, I don't know, give them counseling or something. But everything they said, everything, exclamation point, came tinged with annoyance. Then one of the girls, her name doesn't matter here, said what everyone else was thinking. It's like whoever wrote this note just wants attention. If they were serious, they would have told us who they were. God, there was no way for Hannah to open up in that class. I couldn't believe it. In the past, Mrs. Bradley had notes dropped in her bag suggesting group discussions on abortion, family violence, cheating, on boyfriends, girlfriends, on tests. No one insisted on knowing who wrote those topics, but for some reason, they refused to have a discussion on without specifics. This is a conversation I was talking about with my mom today that I kind of want to talk a little bit about here. People can joke about as much as they want. You can joke about it. But the moment you talk seriously about it, it's a problem. It's too taboo. You just can't, you can joke about it, but you can't talk about it, is what I'm trying to say. And that's exactly why I'm talking about it in the way that I am here, which is normal. Because it's unfortunately so normal. And it's like the tabooness is like, oh, nobody wants to talk about it, so I shouldn't talk about it because it'll just be a burden on other people and they'll treat me as a baby. But everyone jokes about it, so it's not serious, so they wouldn't care about me if I were to do it. That's the hypocrisy of it. And I know nobody wants to talk about it because it's such a nuanced topic, so I'll be the one, I guess, to start the conversation. I don't know if people even watch this. If people even watch this and want to have a conversation about it. Because it is such a nuanced thing. Because I was always coming from the place of like, well, I've been through it. So it's like I joke about it in like, you know, specific ways that you would joke about, dark humor. But then it comes to a point where if it's something that you can joke about but can't talk about seriously, is it really dark humor? Or are you just joking about a taboo topic? Because it's the same with another topic that we talk about in this video. People online, you can't talk about it. You can't talk about men that do it, especially male celebrities that do it. Women can do it too, but you can't talk about the male celebrities that do it or the male like athletes that do it, commentators, because it's too taboo to talk about, but you can joke about it as much as you fucking want. A convoluted topic, very heavy topic. We're going to stop the conversation now because I will go on a rant for a while. In first period, Mr. Potter's class, I watched her a lot. If the topic of came up, maybe our eyes would have met and I would have seen it. No, you would have not. Truthfully, I don't know what they could have said to sway me either way. Because maybe I was being selfish. Maybe I was just looking for attention. Maybe I just wanted to hear people discuss me and my problems. Based on what she told me at the party, she would have wanted me to see it. She would have looked directly at me, praying for me to see it. Or maybe I wanted someone to point a finger at me and say, Hannah, are you thinking about yourself? Please don't do that, Hannah, please. But deep down, the truth was that the only person saying that was me. Deep down, those were my words. At the end of class, Mrs. Bradley passed out a flyer called The Warning Signs of a Individual. Guess what was right up there in the top 5? A sudden change in appearance. I tugged on the ends of my newly cropped hair. Huh. Who knew I was so predictable? Now you understand why I was upset by the lack of Mrs. Bradley's Snickers rule. I understand that the writers wanted to create a school that doesn't actually care about its students, but if you kept Mrs. Bradley's Snickers rule, A, it would have given Mr. Bolin evidence to fight the lawsuit, which would have given the writers more drama since that's all they care about, and B, would have shown kids that there is likely one good apple in a bag full of rotten ones, which could have done some possible good that they were trying to do with the show in the first place. And if they're evil, use it to deflect all of the evil things that they've done so far by being like, guys, we actually had a good teacher, so we actually didn't do anything wrong. Us as the writers and creators, we didn't do anything wrong because like there was actually a good teacher. Could have absolved you a little bit, but whatever. Also, this is coming from someone who was severely bullied by their 3rd grade teacher and lost all hope for teachers and school and education until my senior fucking year. There are some good apples in the bunch, and no matter how hard they try, that one bad apple does fuck you up hard sometimes. Anyways, this is my favorite episode of the season, and I love it so much, and I really appreciate what they did, and they did exactly what I hoped that they would have done with all the other episodes in the tapes, which is expanding on Hannah's story that she gave us. Yeah. Taking the characters within that story, not adding any other things, any other drama for the tape. No, keeping that and expanding upon it. You'll see what I mean here. I also love this episode because Ross Butler, who plays Zach, is fucking insane here. Side note aside, Hannah tells us how important human connection is and how she needed it, as well as how lonely she felt. Thank you very much. Thank you. Even though it was a little bit, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Mr. and Mrs. Jensen talk about Clay, and all I can say is, divorce, babe. Clay fucking yells at a girl for trying to open up Hannah's locker when it's her new locker. He then hallucinates said girl, telling him it was really fucked up what he did to Hannah, when she really thanked him for his help with the locker. Give me a break, dude. I understand it's like the grieving process and the depression hitting him and all that stuff, but it's like, we're getting more of those than we are Hannah talking at some points. Like, they take out all of Clay's inner dialogue as well and replace it with the hallucinations and everybody else's drama and all of that stuff, while just about, 10 minutes of Hannah's audio tape, maybe 15 if we're lucky. And it's just filler to me. These hallucinations, to me, are filler. They don't provide anything. This one provides something, but it's what I'm trying to say is they can do better, and I will only be telling you guys when they do. In Mrs. Bradley's class, listen to this. There is a fuck-ass kid with a fedora in 2017 named Pratters, and he's the bully. I don't bring back bullying. Bullying is horrible. Again, was bullied. Bullying is the worst. But brother, why are you the bully? He's also the uncle from Girl Meets World. You know, checks notes, the weirdly pedophilic 17-year-old who 12-year-old Sabrina Carpenter was in love with, who the writers low-key made get together when she, quote, matured freshman year of high school. Yeah, that guy. When a girl is talking about how everyone calls her fat, Pratters tells her to not be fat and go on a diet if she's being fat shamed. Bro, I know you're not talking when you literally look like that, bro. Zach makes fun of him, yes, but he barely sticks up for the girl at all. He just calls him out for being stupid. He makes little glances at Hannah, which, to the trained eye, means he has a crush. While they check their encouragement bags, Zach talks to Hannah about how silly it is that they care if they get one each day. Hannah gets a secret admirer bunny drawing from Clay. Ooh. When Zach doesn't get one, he says, it's kind of soul-crushing, you know? Already like where they're taking this. Really do. Again, expanding. We get Zach and Hannah's talk at Rosie's. Their acting is so good here. If you want to watch an episode of 13 Reasons Why to get a taste of the cringe, but also the good that the show has to offer in the slightest bit, watch this episode. I actually really like this episode. I just wish the Mumford & Sons ass song wasn't playing in the background here. It kind of pulls me out. And even though I was just talking good about this scene, imagine this scene with good editing to emphasize the tension that Hannah is feeling in the moment, and also the uncomfortableness of what Zach is doing in this moment. And again, the tension. Bro, cinema. Actually, cinema. Zach can't read the room all that well. He apologizes for Marcus, saying he's a dick. Catherine's acting is so good here. I need to give everybody their praises. And then he fails to balance a spoon on his nose, a trick he tried to learn from Bryce. Just absolutely embarrassing. When a waiter comes around, Zach asks if she wants to continue her dollar Valentine date with him. She says no. Before Zach leaves, he lightly brushes her arm, which makes her flinch, telling her to take it easy, and she'll feel better tomorrow. Ross Butler did an amazing job at showing that even though he is doing all of that the way that he genuinely cares about her and wants her to be okay. Would I fuck with him in real life? Absolutely not. Do I understand him in the context of this show? Yes. It's different seeing it from a third-person perspective, okay? Put yourself in someone else's shoes. We get a voiceover of Hannah saying Zach couldn't have known how lonely she felt that day, but we don't know either. There were like 2 pages dedicated to the exact loneliness she felt, but no, we needed time for Clay's hallucinations instead. See, I forgot I even wrote that. I just know. Ugh, dude. The next day, Zach can't help but talk to Hannah at lunch about how he wished her name was on his Valentine's list. Hannah assumed it's because he thinks that she's easy. He stumbles over his words before landing on, I know you think every guy likes you because you've got this great ass, but I like you for so much more than that. Oh, that's not. And what sucks is, you know what he means by that. He's just that kind of guy. He's that kind of guy, so he's not aware that what he said or did is wrong. I'm not defending him at all, by the way, but in my opinion, this is way better than what Clay said to her. Clay, I know you're upset, but getting voted best ass is at least a compliment. Zach, I know everyone sees you as an object because of your ass, but I like you for what's beyond your ass. Both are bad, but one, in my opinion, is significantly worse. Hannah says he doesn't know how much of an idiot he is, and to leave in front of everyone, loud as hell. Zach shows us he's still that kind of guy when he says, this shit that happens to you, I think some of it you bring on yourself. He says he was trying to be nice to her from the start, but she didn't give a fuck, so he says, fuck you. When Zach walks back to his boys like he's Charlie Brown, they all make fun of him for trying to get with her when she's so easy, yet so hard to crack. Zach keeps shutting them down until he just walks away from them in silence, now like he's George Michael Bluth. It's here Hannah realizes that he was being honest even though he said it like a chode. This is how the rest of the show should have been. Expanding on the tapes. What I assumed when I read it was that he did like Hannah, but he thought that he could sympathize his way into her pants. But these extra scenes show us, no, he actually really did genuinely like her. And does this absolve Zach of any wrongdoing? Absolutely not. No. He is still friends with someone he knows is a no, and he constantly defends him. Yeah, and also defends his best friend, who is the one who let his girlfriend get raped by the yeah. And he's also continuing to lie to his other friend, who he doesn't actually like, Jessica, about the fact that she was yeah. We see how he liked her, we see how he cared, we see how he's an asshole, and we see who he is. That's why this is my favorite episode, because we actually see this character. And just wait, we're not done. Clay goes to a basketball game in present day, and the best scene with Marcus happens.
Hey, how's it going? Everything's great, Marcus. What the fuck are you doing here, dude?
Clay being there is fucking up the entire ecosystem. Especially when Clay walks onto the court and punches Zach in the face. Let's go! Hey, tough guy Clay! Hey, tough guy Clay! It was a hallucination. Yeah, fun. I hate this fucking show. Tyler sits next to Clay on the bleachers, and we're seeing how Tyler is caring less about how others see him. He says he wants to see what Clay does next. Jessica shows up way too late, drunk as fuck, and is benched for the rest of the season as a cheerleader. I think the rest of the season. Bryce offers her a seat and some alcohol. Justin is pissed because she is, again, clearly drunk. Oh, is guilt setting in? The day after you insulted me in the cafeteria, my compliment bag was empty. Not even a cute bunny. After a few days, she caught Zach watching her look at her empty compliment bag. See? Those added scenes. He wanted this to hurt her like she hurt him. This can't be excused as, oh, he didn't, or she's mad because she didn't let him get in her pants. No, he is genuinely heartbroken, but he's that kind of guy, and he's a fucking asshole. So he's trying to hurt her the only way that he knows how. He loves compliments. He loves all of these compliments that he gets all the time. He got in their fucking thing at Rosie's, he got her milkshake free because he's a star basketball player. But he doesn't want to be a star basketball player. There's so many layers to this, and I love it. And then the note. Stop everything! In 2018, Ross Butler was accused of plotting to kill Courtney Love's daughter's ex-husband and steal one of Kurt Cobain's guitars he had. His acting was really great in this scene. He looks guilty in the moment, and the fact that he can't bear to look at her has genuine weight to it. Just a great scene. This is where we get some buffoonery. Trigger warning for self-harm. After Hannah yells, "Why me?" at Zach in the hall, we get a horrible hallucination from Clay where she's lying out in the middle of the court as fluids pour out of her forearms, staining the court in her white dress. What the fuck, guys? Clay stops the whole game over this and runs outside in embarrassment to key Zach's car, writing, "Why me?" There are no security cameras? What is this? Teen Wolf? This is what they do. Now does it seem like they're glamorizing? Now that you know that we don't have like a full scene at the end, now you know they had to take it out and like rework it. Now doesn't it seem like they're just glamorizing it and self-harm? Thank God I didn't watch this when I was. Like, oh my God. Sky pulls up because she's a cool girl who makes sculptures. Remember when I freaked out low-key with the Monet's thing with the barista because she's in woodshop? She had woodshop class, and it's because they combined Sky and the barista character who's in woodshop. Can't have too many women. I'm kidding. But get this. Are y'all ready for this shit? Sculpture studio. It's the only time I can get the welding shop away from the shop boys. You can write women normally, by the way. Hey, you can write women like a normal person. Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is, knowing Kat's archetype and the stereotype that she is supposed to be, she would be out here with the boys in shop class. She would be out here saying, "Fuck off, I'm using it, I don't give a shit." But no, she's gotta be not like other girls. She's not like Hannah. She's not like Jessica. She's not like Courtney. She's not like other girls. It's purposeful. It's 2017. You guys gotta remember that here. I know some people are gonna be like, wow, jumping to conclusions. It's 2017. 2016, actually, when they wrote it. Think about that, guys.
This isn't just about 13 Reasons Why. This is about literally every fucking drama. I see clips of fucking... There's so many. I can't say them because I feel like people will get mad at me. Clay admits to Sky that he hates Liberty High, and she's like, "Oh my God, where have you been for 3 years? Oh, right, pining after a pretty dead girl." What the fuck? Not my Sky. I know I keep reading directly what I wrote from my notes, but I'm going to read directly what I wrote from my notes. Why do people assume that depressed alternative girls who do nothing but feel feelings and think about the feelings that they feel from those feelings wouldn't be empathetic to people experiencing the same? I'd give examples, but it unfortunately would just be trauma dumping. I get the projection aspect from Sky, which we do see more of later, but they barely do anything to argue the sentiment that Sky constantly preaches this season up until the very end. But she's mad because Clay stopped being friends with her when she got tattoos and started wearing leather. Sky is the one who tells him to add the question mark to "why me?" After everything with Zach, Hannah made plans with Jessica to meet at Monet's and talk, but Jessica never showed up. "I gave you a ride home. That doesn't make us friends again." Before I tell you Hannah's note for Mrs. Bradley's class, I would like to remind you of the present lawsuit for the faculty bullying drama, and reread the one from the book because you've probably forgotten them all from my yapping. The book said, "It's something I've been thinking about. Not too seriously, but I've been thinking about it." The show? What if the only way to not feel bad is to stop feeling anything at all forever? They're really
Relying
on that scene to do the heavy lifting for them at the end, huh? Courtney is the one to say they wrote it for attention. That one fedora guy is being awful again, but in a backwards cap.
Whoever wrote it was in pain.
So what? They're in pain, I'm in pain. High school's painful, get over it.
Okay, enough. I think it was very brave of this person.
I just don't understand why they rewrite the little things like that. That other thing was perfect, but I guess Brian Yorkie just wanted to create something that he could call his own and his masterpiece, and something that he made to help teenagers. That's my theory. But that's just a a film theory. Zach's mom forced him to go around finding who was responsible for his car, but Clay just confessed to it when he was asked. Before everyone goes inside to talk, Zach and Clay both ask if they could talk alone outside. Zach admits that his mom forced him, but he thinks he deserved the carving. He says he doesn't know if Hannah lied or just misremembered him throwing away the note, because he kept it this whole time, and it affected him.
Sorry, Clay. Always be sorry. Do you want to read it? I don't think I could. I don't think I ever could.
My God! I actually teared up, bro. I actually teared up. What the fuck? More grief instead of drama, please. More grief instead of drama, please. The Jensens ground Clay, but it affects nothing. Now that Jessica is hanging out with Bryce and ignoring Justin's calls, Justin is mad to a hypocritical degree. Watching this a second time, this transition with Justin was way too sudden. You should have done this 4 episodes ago. Make him start leaning away the more that Clay listens to it and they realize they're not going to be able to get through to Clay. He should have started pulling away from Bryce and not wanting to hang out with him anymore and like being like, no, I don't really like, I don't know, I just don't really want to hang out with him right now. Like that type of shit. So when Jessica starts hanging out, it's actually like, oh, because now it's just like, oh, can only Justin hang out? Because keep in mind, the people watching don't know what happened to Jessica yet. So this just feels like he's jealous. And it's like, only I can hang out with Bryce. My girlfriend can't hang out with other guys. And that's fucking ridiculous. Again, building up for the of a teenage girl. Whatever. They try to justify it. Poorly. But it made me look up if they wrote Justin as bipolar in the series out of curiosity, you know, for the drama. And I'm laughing because I found out that he got AIDS from prostitution when he was homeless. Doesn't happen in the book. We need to start blaming Selena Gomez. We need to start blaming all these actors for doing this shit too, guys. People, yes, they need to be held responsible. Oh, but it was in their contract. Oh, but they had... Don't give a fuck. You're a human. You cannot let something bankrupt your morals. I'm just saying, y'all talk so much about Riverdale. So much.
I'm on the toilet. It is not funny that what happens to Justin. It is funny that this is the lengths that the Brian Yorkie and all the other fucking writers go through because they can't come up with something that has actual fucking substance. And guess what? I know for a fact they didn't properly talk about it. I know for a fact they didn't properly talk about AIDS. I know they didn't properly didn't talk about prostitution. I know they didn't properly talk about homelessness. You want to know why? Because I didn't hear about it. It wasn't revolutionary. In fact, I only heard the bad things, and that wasn't even one of the bad things. That means that it was mid. That means that it's the mid tier of the things that happen on this fucking show. That's where I'm coming from, bitch.
Since Jessica is spending time with Bryce, he's feeling guilty and acting like a dickwad, whatever the fuck. Clay gives Tony the tapes, telling him to release them so he doesn't have to bear all the weight. Exactly what Hannah would have wanted. Clay has a Spider-Man 3 moment at school the next day, but Tony hasn't done anything. He's walking down the hallway. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up?
What the fuck is going on?
Clay hallucinates tape 1 playing from the speakers. Stop this madness! What do you want from me? He then has a Void Styles type hallucination, or even Scott in season 1, when they take a related questionnaire, which makes him tell Mrs. Bradley how that note was from Hannah. Before he can answer all of her many questions, Clay is pulled out of class to show the foreign exchange students around the school, which he's rightfully very petty about. And we get my favorite scene with Clay in the show. You see all these don't yourself posters upon the wall? They weren't up before. They put them up because she herself. And why did she do it? Because the kids here treated her like shit, but no one wants to admit it, so they paint over the bathrooms and put up the memorial because that's the kind of school that this is. Everyone is just so nice until they drive you to yourself, and sooner or later, the truth will come out. It's not a hallucination. Yes, 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 yes. If y'all see my Minecraft boxers, leave me alone. These are, it's supposed to be like a dress, but I don't want to wear it as a dress. Also, look at what my bookmark is. Oh, new jeans never die. New jeans never die. It was the closest thing to me. My posture's gonna be fucked. I should have brought my brother's chair. I'm using a stool. But it's okay. Would you want the ability to hear other people's thoughts? Of course you would. Everyone answers yes to that question until they think it all the way through. Sometimes we have thoughts that even we don't understand. Thoughts that aren't even true, that aren't really how we feel, but they're running through our heads anyway because they're interesting to think about. If you could hear other people's thoughts, you'd overhear things that are true as well as things that are completely random, and you wouldn't know one from the other. It'd drive you insane. What's true, what's not, a million ideas, but what do they mean? I have no idea what Tony's thinking, and he has no idea about me. He has no idea that the voice in my head, the voice coming through his Walkman, belongs to Hannah Baker. That's what I love about poetry. The more abstract, the better. The stuff where you're not sure what the poet's talking about. You may have an idea, but you can't be sure. Not 100%. Each word specifically chosen could have a million different meanings. Is it a stand-in, a symbol for another idea? Does it fit into a larger, more hidden metaphor? I hated poetry until someone showed me how to appreciate it. The same person who taught me to appreciate the poetry also taught me the value in writing it. And honestly, there is no better way to explore your emotions than with poetry. Or audio tapes. The results can be amazing and scary, but it's always cheaper than a therapist. I did that for a while. Poetry, not a therapist. Maybe a therapist would have helped, Hannah. I bought a spiral notebook to keep all of my poems in one place. A couple days a week after school, I'd go to Monet's and write a poem or two. If my love were an ocean, there would be no land. If my love were a desert, you would see only sand. If my love were a star, late at night, only light. And if my love could grow wings, I'd be soaring in flight. Go ahead, laugh, but you know you'd buy it if you saw it on a greeting card. There's a sudden ache deep inside my chest. Over my shoulder, I see Tony walking out the front door, which seems weird. Why didn't he stop to say goodbye? Through the front window, I watch Tony get in his car. He flips onto headlights. The Mustang shudders as Tony revs the engine. Then slowly, he backs his car up. While Clay is watching Tony leave, Hannah describes her final words on the tape as one tight, well-connected, emotional ball of words. In other words, a poem. Which is just Asher blatantly romanticizing whether he intended to or not. You sometimes have to take responsibility for that shit, dude. Watching Tony's car through the window is like watching a movie, the Mustang backing slowly off screen, but the headlights don't gradually fade away. Which they should if he kept backing up a ton away. Instead, they just stop, as if he turned it off. Is he out there, sitting in his car? Waiting? Why? God, what I wouldn't give to have lived that summer. When we were alone, it was so easy to talk to Hannah. It was so easy to laugh with her. But whenever people came around, I got shy. I backed off. I didn't know how to act anymore. Maybe the rumor subconsciously rubbed off on him. Or is he the crazy kind of insecure that makes him only able to talk to girls, specifically Hannah, alone? Clay reminisces even more on that summer with Hannah. And sometimes on slow nights, she would sit in my chair and tell me to close the door. Whenever she said that, I struggled to keep my imagination in check. I underlined that and wrote, I have to be right. Because even though the windows kept us exposed on three sides, like attractions in a carnival show, and even though she only said it because we weren't supposed to leave the door open, anything could happen within that cramped space, or so I wished. Those moments, however brief and rare, made me feel so special. Hannah Baker chose to spend her free moments with me, and because we were at work, no one would think anything of it. No one would read into it. But why? Why, whenever anyone saw us, did I pretend it meant nothing? We were working. That's just what I wanted them to believe. Not hanging out, just working. Why? Because Hannah had a reputation that scared me. I fucking knew it. That truth came to light a few weeks ago at a party with Hannah directly in front of me. An amazing moment when everything seemed to be falling in place. Looking down in her eyes, I couldn't help telling her I was sorry. Sorry for waiting so long to let her know how I felt. For a brief moment, I was able to admit it to her, to myself, but I could never admit it again. Until now. But now, it's too late. And that's why at this moment, I feel so much hate towards myself. I deserve to be on this list, because if I hadn't been so afraid of everyone else, I might have told Hannah that someone killed, and Hannah might still be alive. But I loved poetry. I missed it, and one day, after several weeks, I decided to go back to it. I decided to use poetry to make myself happy. Happy poems. Bright and happy, sunshiny poems. Happy, happy, happy. Like the two women pictured on the flyer at Monet's. They taught a free course called Poetry to Love Life. They promised to teach not only how to love poetry, but through poetry, how to better love ourselves. Sign me up. She's choosing to go to this place for the sole purpose of how everyone looks so happy on the photos. Those two women, they look so happy. And she's, again, happy, happy, happy. Happy, happy, happy. D7 on your map. The community room at the public library. It's too dark to go down now. Oh, so you can go to the places that represent her trauma, but not to the place that she could, /tried, /wanted to be happy at? I promise I'm not trying to hate him. That's just what I interpreted. That's what I wrote down the first time I read this.
I understand. that it was dark and nighttime, still could have sat outside the building. He didn't go into Tyler's house. He didn't go into Courtney's house. He just sat on the street. He waited outside Rosie's. He didn't even go to Rosie's until he was obligated to be there because of his promise to his mom. I don't care.
The poetry class began at the same time the last bell rang at school, so I'd have to race over there and try to make it without being too late. But even when I was late, everyone seemed happy to have me there, to provide the feminine teen perspective, they called it. Imagine 10 or 12 orange chairs arranged in a circle, with the happy women from the flyer sitting at opposite ends. Only problem was, from day one, they weren't happy. Someone, whoever made that flyer, must have digitally turned their frowns upside down. They wrote about death, about the evilness of men, about the destruction of, and I quote, the greenish-bluish orb with wisps of white. Seriously, that's how they described it. They went on to call the Earth a knocked-up gaseous alien needing an abortion. Another reason I hated poetry. Who says orb instead of ball or sphere? Expose yourself, they say. Let us see your deepest and your darkest. My deepest and my darkest? What are you, my gynecologist? Hannah. Bro, shut up! Are you trying to piss me off? Don't tell me about your vagina, Hannah. Fuck off! Did she not joke? Like, I know she's like said fucked up things, but that was funny. Sorry, I'm like really itchy right now. Look at that. Oh. In the end, I only made it through 3 of those poetry groups, but something did come of it. Something good? No. I wonder. See, someone else was in that group. Another high schooler with a perspective adored by the older poets. Who was it? The editor of our school's very own Lost and Found Gazette, Ryan Shaver. The truth shall set you free. The motto of the Lost and Found. You've known this for a while, Ryan. I'm sure of it. At the first mention of poetry, you knew this one was about you. You had to. Though I'm sure you must have thought, this can't be the reason why I'm on the tapes. It wasn't a big deal. The poem from school. God, it was hers. I wrote, oh God. Remember this one tight, well-connected emotional ball I'm constructing here. I close my eyes tight, covering my eyes with my hand. I crush my teeth together, jaw muscles burning to keep from screaming. Or crying. I don't want her to read it. I don't want to hear that poem in her voice. Oh, fuck. I wrote when Clay's thoughts are decently written, you know shit's about to go down. Oh my God. I had this entire, I have all but one sentence highlighted. Would you like to hear the last poem I wrote before quitting poetry? Before quitting poetry for good? No? Fine. But you've already read it. It's very popular at our school. I allow my eyelids to shut, my jaw to relax. The poem. We discussed it in English. We read it out loud many times. And Hannah was there for it all. Some of you may recall it now. Not word for word, but you know what I'm talking about. The Lost and Found Gazette. Ryan's semi-annual collection of items found lying around campus, like a love letter tossed under a desk, never discovered by its intended love. If Ryan found it, he'd scratch out the giveaway names and scan it for use in an upcoming gazette. Photographs that fell out of binders, he scanned them too. History notes covered in doodles by an extremely bored student, he scanned them. Some people may wonder how Ryan found so many interesting items to scan. Did he really find them at all? Or did he steal them? I asked that very question after one of our poetry meetings, and he swore that everything he printed was found purely by chance. Sometimes, he admitted, people did slip items they found into his locker. Those, he said, he couldn't vouch for 100%. That's why he'd scratch out the names and phone numbers. And photographs, as a rule, couldn't be too embarrassing. He'd gather 5 or 6 pages of good, quirky material and print up 50 copies. Then, he'd staple them together and drop them off at random places throughout the school. Restrooms, locker rooms, on the track. Never in the same spot, he told me. He thought it was fitting for people to stumble across his magazines of stumbled across items. But guess what? My poem? He stole it. I actually threw my book. I'm being dead serious. I wrote /Jen/serious/FR. Each week after our poetry group, Ryan and I would sit on the library steps and talk. That first week, we simply laughed about the poems the other people had written and read. We laughed about how depressing they all were. Wasn't this supposed to make us happy? He said. Apparently, he signed up for the same reason as me. I woke up. The man behind the counter tugs on the strings of a heavy trash bag. It's closing time. Can I get a glass of water? I asked. After the second week of class, we sat on those library oh my lord steps and read some of our poems to each other. Poems we'd written at different points in our lives. He looks in my eyes, at the skin rubbed raw by the napkin. But only happy poems. Poems about loving life. Poems we would never read to that depressing, loving group of miserable poets inside. And as poets never do, we explained ourselves, line for line. The third week, we took the biggest chance of all and handed each other our entire notebooks of poetry. Of course, I had no idea what his poems meant. Not exactly. but I felt the emotions precisely. They were absolutely beautiful, and I felt almost ashamed at what he must have been thinking as he was reading through my notebook. Because reading through his, I realized how little time I'd spent on mine. I should have taken the time to choose better words, more emotional words. But one of my poems grabbed him, and he wanted to know more about it. Like when I wrote it. But I didn't tell him. I wrote it the same day a group of students got angry that someone had the nerve to ask for help regarding. Remember why they got upset? Because whoever wrote the note didn't sign her name. How insensitive. It was anonymous, just like the poem that appeared in the Lost and Found. So Ryan wanted to know why I wrote the poem. With that one, I told him. The poem had to speak for itself, but I was interested in knowing what he thought it meant. On the surface, he said the poem was about acceptance from my mother, but more than that, I wanted her approval, and why I wanted certain people, in this case, a boy, to stop overlooking me. A boy? Shh! I'm trying to listen. I asked if he thought it meant anything deeper. Part of me was joking. I thought he'd figure out my poem exactly. But I wanted to know what a teacher assigning the poem might want his or her students to discover, because teachers always overdo it. But you found it, Ryan. You found the hidden meaning. You found what even I couldn't find in my own poem. The poem wasn't about my mom, you said, or a boy. It was about me. I was writing a letter to myself, hidden in the poem. I flinched when you told me that. I got defensive, even angry. But you were right, and I felt scared and sad by my own words. You told me I wrote that poem because I was afraid of dealing with myself, and I used my mom as an excuse, accusing her of not appreciating or accepting me when I should have been saying those words into a mirror. And the boy? I asked. What does he represent? It's me. Oh God, it's me. I know that now. I cover my ears, not to block any outside noise. The dino's almost completely silent, but I want to feel her words, all of them, as though said. While I waited for your answer, I searched my backpack for a tissue. At any moment, I knew I might cry. You told me that no boy was overlooking me more than I was overlooking myself. At least that's what you thought it meant. And that's why you asked about the poem. You felt it went deeper than even you could figure out. Well, Ryan, you were right. It went much, much deeper than that. Can you hear me getting emotional? Oh my God. I'm just like, again, this is like, I'm seeing this Hannah and everything that she says that doesn't sound familiar to me as I've just recently watched the show. It's just the thoughts, I think I wrote it in like a note in my video. I'm hearing the thoughts of a dead girl who never gets to say her story. Stay. You better stay. I swear to fucking God. I swear, I'm not gonna cry on camera. I only have a few videos. And if you knew that, if that's why, and if you knew that, if that's what you thought, then why did you steal my notebook? Why did you print my poem? The poem that you yourself called scary in the Lost and Found. Why did you let other people read it and dissect it and make fun of it? It was never a lost poem, Ryan, and you never found it. So it did not belong in your collection. Something I just remembered I forgot to say. I really, 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 really want you to remember what that poem meant. I'm gonna, of course, write it in my little compare and contrast, but I need you guys to remember that when this poem in the show comes up, because I'm already like, I want to cry because of that poem, because it disgusts me in comparison. And I hate, again, doing the compare and contrast shit where it's like, oh, it's not like the book. It's just like, wow, you fucking don't respect women. You only see them as one thing, and it's not a full-fleshed human being. It's a woman that you think a woman is and that you perceive women to be. I'm done. I'm gonna start crying. I'm getting my coffee over there. Hold up. And we haven't even read her fucking poem yet. I haven't even read her poem, bitch. Ow! But in your collection is exactly where other people found it. That's where teachers stumbled across it right before their lectures on poetry. That's where classrooms full of students cut up my poem, searching for its meaning. In our class, no one got it right, not even close. But at the time, we all thought we did. Even Mr. Porter. Do you know what Mr. Porter said before handing out my poem? He said that reading a poem by an unknown member of our school was the same as reading a classic poem by a dead poet. That's right, a dead poet, because we couldn't ask either one about its true meaning. That's fucking crazy. Then Mr. Porter waited, hoping someone would fess up to writing it. But that, as you know, never happened. So now you know. And for those of you who need a refresher, here it is. Soul Alone by Hannah Baker. I meet your eyes, you don't even see me. You hardly respond when I whisper hello. Could be my soulmate, two kindred spirits. Maybe we're not. I guess we'll never know. My own mother, you carried me in you. Now you see nothing but what I wear. People ask you how I'm doing. You smile and nod. Don't let it end there. Put me underneath God's sky and know me. Don't just see me with your eyes. Take away this mask of flesh and bone and see me for my soul alone. And now you know why. Ryan must have told someone, proud that his collection made it into the curriculum. But when people confronted me, I refused to confirm or deny it, which pissed some of them off. Some even wrote parodies of my poem, reading them to me in hopes of getting under my skin. I saw that. I watched 2 girls in Mr. Poe's class recite a version before the bell rang. And you did nothing. Cool. They were relentless. Oh god, fuck. They were relentless, bringing new poems every day for an entire week. Hannah did her best to ignore them, pretending to read while waiting for Mr. Porter to arrive, for the start of class to come to her rescue. This doesn't seem like a big deal, does it? No, maybe not to you. But school hadn't been a safe haven of mine for a long time. And after your photo escapades, Tyler, my home is no longer secure. Now suddenly, even my own thoughts are being offered up for ridicule. Once in Mr. Porter's class, when those girls were teasing her, Hannah looked up. Her eyes caught mine for just a moment, a flash, but she knew I was watching her. And even though no one else saw it, I turned away. She was on her own. But you would have done something if was brought up. Yeah. Fuck off. Very nice, Ryan. Thank you. You're a true poet. I pulled the headphones out of my ear and hung them around my neck. I don't know what's going on with you, the man says from across the counter, but I'm not taking your money. He blows into a straw and pinches both ends shut. I shake my head and reach for my wallet. No, I'll pay. I'm serious. It was only a milkshake. And like I said, I don't know what's going on, and I don't know how I can help, but something's clearly gone wrong in your life, so I want you to keep your money. His eyes search mine, and I know he means it. I don't know what to say. Even if the words would come, my throat is so tight it won't let them escape. So I nod, grab my backpack, and change the tape as I head for the door. Whoa, that made me tear up. Holy shit. That was the first thing I wrote after reading this. I like how Clay's thoughts had genuine substance. They were affecting me, and not too negatively, but said negatives still had substance. And what I mean by that is that, again, I hate to say the word billionth time in this video, like I'm saying every goddamn word, but there was actual substance, there was actual weight to what he was saying, and it wasn't just like, oh, my first kiss, oh, I'm such a loser, oh, I'm so pathetic, in like the worst way possible. And it's like you can make a character pathetic without making him like this. I'm sorry, I don't like Clay. I don't like him. But I get it, you're not supposed to like him, but like at least make him be like, wait, I am a piece of shit. At least make the main character be like, hey, you're a piece of shit because I didn't care. Anywho,
this is the worst filming setup I've had ever, I think. In like, since I've been like filming little videos for myself since I was 11, maybe even 9. Anyways, I can't find my microphone, so we're using my phone, and because of that, it fucks up my thing, and I just got a whole bunch of space back on my computer, so we're gonna hope that it records and wants to stay recording and doesn't want to delete everything like it always wants to do. And also, I'm on the floor because even though it's day, what? Let's check my phone. Hold on. Exactly what I thought. I'm on day 6 of my period and I'm feeling cramps. I hate my chungus life. But on the other hand, hint at the second compare and contrast video. This is what I've done for note-taking so far. After already reading it and watching the show and seeing peak. You could adapt something so well. And another thing, I fell asleep watching it because I was so tired, but I kind of watched half of this movie called Speed Racer with my boyfriend and his family last night. Bro, I haven't even seen the anime, but I already know it's like the best adaptation of an anime. Best adaptation, period, of all time. Like, I just saw 2 things back to back. Here's Ryan's episode. There's this metaphor of rock climbing throughout this episode with Tony and Clay, but I'm already talking too much. I'm funny. I think I'm so funny, guys. After Clay argues with Mr. Porter during their meeting, he argues with Tony, who is waiting for him. He demands Tony tells him what his tape is about, or he's not going with him. How are they making Clay worse? I don't get it. Yes, you are allowed to feel this anger when you are grieving, but he is grieving this idealized girl in his head, and he will never get called out for it. Guys, you should have made yourself a drink by now, and you should continue to take a sip every time. If you do it with a shot, you will get alcohol poisoning, unfortunately. It doesn't make sense why I have to pity a man who never truly cared for the girl he loves, who throws a fit because he doesn't want to hear her story come out of her mouth and face how he hurt her, even when we already know he never actually did. Ugh. Justin, Jessica, Alex, Courtney, Marcus, and Zach all talk about doing something to stop Clay from spreading the tapes. Justin says they should Heather Chandler Clay's shit. Fucked up. Genuinely so fucked up, and I'm only laughing because it's like... Zach stands up to Justin and says that if they helped Hannah, they wouldn't be here. Justin gets jealous over Alex and they argue. It gets to the point where Alex hits him with, "But did Hannah lie? Because she told the truth about me." Justin says Alex is a liar, but Jessica says he never lied to her. Oh my God, guys. Oh my God, what happened to Jessica? I wonder what happened to Jessica at the party. It's so suspenseful. Anyways, rather than two happy women drawing Hannah in for a sense of community, it's an attractive librarian hipster guy who invites her to join the poetry club. Why? I'm so mad. I thought I would be calm. I thought I'd be calmer. No. Like, I'm not normally this angry and this bitter, I swear. Like, I'm genuinely mad here. The whole thing that pulled her in was the two happy women on the cover, and she wanted to be as happy as the women on the cover. She was seeking and searching for a sense of happiness, and specifically went to reignite the poetry girl within her and be happy doing so. I hate my chungus life. At the poetry club, Ryan tries to be friendly, but she hasn't forgot about his magazine. Mrs. Baker gives Hannah some encouragement about continuing to dream while closing up at the pharmacy, and I love it. What are you doing? But girly pop. She has to zoom these like crazy. It's actually ridiculous. Hey. I really like this scene, dude. I love listening to like Mrs. Baker and Hannah. I love them to death, truly. Ryan quickly stops by to give her a peace offering journal to start her poetry journey and their friendship. He genuinely apologizes for what he did too. Again, good expansion. I like it. I like that because like how else would have that gotten around the school? I mean, there's a magazine, like it makes logical sense that Ryan was like the main reason why I got around the school instead of Bryce, Justin, and all them, and Alex, of course, and Zach and Marcus. And back to the continuing to dream thing, Hannah's grades aren't up to the standards of her dream schools for her writing dream, which she finds out in a meeting with Mr. Porter. When talking to Mrs. Jensen, he recalls this as his only meeting with Hannah. He then asks Mrs. Jensen if she knows where her son is. ... Cut to the rock climbing!
Fuck. Well, I never totally realized that's a really great word. It is, huh?
Justin still can't have sex with Jessica, and she thinks it's her fault. He says it's because of the stupid tapes. I got a bubbly feeling rage in my chest when I said that. I hate this show so much. 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 Tony tells Clay about how he was there when the Bakers found her body. I don't want to talk about it because it's too drama TV for me and I just read you peak. So Tony says, I like Hannah. She was a friend, but the girl was a lot. She was drama. Fuck off. Fuck right off. What the fuck are you trying to portray here? Are you trying to save kids? Or are you trying to show them that like nobody will care about them when they're gone and their problems or make everybody all of their problems are above on everybody else and it becomes everybody else's problem? Is that what you're trying to portray here? Is that what you wanted to portray? Why does everybody think this is a beautiful show? I don't get it. I don't understand. It does not compute in my brain. All I can think about is the girls I knew in high school who were the Hannah Bakers. The girls who were easy because they liked one bad guy. And if they heard this and how it hurts them. Yes, Tony feels guilty for it and he's putting in the efforts now with the Bakers. But like Hannah's emotions, they don't expand on it. But they go into detail about Hannah being carried out in a body bag and how that made him feel. Hannah's poem, The Forbidden Fruit. I would again like you guys to remember what that poem meant. Today, I am wearing lacy black underwear for the sole purpose of knowing I am wearing them. And underneath that, I am absolutely naked. And I've got skin, miles and miles of skin. I've got skin to cover all my thoughts, like saran wrap that you can see through, to what leftovers are inside from the night before. And despite what you might think, my skin is not rough, nor is it bulletproof. My skin is soft and smooth and easily scarred. But that doesn't matter, right? You don't care about how soft my skin is. You just want to hear about what my fingers do in the dark. I'm getting mad. Oh. But what if all they do is crack open windows so I can see lightning through the clouds? What if all they crave is a jungle gym to climb for a taste of fresher air? What if all they reach for is a notebook or a hand to hold? But that's not the story you want. You are licking your lips and baring your teeth. Just once, I would like to be the direction someone else is going. I don't need to be the water in the well. I don't need to be the well, but I'd like to not be the ground anymore. I'd like to not be the thing people dig their hands in anymore. Some girls know all the lyrics to each other's songs. Some find harmonies in their laughter. Their linked elbows echo in tune. What if I can't hum on key? What if my melodies are the ones nobody hears? Some people can recognize a tree, a front yard, and know they've made it home. How many circles can I walk in before I give up looking? How long before I'm lost for good? It must be possible to swim in the ocean of the one you love without drowning. It must be possible to swim without becoming water yourself. But if I keep swallowing what I thought was air, I keep finding stones tied to my feet. They made it 10 times more obvious. One. Second, there are 2 parts to this poem. The first half of the poem is relatable in ways, but with the book in mind, to me, this just feels like the show is sexualizing a character whose story is about how the constant unwarranted sexualization by their peers leads to them being ignored as a person and isolated to the point where they feel there is no other choice but to kill themselves. And again, with what the other poem meant to her in mind, what the fuck are we trying to do here, bro? I don't understand why you're putting this out to girls. I just don't get it. I don't have the words. It doesn't compute in my brain. The second half of the poem is the show making up for all of the pages of Hannah's detailed descriptions of her well-being and how nobody wanted to know the real her, allegedly, Zach, made her feel like she had no place, no home, no life. But it's not enough. In any way, shape, or form to me. I don't care. And yes, to me, this is my YouTube video, okay? I know a lot of people won't have the same opinions as me, so I'm saying to me, because I'm not going to generalize my entire audience watching this, you know what I mean? But yeah, this poem made me understand why people, like, pretty much hated Hannah Baker. Because, like, where did this come from? Where did this, like, I understand, but, like, what? It's very on the nose. It's very like, okay, this is 13 and this is deep and I'm 13, whatever the fuck it's called. When the poem is read out loud in class, everyone's laughing at her. Hannah confronts Ryan, who says he did her a favor, and also saying, quote, "One day you will look back on this and know what I did was right. What you wrote, you can't teach that. You have to live it." She tells him to get a life and stay out of hers. Get a life. We then see Clay reading the poem straight from the mag out loud to Hannah to make his case on why it's so good. At work, mind you. Guys, hold me back. Clay says, "One dark human being, that's for sure. I mean, I like her poem, I think, but I'm not sure I'd want to hang out with her." Say it with me. He never gets called out for this. It's like we're seeing everything Hannah could add to Clay's take from her perspective, but nothing is ever done about it. What's the fucking point of these scenes? When you're writing something, every scene is important. Every scene should mean something, okay? Even in a shitty show like The Flash, okay? My brother's rewatching it. And, hey, no. You're just trying to get her. You don't want her in my room, and you're not about to do that. She's trying to police which other cats are allowed in my room or not. When you're making something, I didn't even go to film school, but like I'm pretty sure you fucking know this just inherently when you're creating something. Every scene should matter. I realized that writing littlest pet shop scripts, being like, what does this scene have to add to fucking anything below? And then I cut it out, and then I make the little videos for myself, and I'd be like, this is so peak. Then again, this guy wrote Freakier Friday, the one that came out, no, not Freakier Friday, Freaky Friday 2, the one that came out, like the Disney DCOM, before the new one with Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis again, that I also haven't seen. I didn't see that second one either. That was his fucking writing before this. I think during. Actually, if I got the dates correct. Sorry guys, I'm also getting a little sick, so my vocal fry is on high alert. I've seen so many thumbnails for video essays talking about like the vocal fry shit, and I know people are gonna possibly comment about it or think about it in their heads. This is God-given. I am from California. I'm from SoCal. This is my God-given goddamn voice. Could you imagine if I sounded like that for real? Can you hear it in my voice? Because I can hear it. Alex is now getting his meds from the Baker's Pharmacy instead of their rival, Walplex. Walplex has been a little thing with Mr. Baker, and Mrs. Baker has been the cause of their fights, but I completely forgot about the name until here. I thought I would remember it. it. Did not. But because Wallplex is just so convenient and it's like a pharmacy within a Target or something, everybody's not really going to the Bakers anymore. Like, he saw someone outside of Wallplex once when he decided to go in there. Mr. Baker decided to go in there one day, and he saw a previous customer who would always pick up his medication at the pharmacy, and he's like, oh yeah, I just go to Wallplex now, so I'm more convenient, but I'll see you around. I think it was one of Courtney's dads. Alex says he's sorry about Hannah and awkwardly leaves. Afterwards, the Bakers go on a date where a mother and a toddler-aged daughter sits across from them. When asked if she has kids, Mrs. Baker talks about Hannah in present tense. Her age, her name, her dreams, her dream college. Yeah, I cried. Oh, I 100% cried. Can y'all not fight? Why are you fighting and having the zoomies? They both have the zoomies and they're chasing each other, and it's so cute, but bro, I can't do this right now.
Honey, you can't do that. Oh, please, don't worry about it. I have a daughter, too. No wonder you're such a pro. How old is she? 17. 17? Yeah, it flies by. Before you know it, she'll be applying for colleges. Hannah's already looking. Hannah's such a pretty name. She wants to go to New York.
This leads to a tiff at home with the Bakers. I didn't lie to that woman. I'm still a mother. And not... fuck! Sorry, that got me. And to not be a mother of a dead girl for a few minutes. I should not have done this on my period. I should have waited a few days, but I want to finish this. Mr. Baker suggests what they did in the book, to move away from all that reminds them of Hannah. Nah, Mrs. Baker wants to fight, and fight she will. More of this, please. Why didn't we get more of this? Don't make sense to me. Why does my hair look so oily? The Jensen parents talk about how Hannah was a beautiful, sweet girl whose life was lost, and Mrs. Jensen now has to tear her apart inside out. Mr. Jensen says she became a lawyer to find the truth, so she should find the truth in this case, whether or not it matters to her case or the other. And now I see why they're together. They're good to each other. They're just not good with each other as parents, you know? Clay comes home and apologizes, and they just hug him. Who's cutting onions? I did tear up. Like, I'm sorry. That's their boy.
And you can ground me for a month. No groundings. We're just glad you're alive. Me too, Dad.
Before Tony dropped Clay off, he gave Clay the tapes back, saying he's yet to get to his own. Clay ends up finding Ryan's magazine in his room and gives it to Mrs. Baker, saying the poem was from Hannah. Kate Walsh, the actress that you are. Oh, hey, could you also, Venmo Angela back your groceries? Sorry, yeah. Just in case you see this. Oh, it's the end of the episode.
Even though I've already read this scene, I want to remind you guys of what we could have had. Clay leaves Rosie's when Tony calls for him. He won't look at me. Instead, he reaches out to adjust his side meal with his thumb. Then he closes his eyes and lets his head fall forward. Get in, Clay. I'm actually going to use my normal voice because, again, this is my favorite part of the book. And this is also very serious, and it's really good, and I really like it. The moment I pulled the door shut, like a trigger on a starting pistol, he begins. You're the 9th person I've had to follow, Clay. What? What are you talking about? The second set of tapes, he says. Hannah wasn't bluffing. I've got them. Oh, God. I cover my face with both hands. Behind my eyebrow, the pounding is back again. With the base of my palms, I press on it, hard. It's okay, he says. I can't look at him. What does he know about me? What has he heard? What's okay? What were you listening to in there? What? Which tape? It's okay, Clay. Honest. Which tape? With my eyes still shut, I press my knuckles against my forehead. Ryan's, I say. The poem. Then I look at him. He leans his head back, eyes closed. What? I said. No answer. Why'd she give them to you? He touches the keychain dangling in the ignition. Can I drive while you listen to the next tape? Tell me why she gave them to you. I'll tell you, he says, if you'll just listen to the next tape right now. Why? Clay, I'm not joking. Listen to the tape. Then answer my question. Because it's about you, Clay. He lets go of his keys. The next tape is about you. My predictions was that I knew for a fact that Hannah was going to say Clay did not belong on the tapes. But I thought she was going to say something like, but it's what you didn't do that put you here. My heart doesn't jump. My eyes don't flinch. I don't breathe. And then I snap my arm back, then my elbow into the seat. Then I smash it into the door, and I want to pound my head sideways into the window, but I pound it back against the headrest instead. Tony lays a hand on my shoulder. Listen to it, he says, and don't leave this car. I open the door of the Walkman, and I pull out the tape. The 5th tape, a dark blue number 9 in the corner. My tape. I am number 9. Me when I'm in Swindle Things. Sorry. Romeo, oh Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? My story. My tape. This is how it begins. Back to it. Tony shouts over the engine. Clay, it's okay. I'm not even sure how much of the real Clay Jensen I got to know over the years. Most of what I knew was secondhand information. And that's why I wanted to know him better, because everything I heard, and I mean everything, was good. Like I said, I didn't know him very well, but my ears perked up whenever I heard his name. I guess I wanted to hear something, anything juicy. Not because I wanted to spread gossip, I just couldn't believe someone could be that good. Normally, when a person has a stellar image, another person's waiting in the wings to tear them apart. They're waiting for that one fatal flaw to expose itself. But not with Clay. Also, there's little interactions between Clay and Tony while this is happening, and it would have been so cute to see and be able to see their friendship in the little bits and pieces like this, because they were friends. They are friends, Clay, honey, your name does not belong on this list. I wrote, I'm so mad. You don't belong in the same way as the others. But you need to be here if I'm going to tell my story, to tell it more completely. Yes, there are some major gaps in my story, some parts I just couldn't figure out how to tell, or couldn't bring myself to say out loud. Events I haven't come to grips with, that I'll never come to grips with. You don't know what went on in the rest of my life, at home, even at school. You don't know what goes on in anyone's life but your own. And when you mess with one part of a person's life, you're not messing with just that part. Unfortunately, you can't be that precise and selective. When you mess with one part of a person's life, you're messing with their entire life. Everything affects everything. I really like that point in this book, how you don't know everything except what she's showing you on the tapes. And of course, I wish it wasn't worded like a revenge story. I wish it was worded like a...
I couldn't find the right phrasing for my thoughts, but now I can. I wish it came across more as Hannah basically informing these specific people who hurt her the most how they hurt her, because she couldn't do it herself in face to face, because it's hard to do that. And this was the only way that she thought that she could. And I wish that they showed how depression made her think that way, and then how that's the only way that she could. But no, it's a revenge story. They show how depression isolated her and made her feel the way that she felt, but it's a revenge story at the end of the day.
But we know what happens in everyone else's life. We don't just see these bits and pieces and what they did to specifically her. We barely even see just how it affected her. We don't see her life, the bits and pieces that she shows us. We don't. You know what I found out that I've been withholding, and it's been making me low-key angry? I was on the wiki trying to figure out a timeline specifically, because I'm like, whoa, nobody is really grieving Jeff. It really doesn't feel like people are grieving Jeff at all. When did this take place? It happened literally last week. I'm kidding. But but I found out Zach and Hannah dated. They had a fling. She doesn't mention. That's not great writing.
They had sex! They had fucking sex. They lost their virginity to each other. I was trying to find up cute clips of them to put in the background. They lost their fucking... I hate this show. I hate this show so much, and I can't wait to do my compare and contrast on Heated Rivalry next.
The next few stories are centered around one night, the party. They're centered around our night, Clay. And you know what I mean by our night, because through all the years we've spent going to the same school or working together at the movie theater, there's only one night when we connected. When we really connected. I don't know. I don't want to bring up the show again. During one of my Clay Jensen gossip moments, I found out that you were going to be at that party. What? Clay Jensen at a party? Unheard of. I study on the weekends, and most of my classes were tested every Monday. It's not my fault. Not only was that my first thought, that's what the people around me were talking about too. No one could figure out why they never saw you at parties. Of course, they had all sorts of theories, but guess what? That's right. None of them were bad. Give me a break. I thought he was a loser no one knew or cared about. I guess it's trying to show how you're your own bully or critic, but Clay isn't showing that. Neither is Asher with his weird world building. And on my way there, I took a 3-block detour to my old house, the one I lived in when we first moved to town. The first red star from the first side of the first tape. The porch light was on, and in the garage, the car's engine was running, but the garage door was shut. Am I the only one who knows this? Does anyone else know where he lived? The man from the accident? The man whose car killed a student from our school? I stopped walking, and for what felt like several minutes, just watched from the sidewalk, mesmerized. Another family in my house. I had no idea who they were or what they were like, what their lives were like. The garage door began to lift, and in the glow of the red taillights, the silhouette of a man pushed the heavy door all the way up. He got in the car, backed it down the driveway, and drove off. Why he didn't stop, why he didn't ask why I was standing there, staring at his house, I don't know. Maybe he thought I was waiting for him to back out of the driveway before continuing on my merry way. But for whatever the reason, it felt surreal. 2 people, me and him, 1 house. Yet he drove away with no idea of his link to me, the girl on the sidewalk. And for some reason, at that moment, the air felt heavy, filled with loneliness, and that loneliness stayed with me through the rest of the night. Even the best moments of the night were affected by that one incident, by that non-incident, in front of my old house. His lack of interest in me was a reminder. Even though I had a history in that house, it didn't matter. You can't go back to how things were, how you thought they were. All you really have is now. I like that part. Hey guys, I love that part, really. I like that part a lot. I really like that part a lot. And again, it feels like a masterpiece because of the show and how they portray depression, but just whatever. Which explains my overreaction, Clay. And that's why you'll get these tapes. To explain, to say I'm sorry. Oh my fucking god. The music was loud and no one was dancing. It could have been any party. Except for one thing. Clay Jensen. I'm sure you heard a lot of sarcastic remarks when you first arrived, but by the time I got there, to everyone else you were just a part of the party. But unlike everyone else, you were the whole reason I came. With everything going on in my life, going on in my head, I'd wanted to talk with you. Really talk. Just once. A chance we never seemed to get at school, or at work. A chance to ask, who are you? We didn't get that chance because I was afraid. Afraid I had no chance with you. That's what I thought. And I was fine with that. Because what if I got to know you and you turned out to be just like what they said? What if you weren't the person I hoped you were? That more than anything would have hurt the most. There we go, baby! There we go! Self-awareness, guys. He's absolved of all crimes. Oh my god. When she first arrived, when she walked through the front door, she caught me off guard. And like a freak, I turned around and ran to the kitchen and straight out to back. It was too soon, I told myself. I went to the party telling myself that if Hannah Baker showed up, I was going to talk to her. It was time. I didn't care who was there. I was going to keep my eyes focused on her, and we were going to talk. But then she walked in, and I freaked out. I couldn't believe it. Out of the blue, there you were. No, not out of the blue. First I paced around the backyard, cursing myself for being such a scared little boy. Then I let myself through the gate, fully intent on walking home. But on the sidewalk, I beat myself up some more. Then I walked back to the front door. The drunk people greeted me again, and I went straight for you. It wasn't anything out of the blue. Clay asks to talk to her, and after Hannah says yes, she notices the kitchen door frame behind him, littered with marks tracking the kid's height. I saw that. I saw something in your eyes when you looked over my shoulder. Loved that. I can relate so hard to every little thing reminding you of how your life allegedly sucks. I felt that recently when I was at a point where I was truly happy. Still am. But I was feeling things I haven't felt since I was a teenager, and I was terrified. I don't know. That doorframe thing really hit me in the gut. So we walked into the living room, where one side of the couch was occupied by Jessica Davis and Justin Foley. But there was plenty of room on the other end, so we sat down. And what was the first thing we did? We set down our cups and started talking. Just like that. She had to know it was them, Justin and Jessica, but she didn't say their names. The first boy she kissed, kissing the girl who slapped her at Monet's. It was like she couldn't escape her past. For once, I am tolerating the way this is written. It fits. You could have told me anything, Hannah. That night, nothing was off limits. I would have stayed till you opened up and let everything out. But you didn't. I wanted to tell you everything, and that hurt because some things were too scary. Some things even I didn't understand. How could I tell someone I was really talking to for the first time, everything I was thinking? I couldn't. It was too soon. But it wasn't. He's in denial. Or maybe it was too late. But you're telling me now. Why did you wait till now? Her words, they're not warm anymore. She might want me to hear them that way, but they're burning me up instead. In my mind, in my heart. Clay, you kept saying that you knew things would flow easily between us. You felt that way for a long time, you said. You knew we'd get along, that we would connect. But how? You never explained that. How could you know? Because I knew what people said about me. I heard all the rumors and lies, that it will always be a part of me. The consequences of Clay's actions, lack thereof, on Hannah. He was not reaching out, spending the time, saying the things that he wanted to say, doing the things that he said he wanted to do, so she thought that he truly didn't like him, or that he just wanted to get in her pants. I knew they weren't true, Hannah. I mean, I hoped they weren't true, but I was too afraid to find out. I was breaking. If only I'd talked to you sooner. We could have, I don't know. But things had gone too far by then. My mind was set, not on ending my life, not yet. It was set on floating through school, on never being close to anyone. That was my plan. I'd graduate, then leave. But then I went to a party. I went to a party to meet you. Why did I do that? To make myself suffer? Because that's what I was doing. Hating myself for waiting so long. Hating myself because it wasn't fair to you. The only thing that's not fair are these tapes, Hannah. Because I was there for you. No, you weren't! We were talking. You could have said anything. I would have listened to absolutely anything. You didn't give her space to do so. Whatever. If the book ends without making meaning out of Clay's hypocrisy, I'm done. That's what I read on my first watch. Oh, they were so innocent. That young Thea. The couple sitting beside us on the couch. The girl was drunk and laughing and bumping into me every so often. Which was funny at first, but it got old real fast. Why isn't Hannah saying her name? I started to think maybe she wasn't so drunk after all. Maybe it was all a show for the guy she was talking with, when they were actually talking. Maybe she wanted the couch all to herself and her guy. So Clay and I left. And yet the loneliness I entered the party with came rushing back. But I wasn't alone. I knew that. For the first time in a long time, I was connected with another person from school. How in the world was I alone? So relatable! Unbelievably relatable! Literally, that's what I felt recently. Because I wanted to be. That's all I can say. It's all that makes sense to me. How many times that had I let myself connect with someone only to have it thrown back in my face? Everything seemed good, but I knew it had the potential to be awful. Much, much more painful than the others. There was no way that was going to happen. That's the point, bozo. So there you were, letting me connect with you. And when I couldn't do that anymore, when I pulled the conversation to lighter topics, you made me laugh. And you were hilarious, Clay. You were exactly what I needed. So I kissed you. No, I kissed you, Hannah. A long and beautiful kiss. And what did you say when you came up for air? With the cutest little boyish smirk, you asked, "What was that for?" White. You kissed me. Oh my god! That was so cute! And it shows that Hannah actually really liked him. She really wanted him. She really did. Eventually, we shut the door and moved in deeper into the room. We were on one side of the door, and the rest of the party, with its loud but muffled music, was on the other. Some of you may be wondering, how come we never heard about this? We always found out who Hannah made out with. Wrong. You only thought you found out. Haven't you been listening? Or did you only pay attention to the tape with your name on it? What's that? You don't believe me? You're shocked? Guess what? I don't care. The last time I cared what anyone thought about me was that night. And that was the last night. I unbuckle my seatbelt and lean forward. I clasp my hand over my mouth and squeeze to keep from screaming. But I do scream, the sound dampened in the palm of my hand. And Tony keeps driving. Now get comfortable, because I'm about to tell you what happened in that room between Clay and me. Are you ready? We kissed. That's it. We kissed. The kisses felt like first kisses. Kisses that said I could start over if I wanted to. With him. But start over from what? And that's when I thought of you, Justin. For the first time in a long time, I thought of our first kiss. My real first kiss. I remembered the anticipation leading up to it. I remembered your lips pressed against mine. And then I remembered how you ruined it. Stop, I told Clay, and my hand stopped pulling him in. You pushed your hands against my chest. Could you feel what I was going through, Clay? Did you sense it? You must have. No, you hid it. You never told me what it was, Hannah. I shut my eyes so tight it was painful, trying to push away all that I was seeing in my head, and what I saw was everyone on the list. And more. Everyone up to that night. Everyone who caused me to be so intrigued by Clay's reputation. How his reputation was so different from mine. No, we were the same. And I couldn't help that. What everyone thought of me was out of my control. Clay, your reputation was deserved. But mine was not. And there I was, with you, adding to my reputation. But it wasn't like that. Who was I going to tell, Hannah? Stop, I repeated, this time moving my hands under your chest and pushing you away. I turned to the side, burying my face in the pillow. You started to talk, but I made you stop. I asked you to leave. You started to talk again, and I screamed. I screamed into the pillow. And then you stopped talking. You heard me. The bed lifted on your side as you got up to leave the room. But it took you forever to leave, to realize that I was serious. I was hoping you'd tell me to stop again, to stop leaving. Even though my eyes remained shut, buried in the pillow, the light changed when you finally opened the door. It grew brighter. Then it faded again, and you were gone. Why did I listen? Why did I leave her there? She needed me, and I knew that. But I was scared. Once again, I let myself get scared. And then I slid off the bed and down to the floor. I just sat there beside the bed, hugging my knees and crying. That, Clay, is where your story ends. I wrote, "You have to be kidding me." But it shouldn't have. I was there for you, Hannah. You could have just reached out, but you didn't. You chose this. You had a choice, and you pushed me away. I would have helped you. I wanted to help you. Please tell me this is just the grieving process talking. That's what I wrote. No, that's what I'm convinced of at this point. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I don't think I am. In my personal opinion, I'm reading it the way I'm reading it. You left the room, and we never spoke again. Your mind was set. No matter what you say, it was set. She says that after the party, she spent the night writing out the timeline of her life and everybody in it to find the connections. And then I reached Clay, the reason I went to that party. I circled his name, and I drew a line back to a previous name. It was Justin. In fact, Clay, soon after you left and shut the door, that person reopened it. But that person already received the tapes. So, Clay, just skip him when you pass them on. In a roundabout way, he caused a new name to be added to this list, and that's who should receive the tapes from you. And yes, Clay, I'm sorry too. I'm gonna read normal for Clay now. My eyes sting, not from the salt in my eyes, but because I haven't closed them since learning Hannah cried when I left the room. Tony slows the car and pulls over to a curb. You okay? I shake my head no. Are you going to be okay? He asks. I lean back, resting my head against the seat, and close my eyes. I miss her. I miss her too, he says, and when I open my eyes, his head is down. Is he crying? Or maybe trying not to cry. The thing is, I say, I've never really missed her until now. He sits back in his seat and looks over at me. I didn't know what to make of that night, everything that happened. I liked her for so long. I'd liked her for so long from far away, but I never had the chance to tell her. I looked down at the Walkman. We only had one night, and by the end of that night, it seemed like I knew her even less than before. But now I know. I know where her mind was that night. Now I know what she was going through. My voice breaks, and in that break comes a flood of tears. Tony doesn't respond. He looks out into the empty street, allowing me to sit in his car and just miss her. Damn! Damn! Shut up, you're not leaving yet.
Fly around, turn the TV to hit the Pentagon! To hit the fucking Pentagon!
Rather than following the timeline of this night with the party, this show decides to end the night with Clay's tape, even though in the timeline it happens before all of this. So, trigger warning for I will say that once again. Trigger warning for I hope you recognize the censor sounds at this point. Tony's been looping the same block the whole time. Clay, I need to know that you're going to be alright. Impossible to answer because no, I'm not going to use the voice. Impossible to answer because no, I didn't push her away. I didn't add to her pain or do anything to hurt her. Instead, I left her alone in that room. The only person who might have been able to reach out and save her from herself, to pull her back from wherever she was heading. I did what she asked and I left when I should have stayed. No one blames me. I whisper. I need to hear it said out loud. I need to hear the words in my ears and not just in my head. No one blames me. No one, Tony says, his eyes still on the road. Ooh! Yeah. No. Again. Literacy. Peak literacy. This feels like peak literacy. Tony says he'll tell Clay why he has the second set of tapes when he drops him off at the party house. Those are the words he used. Party house. Even though I already have a trigger warning, I'm going to read what I wrote. I knew I could handle this without suffering any lasting mental consequences, but that doesn't mean it didn't fuck me up for the rest of the day. I kept having to close the book and stare at the ceiling, so I would finish the book without crying. Still cried, though, so I should have grabbed the water. Soon after Clay left, the couple from the couch walked into the bedroom. I thought she was acting drunk, bumping into me so we'd get up and leave. Unfortunately, it wasn't an act. She was smashed. I passed them into hall. One of Jessica's arms laid flopped over Justin's shoulders. The other one groped for the wall to steady herself. Her sofa buddy kept her from stumbling too hard into the nightstand, and when she rolled off the bed, twice, he lifted her back on. Nice guy that he was. He kept the laughter to a minimum. I thought he would tuck her in and shut the door behind him as he left, and that would be the perfect time for my getaway. End of story. Again, nice guy that he was, he didn't take advantage of the situation. He wanted to. He tried for the longest time to get a reaction out of her. Are you still awake? Do you want me to take you to the bathroom? Are you going to puke? This girl wasn't totally passed out. She grunted and groaned a bit. It dawned on him, finally, that she wasn't in a romantic mood and probably won't be for a while. So he tucked her in and said he'd check on her in a bit. Then he left. At this point, you might be wondering, who are these people? Hannah, you forgot to tell us their names. But I didn't forget. If there's one thing I've still got, it's memory. See, everyone knows who this couple is. But Hannah doesn't name her. It doesn't change how ruthless Hannah was for including her in this fucking... I'll talk more about it in the show. How about that? Before I say his name out loud, this guy needs to stew a bit, to remember everything that happened in that room. And he remembers. I know he does. I would love to see his face right now. His eyes shut tight, jaw clenched, fist pulling out his hair. And to him I say, deny it. Go on. Deny that I was ever in that room. Deny that I know what you did. Or not what you did, but what you didn't do. What you allowed to happen. Rationalize why this isn't the tape you're making a return appearance on. It must be a later tape. It has to be a later tape. I wrote, and this is dead serious, I'm actually tearing up with fear. Genuine. Tearing up with fear. Because I knew what was going to happen, but I didn't want it to be true. I know she wasn't your girlfriend. That's a difference in this. Hey, Justin and Jessica were boyfriend and girlfriend at this time in the show. Hate to spoil. That you hardly ever talked to her and barely even knew her. But is that your best excuse for what happened next? Or is that your only excuse? Either way, there is no excuse. I stood up, stabilizing myself with one hand on the bed. Your shoes, the shadow of your shoes, were still visible in the light coming under the door. Because when you left that room, you took a post right outside. And I let go of the bed and started walking towards that sliver of light, not sure what I'd say to you when I opened the door. About halfway there, 2 more shoes came into view, and I stopped. I wrote, no please, no please, no please, and that's exactly how I said it in my head. Like, no please, no please, no please. The door opened and you pulled it back and said, no, let her rest. In that tiny burst of light, I saw a closet. Its accordion door is halfway open. Meanwhile, your friend was convincing you to let him in that room. The bedroom door opened again, but again, you pulled it shut, and you tried to make a joke of it. Trust me, you said. She won't move. She'll just lay there. Fuck, dude. Fuck. I knew that this was going to be hard for me to read out loud. I knew it, dude. And what was his response? What was it? What was his reasoning for you to step aside and let him into that room? Do you remember? Because I do. It was the night shift. He told you he was working the night shift and had to leave in a few minutes. A few minutes. That's all he needed with her. So just relax and step aside. And that's all it took for you to let him open the door. I need to take a breather for a second. I didn't realize it was going to be this hard to read out loud. Thank God you're here. Truly. I'm so sorry I have to plague you with this. I'm so sorry.
Why are you apologizing?
I know you consented. I know you consented here. The night shift. I'm working the night shift. Hannah's words, pathetic. I couldn't believe it, and your friend couldn't believe it either, because when he grabbed the doorknob again, he didn't rush right in. He waited for you to protest. In that brief moment, the moment you said nothing, I fell on my knees, sick, covering my mouth with both hands. I stumbled towards the closet, tears blurring the light from the hall. And when I collapsed into the closet, a pile of jackets on the floor caught me. When the bedroom door opened, I pulled the closet doors shut, and I shut my eyes tight. Blood pounded in my ears. I rocked back and forth, beating my forehead into the pile of jackets. But with the bass pumping throughout the house, no one heard me. Just relax. Those words. He said it before. It's what he always says to the people he's taking advantage of. Girlfriends, guys, whoever. It's Bryce. It has to be. Bryce Walker was in that room. I'm so sorry for using that voice, guys. It was just a habit. It felt so fucked up to say during this, but it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And with the bass thumping, no one heard him walking across the room, getting on the bed spring screaming under his weight. No one heard a thing. I wrote, I'm crying, bro, holy shit. I was straight up crying, like tears, straight, not sobbing yet, but my face was soaked. You know, if you know the kind of cry I'm talking about. And I could have stopped it. If I could have talked, if I could have seen, if I could have thought about anything, I would have opened those doors and stopped it. But I didn't. And it doesn't matter what my excuse was. That my mind was in a meltdown is no excuse. I have no excuse. I could have stopped it. End of story. But to stop it, I felt like I'd have to stop the entire world from spinning. Like things had been out of control for so long that whatever I did hardly mattered anymore. And I couldn't stand all the emotions anymore. I wanted the world to stop, to end. I think that this is so important. I think that unfortunately that is so important to hear from Hannah, because Hannah truly at any point in this story, she wouldn't have been able to do it. She would not have been able to open up that closet door. Truly. Think about Hannah in the book. At any point in the book, except when she was friends with Kat and had Kat in her life, any other point besides that, would she have stuck up? Would she have done something? Would she have had the courage to? And it's not like she's a cow. In a way, yes, of course she is. She's a bad person, and it's okay that women can be nuanced people and can be bad, yet you can have sympathy and empathy towards them at the same time. You know what I mean? That's the human experience. That's what it means to live. That's what it means to live life. You know what I mean? But I'm really happy that Jay Asher included this, and I'm not going to spoil the show. Yes, Hannah is fucked up. Not denying it. Hannah is so fucked up for not doing it. But again, would she have been able to at any point? No. Book Hannah? No. I don't know how many songs went by with my face buried in those jackets. I underlined that and said I had to collect myself. Holy shit. That line took the breath out of me. But light from the hallway seeped into the room, into the closet, and his footsteps walked away. It was over. After all, he couldn't be late for work, could he? So what happened next? Well, I ran out of the room and straight down the hall. And that's where I saw you. Sitting in a room all by yourself. The person this whole tape revolves around. Justin Foley. First, you started a chain of events that ruined my life. Now, you are working on hers. Outside the very same house, I throw up. I keep my body hunched over, my head hanging over the gutter. Eventually, you turn away. The color in your face, gone. Your expression, blank. And your eyes looked so exhausted. Or was it pain I saw in there? Justin, baby, I'm not blaming you entirely. We're in this one together. We both could have stopped it. Either one of us. We could have saved her. And I'm admitting this to you, to all of you. That girl had 2 chances, and both of us let her down. So why is this tape about Justin? What about the other guy? Isn't what he did worse? Yes, absolutely yes. But the tapes need to be passed on. And if I sent them to him, they would stop. Think about it. He a girl and would leave town in a second if he knew. Well, if he knew what we knew. This is so fucked up of Hannah. She's right in saying she could have done something, and everything she feels about it is 100% valid. However, even with redacting Jessica's name as she did, everyone will know she was the victim in this tape, including Jessica herself. I doubt she realizes she was f***ed. If I were a betting man, I'd bet my cat Schmebulok's life on the fact that Jessica didn't know or remember, and I wrote that in my notes before watching the show. Could you imagine Jessica realizing she was the girl in question, knowing that everyone on the tapes will find out too, or everyone she knows will know? Let me say something possibly controversial. I don't know. I don't know why I thought I wouldn't have talked about this up until this point, but I'm just going to still read what I wrote. Jessica does not belong on these tapes. Yes, she was Hannah's first friend at school, believed rumors she knew deep down weren't true, and left her with a scar to remember it all by. But this chapter should have exiled her from that list. Add her to Alex's tape as something he ruined for Hannah because of the list. Yes. So what do you think of him now, Justin? Do you hate him? Your friend that her? Is he still your friend? Yes, but why? It must be denial. It has to be. Sure, he's always had a temper. Sure, he goes through girls like used underwear, but he's always been a good friend to you. And the more you hang out with him, the more he seems like the same old guy from before, right? And if he acts like the same guy, then he couldn't possibly have done anything wrong, which means that you didn't do anything wrong either. Great! That's great news, Justin. Because if he didn't do anything wrong and you didn't do anything wrong, then I didn't do anything wrong. And you have no idea how much I wish I didn't ruin that girl's life. But I did. At the very least, I helped. And so did you. No, you're right. You didn't her. And I didn't her. He did. But you and I, we let that happen. It's our fault. Trigger warning!
We'll begin today's exercise with our daily affirmations. I am a good man. I wouldn't hurt anybody because I am a good person.
I wouldn't hurt.
My friends are good people. They wouldn't hurt anybody because they were good people. I would know a bad man. I would stop him from hurting anybody.
Go watch that video. It's a really good video. It will be linked in the description. Go watch that video. It's amazing. Trigger warning for rape. I'm sorry I sung it. Trigger warning for rape. This video would have come out a lot sooner if it wasn't for this goddamn episode. I'm being so serious. Dreading rewatching it for this because I didn't watch the half of this episode the first time I saw it because I physically could not do it. And I really want, like, I don't want this to, like, come off the way that it sounds, but, like, I can handle assault scenes. Like, I can't, but I can watch them without skipping through it. There was something about this one. I spit. There was something about this one with Jessica. Oh my fucking God. I could not. And then having to literally, it took me a week in between rewatching Ryan's episode and watching this and the rest of the episodes. Like, I could not do it. And I have been dreading editing the rest of the, like, cassette stuff and book clips that I have because I know I need to get this out so I can edit it, so I will be able to edit the rest of the stuff so that I don't feel overwhelmed. But I'm feeling overwhelmed right now. Remember, I told you what happened to Jessica. Everyone else found out after 8 episodes of build-up for this goddamn party. And I'm not going to talk about yet how the show put the of a teenage girl before everything else. Yet. We hear Hannah talk about how she was determined to, quote, cut away the past and leave it all behind, end quote, and work harder for her future. My poor girl. This cut finally included her big chop. It's that fuck-ass wig I heard tales of long ago. Clay essentially asked her out to Jessica's party since Jeff begged him to because he can't do anything himself. Now would be a good time for Hannah's yearning. But whatever. She says she's studying in set. And oh, by the way, what I meant by Hannah is yearning is Clay's tape. Yeah. After thinking about what she'd possibly miss with Clay, she tells her parents she's going to the party.
Actually, there's this,
Back to school party.
Huh? What? All this time? All this time has gone past. So she didn't cut her hair until 5 months later? I understand, but I don't at the same time. I'm confused. We're moving on. There's so much notes I have. Hold on. Yeah, this is all. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I got it. Oh, shit. Let's talk fast. The FanWiki timeline says everything with Ryan happened in April and that she cuts her hair in September when the new school year started. I'm confused. Holy shit. I read through the wiki to see what happens somewhere. I revealed that Zach and Hannah dated now. I couldn't control it earlier. And it wasn't mentioned in the tapes. Whatever. Hannah tries to reach out to her parents by telling them she has loads of homework and probably shouldn't go to the party. But Mrs. Baker says, go, don't go, I don't know, really, it's up to you. And goes back to arguing with Mr. Baker about money, not caring about Hannah. In present day, Jessica calls her replacement in the cheer pyramid fat. I'm not excusing fat shaming, but this is the only thing that they could think of to make her look bad. This feels similar to what Jay Asher did to Courtney. This is just the shit you'd expect from a high school cheerleader. Jessica offers Bryce, Justin, Zach, and Sheri some of her vodka she snuck in. I get Sheri's a cheerleader, but don't be like, Clay, I don't want you to see me differently, but I'm going to hang out with the people that directly harmed Hannah. I'm not rereading that. I want to be done with this episode already. Clay follows Jessica through the hall to tell her he heard the tape about her party. Stop this buildup. I can't do this. She tells him to get over it and move on. He says he knows Hannah was talking about her and wants to help her. Jessica says she hooked up with Justin, and then Justin comes out himself to play Macho Man with Clay. Clay asks who he was. Why is high school drama? I know it probably doesn't seem that bad if I'm just explaining it, but it's framed so fucking bad. Don't watch it. It's infuriating. They are not taking seriously, especially the of a teenage girl. Mr. Baker confronts Mr. Porter about lying about the school not knowing Hannah was when her publicized stolen poem was dissected by teachers and students in class rather than looking into the cry for help. He's doing something. Mr. Porter says there was no indication that the poet was bruh. When Mr. Baker gives examples like feeling lost, Mr. Porter says, well, every kid kind of feels lost. I get kids in like that all the time. And Mr. Baker says, well, God help them if they come to you, and leaves his office. You know what? Hell yeah. Unfortunately, this leads to a fight between the Bakers because in Olivia's eyes, this was the one piece of leverage they had in this case. Mr. Porter talks to Ryan about the poem, and of course, Ryan lies about how he got it, and how he gets lots of anonymous poems like that. Teenage angst, you know? Perennially. The school's shutting down Ryan's magazine. Ryan says, sucks to be held accountable, doesn't it? And leaves. Clay apologizes to Mrs. Bradley for implying that Hannah's note was her fault and for being rude in front of the whole class because, quote, people need to take responsibility for their actions and face the consequences one way or another. Marcus tries to talk to Clay about his next play, like this is a game to him and everybody else. Marcus says he's only trying to protect Clay, but Clay asks what he did to protect Jessica because there's a criminal walking around the school. Marcus tries ushering him outside to talk, but Clay pushes him off saying, don't touch me. Tough guy Clay. Tough guy Clay. Marcus shuts tough guy Clay down by implying his tape might be worse. After this, Justin tries to talk to Alex about what to do with Clay next. They try to make it seem like Justin is the when Alex asks, you're calling me a pussy after what you did or didn't do? You spend this entire season building up the of a teenage girl just to build up who the perpetrator is? Fuck you. Justin says whatever happens to any of them happens to Alex as well, which Alex says, if I myself, you too? Oh. Jessica is starting to question if Hannah lied or not. We get flashes of that night, nothing bad yet, but it's framed in a way to make you uncomfortable, that's for sure. Again, this Courtney is a closeted lesbian and a bitch, so she's riding on the Hannah is lying train until it crashes, asking Jessica, who are you gonna believe, your boyfriend or a girl who is jealous because you were dating her ex? Fuck you. Marcus buys weed off of Bryce to plant it on Clay to get him suspended for 3 days. How on earth is this a good idea? At Jessica's party, we see a bit of Bryce's charm, question mark, and how he's friendly with everyone. I hate him.
Thank you.
We also see Hannah confront Jessica about her new boyfriend of 2 months, Justin. So they were dating at this point. They weren't just in the talking stage. They were dating at this point. Cool! Jessica is just the average teenage girl in the dating world who chooses a boy over her friend. You see more girls like this than you see book Courtney. Yeah, thanks, Paslia. I'm so right for saying that. Hannah says, history aside, to be careful. Clay arrives and we get a bit of Clay and Hannah's couch conversation. But remember, this isn't Clay's tape. Why do we have to see the woman suffer first before the man gets the best possible outcome? Clay and Hannah leave the couch and we get the justification for putting Clay's tape last. Quote, there are 3 stories to tell from that night. Cue flashes of Clay and Hannah making out and Jessica's arm being pinned to her bed. I'll tell this one first. How I ended up in that bedroom, that's another story. But for now, Justin, you'd been with the same girl all night, but I'm not going to call her out by name, even though if you were at that party, you already know. Done! On top of the 3 stories, we also get 3 perspectives from that night of Jessica's. First is Hannah's perspective. I don't know if anyone disagrees here, but I thought Catherine Langsford acting was as gut-wrenching as I read it out to be, if that makes sense. The look on her face when she stares at Jessica afterwards, holy shit. And bitch, she tucked Jessica in. Oh my God. I cried, by the way. I feel it. Something I didn't like, however, Justin and Hannah not making eye contact after. For a show with hella drama, this sure would have added a lot of drama. What do you mean Justin's lying? Knowing full damn well he made eye contact with Hannah. You know what I mean? It's just so, I don't understand their goal and their direction with this show at all. But now we get Justin's perspective. And hear me out. I appreciate this a lot. And I'd appreciate it a lot more if what we see with Bryce here is all that we saw of Bryce. Because in the boys' convo, Justin says, she's my girlfriend. And I did, low-key tear up. I can't help it. I can't help it, guys. I can't. This doesn't justify anything that he's done, but it did hit me like a bus. But then we immediately cut to Justin defending himself in the present. We'll cross that bridge in a minute. Justin barged in the room, begging Bryce to stop, only for Bryce to push him out of the room. Justin is redeemed, everybody. He didn't really do... He wanted it to stop. And, we also didn't get the night shift.
What's mine is yours, right?
Now we get Jessica's perspective. The last perspective we are forced to see is Jessica's perspective, and it's of course the worst one. The body always remembers, and she remembers it pretty well, but understandably refuses to admit it to herself. These up-close shots are fucking horrific. Why did we need to see her panties coming off? I'm sorry I'm describing so much, but this shit is artsy. It's artsy! This shit is perfect pervert material, if you understand what I'm getting at here. There's something worse in a later episode, and more artsy, but... Yeah, Jessica asked where Justin was, and Bryce said not to worry because they're having fun. We hear all of her grunts and cries of pain, and we see everything. Clay has to do some anti-drug thing, which he has to go to the police station to sign up for. He has all week to do it, but he begs his mom to take him to the station now with the motive to report Jessica's. Before he walks in, he asks his mom a hypothetical. If someone was in the past and the victim won't come forward and the one witness isn't around anymore, could the perpetrator still be prosecuted? After being told nothing could really be done, Clay says he wants to go home but refuses to tell her why. When she threatens to go into the station to find someone who can get him to tell her, he finally admits to being friends with Hannah and how much he's hurting. The scene is really good and Dylan's acting is so fucking great here, but it's just this shot of the two of them in the parking lot, and it's like, where's the emotion here? Where is it? I don't get it. It fit with Zach and Clay's scene more to me. Here, no. And also, Mrs. Jensen has spent 8 episodes trying to get him to fucking talk to her, and she's just going... barely even looking at him, and if she's looking at him, it's... like fucking meat cannon, bruh. They do so much camera work with other conversations, but give up when it comes to the hard ones about Hannah. She asks if Hannah is the girl in the hypothetical, and he says, not really. We see flashes of Clay and Hannah making out mirrored with Justin's. We see flashes of Clay and Hannah making out mixed with Jessica's.
while audios from it plays. I shouldn't have to tell you how fucked up that is. Clay runs away, and we see more flashes. Clay ran all the way to Justin's to tell him he knows Bryce Jessica and that he can't be prosecuted for it. So Justin might as well tell Jessica the truth. This is after he ignores Jessica's messages again. Clay says she deserves to know and she'll never believe it from anyone else but him. This is where we see Justin's perspective, only for him to say to Clay, Hannah's just a crazy drama queen who herself for attention. He ends up low-key admitting it when Clay asks why he's protecting Bryce, and Justin says that he's protecting Jessica. Clay asks for his bike before leaving. I'm trying to speed through this shit. I don't want to deal with this anymore. Jessica waits for Justin to respond to her before staring directly into the camera. Yeah, I started sobbing. This is where we see what happened from her perspective. That cuts to her staring down the barrel. Justin knocks at her window, saying they should probably talk. Jessica just shakes her head no and cries in his arms. Holy fuck, wow, my chest physically hurts. That's what I wrote while taking the notes. It's awful. It's really, I can't. It's really bad. It's really bad. I don't understand how people were like, no, this is beautiful. This is chill. It's bad. It doesn't compute in my brain that there's people out there who, I'm getting emotional, who watched that and went, ooh, I love this show. That was so beautiful. Who does that benefit? That was for people who have never experienced and never will, and who've never been and never will, thankfully. But it's for them. That was made for them. That was made for them to understand the gravity of it. It only benefits them. It doesn't make sense. Why, Clay goes to Tony asking how all of them just listened to what happened to Jessica and ignored it. This is where I have to tell you guys something awful. Jessica wasn't the only victim of Bryce on this tape. It's Hannah! I mention this now because they build suspense for it, but it actually works here. I don't care, even though they jump scare you with it in the first second of Bryce's episode. Don't even get me started. Clay is crashing the fuck out because he thinks Tony is protecting Bryce when in reality, he's protecting Hannah. This is why the buildup makes sense here. No one is lying about it yet. Clay just doesn't know. Clay broke his bike during the crash out, and while Tony fixes it, he says he'll help Clay do what he wants for Hannah once he listens to all of the tapes. So essentially, what he's been telling Clay to do this entire time. Anyways, Clay flips the tape. Whatever.
Like Tony promised, he tells Clay how he got the tapes. No silly voices. She came over to my house, Tony said, Hannah, and that was my chance. For what? Clay, the signs were all there. He said, I had my chance too. I tell him. I take off the headphones and hang them on my knee. At the party, she was freaking out when we kissed, and I didn't know why. That was my chance. We're all to blame, he says. At least a little. So she came over to your house, I say? With her bike, the one she always rode to school. The blue one, I say. Let me guess, you were working on your car? He laughs. Who would have thought, right? But she never came over to my house before, so I was a little surprised. You know, we were friendly at school, so I didn't think too much of it. What was weird, though, was why she came over. Why? He looks out the window, and his chest fills with air. She came over to give me her bike. The words sit there, undisturbed, for an uncomfortably long time. I could not say that, sorry. She wanted me to have it, he says. She was done with it. When I asked for a reason, she just shrugged. She didn't have one, but it was a sign, and I missed it. I summarize a bullet point from the handout at school. Giving away possessions. Tony nods. I drive the oldest car at school, she said, and she thought if it ever broke down, I might need a backup. But this baby never breaks down. I say, this thing always breaks down, he says. I'm just always around to fix it. So I told her that I couldn't take her bike, not without giving her something in return. What did you give her? I'll never forget this, he says, and he turns to look at me. Her eyes, Clay, they'd never looked away. She just kept looking straight into my eyes, and started crying. Oh, y'all heard that. Oh. She just stared at me, and tears began streaming down her face. He wipes away tears from his own eyes, and then wipes his hand across his upper lip. I should have done something. Hannah asked how to record tapes, and Tony gave her his dad's tape recorder. A few days later, he says, when I got home from school, there's a package sitting on my porch. I take it up to my room and started listening to the tapes, but it doesn't make any sense. Did she leave you a note or anything? No, just the tapes. But it didn't make any sense because Hannah and I have third period together, and she was at school that day. So when I got home and started listening to the tapes, I went through them so fast. fast forwarding to find out if I was on them, but I wasn't. And that's when I knew that she'd given me the second set of tapes. So I looked her up and called her house on the phone book. I don't know if you guys are too young. If you're too young to know what a phone book is, you probably shouldn't be watching this. But it's like, yeah, everyone's address and everyone's phone number used to be in a big book. Just doxing everybody. So I looked her up and called her house, but no one answered. So I called her parents' store. I asked if Hannah was there, and they asked if everything was all right because I'm pretty sure that I sounded crazy. What did you say? I told them that something was wrong and they needed to find her, but I couldn't make myself tell them why. He takes a thin, jagged breath of air, and the next day at school, she wasn't there.
But the girl was alive. She was.
I said, my eyes are pounding from the tears I'm holding back. I already cried too much with the last chapter. I couldn't do it again. He mentions how he could visibly tell that the first few people received the tapes when he saw them at school. You were easy, he says. You stole my Walkman, Clay. We both laugh, and it feels good. A release, like laughing at a funeral. Maybe inappropriate, but definitely needed. But everyone else, they were a little trickier, he says. I'd run to my car after the last bell and drive as close to the front lawn of the school as possible. When I saw whoever was next, a couple of days after I knew the last person had heard the tapes, I'd call out his name and wave him over. Or her. I'd wave her over. And then you'd just ask if they had the tapes. No, they would have denied it, right? So I'd hold up a tape, and when they got close, and tell them to get in because I had a song I wanted them to hear. That's how it's worded. A little confusing to me. Every time, based on their reaction, I knew. If they didn't run away, I'd have to do something, so I'd play them a song, any song. They would just sit there where you are, wondering why in the hell I was playing them this song. But if I was right, their eyes would glaze over, like they were a million miles away. I wrote, he's my fave character. So why you? I ask. Why'd she give the tapes to you? I don't know, he says. The only thing I can think of is because I gave her the recorder. She thought I had a stake in it and would play along. Tony says he has to go, but Clay asks if Tony could be his alibi and calls his mom. The thing I highlighted from this phone call is her saying, I trust you, Clay. Bruh. His eyes stare straight ahead. Honestly, thank you, I say. And when I say it, I mean it for more than just the ride. For everything. For how he reacted when I broke down and cried. For trying to make me laugh on the most horrible night of my life. It feels good knowing someone understands what I'm listening to, what I'm going through. Somehow, it makes it not as scary to keep listening. Tony drops Clay off at the party house. Hannah says she was utterly numb walking around the party afterwards. Then, a hand touched my shoulder, a gentle squeeze. It was Jenny Kurtz, back to Clay's normal voice. The cheerleader from the student body office. Jenny, this one's for you. I wrote, no! I dropped my head down to my knees. Jenny asked if I needed a ride home, and I almost laughed. Was it so obvious? Did I look that terrible? So I looped my arm in hers, and she helped me up, which felt good, letting someone help me. Somewhere, at that moment, I was walking from block to block trying to figure out why I'd left the party, trying to understand what had happened between me and Hannah. I said, now I feel bad because he's blaming himself too much. Should I take back everything I said? No, Jenny, you didn't say a thing. You didn't ask me any questions, and I was so grateful. Maybe you've had things happen or seen things happen at parties that you just couldn't discuss. Not right away, at least, which is sort of fitting, because I haven't discussed any of this until now. Well, no, I tried. I tried once, but he didn't want to hear it. Is that the 12th story? The 13th? Or something else entirely? Is it one of the names written on her paper that she won't tell us about? What happened next? I'm not entirely sure. I wasn't paying attention because in your car, I felt secure. The rain wasn't heavy, but it blurred the windshield just enough to keep everything dreamlike, and I needed that. It kept my world from becoming too real too fast. And then, it hit. There's nothing like an accident to bring the world crashing back. I genuinely gasped, because I was like, oh, crash, wait, crashed. The front wheel on my side slammed into and jumped the curb. A wooden post smacked into your front bumper and snapped back like a toothpick. God, no. A stop sign fell backward in front of your headlights. It caught under your car, and you screamed and slammed on the brakes. In the side mirror, I watched sparks fly onto the road as we slid to a stop. I know where to go. I don't need the map. I know exactly where the next stall is, so I stand up to start walking. The dent wasn't bad. I mean, it wasn't good, but you had to feel some relief. It could have been worse. It could have been much, much worse. For example, you could have hit something else. She knows. Something alive. Whatever your initial thoughts, you stood up with a blank expression, just standing there, staring at the dent, shaking your head. Then, you caught my eye, and I'm sure I saw a frown, even if it lasted only a split second. But that frown turned into a smile, followed by a shrug. And what were the first words you said when you got back in the car? Well, that sucks. Then you put your key in the ignition, and I stopped you. I couldn't let you drive away. I see it. A metal pole holding up a stop sign. Its reflective letters visible even this far away. But on the night of the accident, it was a different sign. The letters weren't reflective, and the sign had been fastened to a wooden post. Hannah, don't worry, you said. Then you laughed. Nobody obeys stop signs anyway. They just roll on through. So now because there isn't one there, it's legal. See? People thank me. Hannah keeps telling Jenny, remember, that's Sheri, to call the cops until Sheri freaks out and demands that Hannah gets out of the car. I think I'm just going to call her Sheri. So you reverse the car and I jump back to keep the door from knocking me over. You didn't care that the metal sign was crushing, grating the underside of your car. When you cleared it, the sign lay at my feet, warped and streaked with silver scratches. You revved the engine and I took the hint, stepping back onto the curb. Then you peeled away, causing the door to slam shut, picking up speed the further you got. And you got away. In fact, you got away with much more than knocking down a sign, Jenny. Oh, and you got away. In fact, you got away. In fact, you got away with much more than knocking down a side, Sheri. A side? Fuck. And you got away. In fact, you got away with much more than knocking down a sign, I'm just gonna say Jenny. I'm reading, okay? And once again, I could have stopped it. Somehow. We all could have stopped it. We all could have stopped something. The rumors, the rape. You, 2 blocks from the party, there's a stop sign. But on that night, for part of the night, there wasn't. And it was raining. And someone was trying to deliver his pizzas on time. And someone else, headed in the opposite direction, was turning. There was no stop sign on that corner. Not on that night. And one of them, one of the drivers, died. No one knew who caused it. Not us, not the police, but Jenny knew. And Hannah. And maybe Jenny's parents, because someone fixed the bumper real fast. I never knew the guy in that car. He was a senior, and when I saw his picture in the newspaper, I didn't recognize him. Just one of the many faces at school I never got to know. And never would. I didn't go to his funeral either. Yes, maybe I should have, but I didn't. I couldn't. And now I'm sure it's obvious why. She didn't know. Not about the man in the other car. She didn't know it was the man from her house. Her old house. And I'm glad. Earlier she watched him pull out of his garage. She watched him drive away without noticing her. He made his own connection throughout the tapes. Just like Hannah said. Driving to return a toothbrush. That's what his wife told me as we waited on our couch for the police to bring him home. He was driving to the other end of town to return their granddaughter's toothbrush. They'd been keeping an eye on her while her parents were on vacation, and she'd left it behind by accident. The girl's parents said there was no need to drive across town just for that. They had plenty of extras. But that's what he does, his wife told me. That's the kind of person he is. And then the police came. Great storyline. I don't care. I gasped. I don't care. It shocked me. I don't care. It got me. I went on the day of the funeral, so those of you who attended wouldn't miss any work. The rest of us did nothing. In every class, the teachers gave us free time. Free to write, free to read, free to think. And what did I do? For the first time, I thought about my own funeral. I could picture life, school, and everything else continuing on without me. But I could not picture my funeral. Not at all. Mostly because I couldn't imagine who would attend and what they would say. I have no idea what you think of me. I don't know what people think of you, Hannah. When we found out, and since your parents didn't have a funeral in this town, no one said much about it at all. I mean, it was there. We felt it. Your empty desk, the fact that you would not be coming back, but no one knew where to begin. No one knew how to start that conversation. I don't like how they're low-key perpetuating, no one will care about me when I'm dead. Maybe you didn't know what people thought of you because they themselves didn't know what they thought of you. Maybe you didn't give us enough to go on, Hannah. Way to victim blame, low-key. Way to victim blame. If not for that party, I would have never have met the real you. But for some reason, and I'm extremely grateful, you gave me that chance. However brief it was, you gave me one chance, and I liked the Hannah that I met that night. Maybe I could have even loved her. I said, we're reaching acceptance, people. This could be a drill. If I had known 2 cars were going to crash on that corner, I would have run back to the party and called the cops immediately. But I never imagined what would happen. Never. I want to look back, to look over my shoulder and see the stop sign with huge reflective letters, pleading with Hannah. Stop! But I keep facing forward, refusing to see it as more than it is. It's a sign. A stop sign on a street corner. Nothing more. Loved that! Loved that! We walked those streets together, Hannah. Different routes, but at the same time, on the same night. We walked the streets to get away. Me from you, and you from the party. But not just the party, from yourself. And then I heard tires squeal, and I turned, and I watched 2 cars collide. So I walked without thinking about which roads to take, and it felt good. The cold, the mist. That's what the rain had turned into by then. A light mist. And I walked for hours, imagining the mist growing thick and swallowing me whole. The thought of disappearing like that so simply made me so happy. But that, as you know, never happened.
For someone so close to Jeff and the first person on the scene, he sure did not seem to give a fuck about Jeff until this very episode. Like, why make Jeff a character if he adds nothing to the story except to make Clay a better person and to give Clay the balls to go after Hannah because you made a character that can't do anything himself? What was the point? And Clay showed no grief towards him up until this point. Oh, guys, plot twist. I know I can't detect plot twists, but I can detect when one is bad. You know what I'm trying to fucking say. Justin and Jessica hang out at her place where she calls him the best boyfriend ever. And when he disagrees, she says, "You take care of me." Well, now I want to cry again. We see Clay leaving the party post-makeout and Jeff trying to convince him to stay. Extremely important. Jeff says he had 2 beers 2 hours ago and asks Clay to come with him for a beer run. Clay says no and leaves the party. He had 2 beers 2 hours ago. Jeff asks Sheri to move her car because she's blocking him in, but she says she needs to leave anyways and finds Hannah on her way out. I'm sorry, like, Jeff was the captain of the baseball team. No one mentioned, like, nobody cares. Keep in mind the Wiki's timeline, which has all 4 seasons, by the way, which says that Clay received the tapes 1 week after Hannah's passing, which implies that 10 people sped through these in 7 days. But no one's talking about the fact that Jeff died a month ago? Also, the crash into the stop sign was so underwhelming. I would recreate it, but that would take too long. Like, too much of my time that I'm already spending with this. But it's like, oh, wow. We see Clay hear the crash. At lunch with all of these people, Ryan tells them how he tried getting Tony to tell him where the second set of tapes are. Courtney brings up Jessica's party, and Ryan asks a lovely question.
Okay, why are we defending Bryce? Can someone tell me that? He's a fucking Jesus, would you keep your voice down?
Oh, you just watched how I have to get a burp out live. I literally felt it go bloop. I feel like I'm gonna have a heart attack every goddamn time. It's evil. Alex agrees with Ryan. Courtney says Jessica said Hannah was lying, and Ryan says, come out, little girl. I'm sorry, that's funny. It's funny. Courtney, Marcus, and Zach are on team we can't let those tapes out, while Ryan and Alex are on team fuck it. Clay sneaks onto campus because, you know, he's suspended, to ask Sheri about the crash, mainly why she hasn't come clean. Sheri says, for all we know, it wasn't the sign that caused the problem, and is standing on the same narrative as the public, which is that he was driving drunk and had about a dozen of bottles in his front seat. She asks for a chance to prove she isn't like everyone else on the tapes, and gives him an address. Jeff was blamed for the stop sign. That's his fault. Sheri doesn't want to come clean about that either. We see a flashback of Alex comforting Clay at school after the crash. Clay is more pissed off than upset, believing the police report because that means Jeff lied to him. Alex addresses how judgmental Clay is, which is, I believe, the only time that Clay gets called out to his face and that direct. Also, something that Clay never gets called out for is how he snapped at Hannah when she came to him crying, trying to tell him about the stop sign. But Thea, he didn't know. Oh, right. Yeah, my fault. All is well. What the fuck?
I need to tell you, what are you crying about? You really knew him.
No. Clay, you don't understand.
I do understand. Every drama has to be your drama, or it doesn't count. And somehow this is all about you. It's incredible.
No, Clay!
Hannah, please, just don't, okay?
Try to justify that to me. My response, la 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 la. Hannah tries to talk to Sheri after talking with Clay, but we hear Sheri tell her exactly what she just said to Clay in the present. Side note, Mr. Porter's fit when he checks on the girls. Really cute. When Mr. Porter leaves, Sheri tells Hannah to keep her mouth shut and says that they should stay away from each other. The Bakers join the meeting with the lawyers about the school, who is offering $200,000 of shut-up money. Mr. Baker is saying that they should accept the money in the eyes of they're fighting for there to not be another kid with the same fate as Hannah. But Mrs. Baker doesn't want to accept the money because she is fighting for Hannah's fate. After the failed negotiation, Mrs. Baker and Mrs. Jensen talk in the bathroom. Mrs. Baker exposes all that Clay has done for her family. Mrs. Jensen says they shouldn't be speaking, but Mrs. Baker keeps going, eventually asking, tell me, how much is Clay's life worth to you? This next part, again, made me cry, so let me quote these ladies word for word. My son is worth everything to me, as I'm sure Hannah is to you, and if I lost him, felt someone had taken him away from me, I would pursue any remedy possible, but I don't know if any amount of money would suffice. Would you settle for, say, $200,000? I think I would settle for the truth, whether I liked it or not. Why isn't the drama of the show the legal battle? Why do we have to wait for that for season 2? The legal battle is honestly the most realistic part of the aftermath of Hannah Baker's. Truly. Like, her parents are fighting for her, mainly Mrs. Baker, not knowing what she is up against. That should be more of a goddamn focal point. If anything, you should have been showing what was happening in these tapes that Hannah described, and then showing the Bakers trying to come to terms with everything. That should have been the only goddamn drama that you show. But whatever. Why has this been overshadowed? Whatever. Justin and Jessica make out in the theater room, which will start a snowball effect that will be finished in the next episode. They try to turn this one light bulb off, but there's no switch, so Jessica starts throwing screws at it to break it. Justin asks what's wrong with her, and she shouts, Nothing's happening, right? Justin leaves and Jessica breaks the light. Jessica sees Bryce doing a deal in the parking lot and asks to smoke some with him. Bryce says they should go to his place, but she says hers is better. We finally get a stylistic choice that reflects the tension of the scene, and it's these uncomfortably close shots as they're talking, and it just keeps zooming in on their lips and like even closer to their face to the point where it's just their face and you can't see the background, and I really liked it. At Jessica's house, high as a kite, she opens up her dad's gun safe and teaches Bryce how to hold a gun properly. More on this snowball next episode. We hear how Hannah walked past Jeff's house multiple times, trying to gain the courage to tell his parents what had happened. The end of the tape is, but mostly anger at myself for what I could have had and never would. That's terrible decision number 2. That's up next. That's another sad and stupid story. There's so much wrong in the world. There's so much hurt. I couldn't take knowing I made it worse, and couldn't take knowing it wouldn't... Sorry. And couldn't take knowing it would never get any better. I want to just speed through this, okay? I don't want to fuck up my words too much. The address Sheri sent Clay is the home of the Cantrells, the couple from the accident. After the accident, Sheri came to tell them what happened, but she couldn't. The next time she came over, with the same intention, she was invited in for dinner. And the time after that, they asked her to help around the house, and then it just became a routine. Side note, Sheri's mug is insane here, brother. Oh my lord. She hasn't been able to tell them because Mr. Cantrell still has nightmares about it. When Clay asks about Jeff's family, she says she'll tell them one day. He invites her to come with him to Jeff's house to come clean to his parents. She obviously declines. At Jeff's, he tells his parents how he was Jeff's tutor and that they were really friendly. I can feel in my jaw how I need to get my wisdom teeth removed soon. I can feel them. The pressure in my mouth. I'm saying words differently. They're coming out of my mouth differently. Clay tells them how he was the first person on the scene and how he was the one to call the police. We then see Dylan's best performance this season, which is him finding Jeff's body in the car. Oh my God. I don't know what it was. That tiny little reaction. He says he believed Jeff when he said he wasn't drunk, but the bottles in the front seat convinced him otherwise. He tells them that the stop sign was already knocked down and that was the reason for the crash. He apologizes to them because he had been angry at Jeff since he died for thinking he was lying. I loved that part. See, grief. I just love it when, when people are dying and people are dead. I love when grief is talked about in relation to it. Clay finishes this tape at Eisenhower Park, where Tony finds him. Clay tells him everything about the crash. He says he didn't know Hannah wasn't making this her drama. Alrighty. He tells Tony that he doesn't have to stay, but Tony insists because the next tape is his. Clay doesn't want to listen to his tape because the ones that came before it was his friend dying and a girl getting and for what? Literally for what? He says he'll listen if Tony tells him if he killed Hannah or not. Okay, so what I'm gathering for that is that they made the of a teenage girl come first and then the murder of a teenage boy come after that, before Clay, so that he can be absolved of everything and so that he can further be like, oh my God, Hannah was mad at me. Oh my God, Hannah was mad at me. Oh no, Hannah was mad. Oh, so the of a teenage girl and the death of a boy was to benefit a piece of shit man. Got it. I'm hearing it correctly. That's what I'm fucking hearing. Tony says we all let her down, and after more persistence from Clay, he says she took her own Clay. That was her choice. We didn't let her know she had another choice. No. That's not how that works. It is not a choice to have every possible negative aspect of any positive memory or feeling highlighted to a point where every fragment of your life is unlivable to you. No matter the exercise, no matter the diet, no matter the money, no matter the family, no matter the friends, no matter anything. It is not a choice to not be able to see the good in any of it, to the point where your brain convinces itself that you should yourself. Thinking otherwise is why people are still dying from this at a rapid rate. Being there for someone in this state is the choice you have to make. Ideation hits everyone differently, so no person is the same. You have to be there for them to know what they need, and I don't care fuck you and fuck off. This video might get taken down for bullying. I'm talking to a fictional person, a hypothetical person, all of the writers, and one rat king from The Last of Us 2. After Clay asks one last time, goddamn. After Clay asks one last time, Tony says yes. Anyways, next tape. I'm cold, the wind's blowing, but I need fresh air because I don't feel good. We start with a montage of Jessica's party and the crash.
You know that story I was saving for later? This is it.
We start back at Clay telling her to enjoy her homework and leaving the Crestmont to get ready for the party.
Part of me was saying, don't go, not even for Clay. I should have listened to that part of me. See, I never told you, Clay, but I've always admired you. You are who you are, and you don't care.
But who is Clay Jensen?
And I always cared what other people thought of me, as much as I acted like I didn't. Is that a boy-girl thing or a Clay-Hannah thing? I bet you also wish you'd never gone to Jessica's. Right, Clay? I bet you wish you hadn't invited me.
We see Clay's nervous freak out, and rather than him hyping himself up, we need Jeff to do that for him with a baseball metaphor. How fun. We get a cute moment that made me cheer with joy because it was how I envisioned. I don't remember what it is, but let's play it.
I was so nervous that night that you made it seem so
Easy? Is she kidding me? I was shitting myself.
Clay says Hannah's not telling the truth, but Tony says it's her truth. That's the reason why Tony stayed. He doesn't know Clay's truth, and quote, I don't know what's going to happen when you find out hers. Mrs. Jensen calls saying she's held up at the office. She won't tell him yet, but it's because of like 20 subpoenas for the trial. Mrs. Bradley tells Mr. Porter about what Clay said about Hannah's note in class. We see a bit of Justin's home life. He runs away, asking Jessica if he could stay with her for a bit. She's still with Bryce, so she ignores him. We'll continue with the snowball at the end of the episode because it's a lot. We see Zach ignore Justin as well, and Justin has no choice but to ask Alex to crash for the night, and his cop's dad says, yes, I'm not repeating that. It took me forever to say it. We see Clay and Hannah post-couch making their way upstairs where their makeout is 10 times heavier than the book made it seem, and Clay kissed Hannah first. I also really don't appreciate how romantic and sweet the kiss was in the book, but in this they're taking off shirts and they're only in bra, and then his biddies are out. I really love that. It's so nice. Why do I sound like that? What does Ned Fulmer say? Oh yeah, hi. I'm Ned Fulmer. Me asking what he says, and then it's his name. Tony takes Clay to Monet's to clear his head with some grub. This is for Sky to sense his pain and do his tarot reading.
That's right. I've got my cards here if you want me to do a reading. Maybe there's even a message from beyond.
What are you saying?
Take a reading and find out.
Alright. Seriously?
Don't knock what you don't know.
I am Catholic. I know all about this mystical bullshit.
This leads to a fight about them not being friends anymore and him being focused on Hannah, and Clay points out something that he noticed during the reading. Her fresh. Now, as someone who struggled with that for a little bit in high school and was friends with people experiencing the same, the next thing Sky says, rattled my bones. It's what you do instead of yourself. That is for the weak. I understand that is projecting because I experienced that in high school as well with someone saying that. But hey, that person knew what they said was wrong and apologized like the next day. I cannot begin to express my anger over this. I mean, I did, but I have to delete an entire page of personal anecdotes again. That's kind of funny, sorry. People just don't normally act like this, especially depressed teenage girls. And this is not what you want to portray in a show like this if it was real. And for those times that it is real, because it does exist, but it's not what you want to portray it. You know what I mean. And how does the show refute this? They have Clay call her a bitch. Wow, problem solved. They really stuck it to the man. Tony takes Clay to a cliff to listen to the rest of his tape alone. Great idea. We see the world Hannah imagines while she's kissing Clay, and yes, it did make me cry. I wanted you to do everything you were doing, and I don't know why my mind took me everywhere else. And I thought of every other guy, and they all became you. And we see and hear all of the shit Clay has done that pissed me off, and that's it. That's all that happens. We just see it. She doesn't say it in the tape. We just see it in her head. And clearly Clay can read her mind. We see Clay leave after she begs, and we see Justin and Jessica come in, and we hear Hannah say, Clay, Helmet, your name does not belong on this list, but you need to be here if I'm going to tell my story, if I'm going to explain why I did what I did, because you aren't every other guy. You're different. You're not like the other guys. She doesn't say that. You're different. You're good and kind and decent. And I didn't deserve to be with someone like you. I never would. I would have ruined you. It wasn't you. It was me and everything that's happened to me. And the tape ends. I wrote, God, ... I feel, I don't know.
I hear my childhood self, my teenage self, myself 6 months ago and that, but Clay did so much to not deserve that. Yeah. I still feel that same way because I still can't find the proper words to express my anger. Clay blames himself for Jessica being and Jeff dying because of the stop sign, and he stands on the edge of the cliff Tony brought him to. Tony asks him if staying that night would have changed anything, and we see what could have happened if he stayed in Clay's mind. I can't find a proper way to condense this scene because, in my opinion, it's a very strong scene. Clay apologizes for all of the shit he's done and says he's in love with her. The Hannah he imagines replies asking, "Why didn't you say this to me when I was alive?" He holds her and they cry in each other's arms. Clay, in the present, sobs into Tony's arms. Back to the snowball. Jessica asks about Bryce's hot tub, which is crazy when you hear the next chapter. And they go into his house. Bryce invites some people, Zach and Monty included. Jessica, drunk, calls Justin, and he hears Bryce in the background and freaks out, telling Alex they need to go to Bryce's. Justin crashes their poker game and tries to get Jessica to leave. Jessica tells him to sit for a round. Jessica sits on Bryce's lap.
Jess, what the fuck? You're you. I don't want to fucking play cards right now. I said you're you.
Jess,
Justin crashes out and physically drags her outside. What a great boyfriend.
what are you doing here? What are you doing here with him?
We're just having fun.
Why the fuck are you here with Bryce?
Why do you care? Tell me.
Let's go.
No, tell me why you care.
Jess, let's go.
Tell me why you fucking care.
Because he fucking you.
This is in front of everyone, including their friends, not on the tapes. Bryce tries to calm him down, but Justin tries to fight him. Jessica slaps Justin, telling him she hates him, and leaves. Bryce asks him what the fuck he just did, and walks into his house. The episode ends with Mrs. Baker finding Hannah's map with all of the people on the tapes, plus Tony. Mrs. Jensen telling Clay about this and how he will be subpoenaed, and Bryce texting Jessica asking if she's okay, and Jessica crying herself to sleep.
Guys, look how much we have left. Look at how much we have left. Anyways, trigger warning for again. Sorry. And lots of victim blaming, I fear. Just 2 more to go. Don't give up on me now. I'm sorry, I guess that's an odd thing to say. Because isn't that what I'm doing? Giving up? Yes, as a matter of fact, I am. And that, more than anything else, is what this all comes down to. Me. Giving up on me. No matter what I've said so far, no matter who I've spoken of, it all comes back to, it all ends with, me. Her voice sounds calm, content with what she's saying. Before that party, I'd thought about giving up so many times. I don't know, maybe some people are just preconditioned to think about it more than others, because every time something bad happened, I thought about it. Ugh! Yeah. If teenage me would have heard that, I would have been like, ooh, that's so deep, putting on my Tumblr blog. Okay, I'll say it. I thought about the anger, the blame. It's all gone. Her mind is made up. The word is not a struggle for her anymore. After everything I've talked about on these tapes, everything that's occurred, I thought about usually it was just a passing thought. I wish I would die. I've thought those words many times, but it's a hard thing to say out loud. It's even scarier to feel you might mean it. But sometimes I took things further and wondered how I would do it. I might have to cut out all of that, actually. I won't be around anymore. Tomorrow, I'm getting up, I'm getting dressed, and I'm walking to the post office. There, I'll mail a bunch of tapes to Justin Foley, and after that, there's no turning back. I'll go to school, too late for first period, and we'll have one last day together. The only difference being that I'll know it's the last day. You won't. Which brings us to one of my very last weekends, the weekend following the accident, the weekend of a new party, a party I didn't attend. Even if I thought you might be there, I still would have stayed home. With the way you ignored me at school, I assumed you would ignore me there too. And that was a theory too painful to prove. Acceptance. Hannah was house-sitting for someone as Courtney Crimson's party was going on a couple of doors down. The bass thumping down the block was impossible to shut out, but I tried. I ran through the house, closing curtains and twisting shut every blind I could find. Then I hid myself in the bedroom with the TV blasting, and even though I couldn't hear it, I could feel the bass pumping inside of me. I shut my eyes tight. I wasn't watching the TV anymore. I wasn't in that room anymore. I could only think back to that closet, hiding inside it with a pile of jackets surrounding me. And once again, I started rocking back and forth, and once again, no one was around to hear me cry. Eventually, the party died down, and after everyone walked by the window again and the dog stopped yapping, I walked through the house, reopening the curtains. And once again, everybody, D4, Courtney Crimson's house, the site of this party. No, this tape is not about Courtney, though she does play a part, but Courtney has no idea what I'm about to say because she left as things got going. I don't care. She knew what was going to happen. This is why you should have been mad at her. But no, she's a pick-me, mean girl bitch. She acts like, and that's why she's on the tape. No, how she, I'm being dead serious.
Okay, yeah, I get
That's how she, that's what I'm trying to say to like put it in perspective. She acted like a mix of fuck off. It's written by a man. Like, fuck off. If Karen was smart, that's who Courtney is. You're putting her on here for those reasons? That's ridiculous. Anyways, oh my god, I started watching my favorite YouTube channel, pretty much it. Their reaction to season 2. I was getting so mad. I was like, no fucking way this shit is happening. Justin starts he has in tinfoil, and he takes a drink. He bites up the and with the drink.
Bro.
In Clay's house, in Clay's room. And then I already mentioned it because I looked it up. I looked up to see, I'm like, oh, did they make Justin bipolar? That kind of seems like something that fits how he acted in this. So maybe it's just the writing that's bad, or maybe he's bipolar. And then I found out he gets AIDS from prostitution when he was homeless. And I go, oh, and y'all were so mad at Riverdale. And y'all talked so much about Riverdale. My plan was to just walk by the place. Maybe I'd find someone struggling to put a key in their car door, and I'd give them a ride home. But the street was empty. Everyone was gone, or so it seemed. And then someone called my name. Over the tall wooden fence at the side of her house, a head popped up. And whose head would that be? Bryce Walker's. I wrote, no, please, for the love of God! Where you going? He asked. How many times had I seen him with any of his girlfriends grabbing their wrists and twisting, treating them like meat? And that was in public. My body, my shoulders, everything was set up to keep walking by the house, and I could have kept waiting, but my face turned towards him. There was steam rising up from his side of the fence. Come on, join us, he said. We're sobering up. And whose head should pop up beside his? Miss Courtney Crimson. I said, oh God, maybe her chapter was deserved. Now there was a coincidence. She's the one who used me as a chauffeur to attend a party, and there I was, crashing her after party. She's the one who left me stranded with no one to talk to, and there I was, at her house, where she had nowhere to hide. That's not why you did it, Hannah. That's not why you joined them. You knew it was the worst possible choice. You knew that. Is that, victim blaming? That's why you did it. You wanted your world to collapse around you. You wanted everything to get as dark as possible, and Bryce, you knew, could help you do that. I was willing to forgive you, Courtney. I do forgive you. In fact, I forgive almost all of you. But you still need to hear me out. You still need to know. The source of the steam, a redwood hot tub. The jets weren't on, so the only sound was the water lapping against the sides, against the two of you. Your heads were back, resting on the edge of the hot tub. Your eyes were shut, and the little smiles on your faces made the water and steam look so inviting. Courtney rolled her head my way, but kept her eyes shut. We're in our underwear, she said. I waited a second. Should I? No, but I will. You knew what you were getting into, Hannah. I wrote, I hate you! I pulled off my top, pulled off my shoes, took off my pants, and climbed the wooden steps. And then I descended into the water. I wrote, no, because I get it. I'm really thinking about it and putting myself in her shoes, and I fear I'd do the same. I would be so numb. So numb. Yeah, I'd fucking do it. I'm sorry. Maybe I have too much empathy. Maybe I'm just an empath. It felt so relaxing, so comforting. But with the calmest water also came terror. I should not be here. I didn't trust Courtney. I didn't trust Bryce. No matter what their original intentions, I knew them each well enough not to trust them for long. And I was right not to trust them. But I was done. I was through fighting. I opened my eyes and looked up at the night sky. Through the steam, the whole world seemed like a dream. Before long, the water became uncomfortable, too hot. But when I pushed my back against the tub and sat up to cool my upper body, I could see my breast through my wet bra. Oh, God! So I slid back down, and Bryce slid over, slowly, across the underwater bench, and his shoulders rested against mine. Courtney opened her eyes, looked at us, then shut them again. Oh, I'm getting the shakes. Bryce's words were soft, an obvious attempt at romance. Hannah Baker, he said. Everyone knows who you are, Bryce. Everyone knows what you do. But I, for the record, did nothing to stop you. 'Cause she's numb. I get it. She's numb. You asked if I had fun at the party. Courtney whispered that I wasn't at the party, but you didn't seem to care. Instead, your fingertips touched the outside of my thigh. I clenched my jaw, and your fingers moved away. It broke up pretty fast, you said, and just as fast, your fingertips were back. She describes what he did, and it's very,
bullet point list, and I wrote, God, she's so numb. Like, that's all I'm getting from this. I'm sorry, I'm not getting the fact that she wanted it and she wanted an excuse to kill herself. I'm seeing this, she's numb. Whatever, I'm not going to repeat myself over and over and over again. You pulled your fingers together and rubbed slow, full circles around my stomach. Feels nice, you said. I felt a shift in the water and opened my eyes for one brief second. Courtney was walking away. She knew! Remember when you were a freshman? You asked. Weren't you on that list? You said. Best ass in the freshman class. Bryce, you had to see my jaw clench. You had to see my tears. Does that kind of shit turn you on? You had to see my tears. She's numb. You had to see my tears. She's numb. There's no excuse. She's numb. It's true, you said. And then, just like that, I let go. My shoulders went limp. My legs fell apart. I knew exactly what I was doing. That's Jay Asher talking. That's Jay Asher talking. Because all that, I got nothing. I read that and I fucking gasped. Because I went, huh? That's why I'm like putting so much emphasis on that, because I was reading that being like, oh honey. And then she's like, no, I wanted it to happen. I wanted to get sick and have an excuse for myself. No, you didn't, girl. Stop letting this man put words in your mouth. Not once had I given in to the reputation you'd all set for me. Not once. Even though sometimes it was hard. Even though sometimes I found myself attracted to someone who only wanted to get with me because of what they'd heard. But I always said no to those people. Always. Until Bryce. So congratulations, Bryce. You're the one. I let my reputation catch up with me. I let my reputation become me. With you. How does it feel? You were touching me, but I was using you. I needed you, so I could let go of me completely. Fuck off. For everyone listening, let me be clear. I did not say no or put his hands away. All I did was turn my head, clench my teeth, and fight back my tears. And he saw that. He even told me to relax. Just relax, he said. Everything will be okay. As if letting him finger me was going to cure all my problems. In the end, I never told you to get away. And you didn't. I wrote all caps, that doesn't mean anything, babe! When you were done, Bryce, I got out of the hot tub and walked 2 houses away. The night was over. I was done. I wrote, the numbness that depression gives you isn't properly talked about enough. I didn't see this as Hannah giving herself a reason to kill herself. She was going to regardless. This showed how numb she was, and how there was no ability for her brain to rationalize any sense of happiness or hope she could have. That's what depression does. That's why I call it a disease. It eats at anything remotely positive you could conjure up in your neural pathways, and it's all-encompassing. It's so difficult to overcome, and I wish this chapter properly conveyed it.
Get ready, guys. This episode is 7 pages long in my notes. Trigger warning for this episode starts with everything happening and all of the sounds of it. I love this show. I know it seems like I'm skipping a lot of scenes, but I'm not. They just don't really matter to me in the comparison. I don't know why I put that down. I was getting self-conscious. We see everyone get subpoenaed, including Alex, while Justin is still over. Justin complains about what Hannah has done. Alex doesn't care. Justin says they're all fucked now, and Alex says they were fucked anyways. Something I think is very important in order for an actor to play a true and real human villain is to be able to humanize the villain. Bryce genuinely believes he's done nothing wrong. He believes that every girl wants it and that it's not. And you can tell in this scene where Bryce leaves Justin a voicemail that Justin Prentice has done just that. He fears losing Justin as a friend, saying it's killing him that he can't talk to him about what he did to, quote, set him off last night, ending it with a desperate, I love you, man, call me. I do not see this scene as him afraid of how he got exposed as a because you'll see in this episode, as I said, he does not care. Courtney thinks Clay is why everyone, including the staff, is getting subpoenaed, but Marcus isn't fully convinced. Tyler comes up to the two, saying he wants to help combat the subpoenas and how he had more evidence that the tapes couldn't amount to because he takes hella pictures. Marcus tells him to fuck off, and Monty comes out of nowhere to hot rod shove him into the wall. Tyler fights back, and Bryce pulls Monty off of him, genuinely asking Tyler if he's okay. I'm gonna say it. I'm glad that they're taking this route with Bryce. The little scenes like this to show how normal he is so important for not just young girls to see, but for young boys to see that their friends could do the worst thing imaginable to someone. It could be anyone is such an important notion to show in something like this. And as with every other important topic they discuss, this bare minimum shines so fucking bright here. This show might have implanted some fucked up shit into kids' heads, but I'm glad they took this route with this one thing. For the first season. Yeah, I know a little bit about what happens in the other ones. They give him a redemption arc, and no, I don't want to fucking talk about it. Next, we get one of my favorite scenes, which is Justin sneaking into Jessica's room to explain why he let Bryce do what he did in Jessica's own bed. Justin is evil here, and Brandon Flynn shows us that. He says he didn't tell her because he was protecting her, and he means that with his full chest. When she asked if he thought she'd be happy and they live happily ever after, he said yes. Justin's reasoning for letting Bryce in? I was drunk, and I was scared. The true reasoning, every time I was thrown out when my mom was fucked up, one of her boyfriends was fucking with me, he was there for me. When I had no money, when I was starving, his folks bought my shit for school. When my mom was busted, he got his dad to bail her out. Last year, I couldn't afford new shoes for basketball. I went through 4 pairs that season. When we got to playoffs, they just had, holes. Bryson offered to buy me new shoes. He pretended like he had an extra pair. I am sick. Nauseous. That was me literally writing out the script. The exact word. It literally made my stomach. He says he's not making excuses. He's just trying to get her to understand. This, unfortunately, and again, is such an important thing for young girls watching to see. It's the literal bare minimum for what they've done with their relationship to this point, but Jessica's response is so important for those girls to see.
I just want you to understand.
And I want you to understand what it's like to be. I truly hope you never will.
Jessica.
I'm gonna go get that, and you're gonna go back out the window.
Clay plays Bryce's tape. The worst day of Hannah's life. Her parents got an eviction notice, and Mrs. Baker forgot to send the deposit, so Hannah offers to deliver the deposit while Mrs. Baker talks to their landlord. Clay calls her about picking up her last check, so she goes to the Crestmont first. She was so distracted on the phone that she forgot the deposit on the roof of her car. At the Crestmont, Clay clearly does not want to talk to her and tells her she needs to return her uniform. Mrs. Baker is pissed because she was negotiating a payment plan with the landlord while Hannah was supposed to be dropping off the $800 check to him. That's about $1,000 today. This was made a decade ago. She does the mom thing when Hannah offers all her money and time to make more money, and yeah, I get it, girl.
Hannah! It's fine.
Moments like this feed those thoughts that were already festering, and that look Catherine gives hit me way too deep. It seemed like no matter what I did, I kept letting people down. I started thinking of how everyone's lives would feel better without me. And what does that feel like? It feels like nothing. Like a deep, endless, always blank nothing. And for those of you who will now be looking for signs everywhere, what does it really look like? Here's the scary thing. It looks like nothing. Hannah goes for a long walk all the way to Bryce's neighborhood, where she hears a party coming from a house down the block. Bryce's house. We get this absolutely epic shot, genuinely, of Clay driving down Bryce's street, biking down Bryce's street, while Hannah's story from her tape is on the other side of the screen with the street lights helping with the color grading they always have. Fuck yeah. You'd think I know better than to follow that sound after Jessica's party, but my feet followed it. My mind and heart were still in the big blank nothing. So unbelievably happy they're not doing that I wanted it approach with this. Oh. I can't believe I have to be like, thank God they're making her numb. The party is still going on, but everyone is either leaving or going inside. Jessica in the hot tub sees Hannah and is genuinely so sweet to her. And listen, if a girl doesn't fuck with you or is passive aggressive when she's drunk, she does not like you. So, why is Jessica here? She practically begs Hannah to go in, saying everyone is in their bra and or underwear. Justin, Jessica, Zach, and his girlfriend all do whatever inside, and Hannah relaxes in the tub. Trigger warning for my vibe is going down exponentially. The jets turn off and Bryce is in the tub, flirting up a one-sided storm with Hannah. She says she needs to leave, but Bryce pulls her back in by her arm before playing with her bra strap and groping her. They pan down to see him do it, too. This scene is so god-awful. There was truly no need to show any of what they show. All you had to do was have him shove her to the wall when she tries to leave again, as they do, but then cut to whatever scene you wanted next. Brian Yorkie, tell me, what was the meaning behind this scene? Every scene should have meaning, right? So what does it mean to, after 11 episodes that cut out the majority of the words that come out of her mouth, show Bryce violating her with up-close shots and playing every grunt, cry, whine, and moan? What is the meaning behind Bryce treating her in a way I've seen 2 actors act out in an artsy video on the Hub? Same directing style and everything. What was the meaning behind showing every movement Bryce makes as he holds her down? Does that help survivors? Or does that help the people who have never and hopefully will never experience understand what it's like? You already showed us with Jessica, and if that wasn't bad enough, this is so much fucking worse. Why is this artsy? This is perfect pervert material. Tell me, Brian, how long did this scene take to shoot? I mean, the rehearsals, the drone shot, all the shots above the water, that probably took a lot of time. All the breaks to not traumatize the actors, all the various shots of his hands, her face, their bodies, his ass, her hands clenching, him brushing her hair out of her face, with 5 different angles at minimum. Each, making sure all of the sounds sound realistic. It had to have taken a long fucking time to fill a scene where a teenage girl is raped, huh? Should I control F your name into those files real quick just to be sure? Why do I have to be a fly on the wall here? The way Bryce acted before even pulling anything down was enough to show the graphic reality of rape in the first place. I'm gonna have to blur a lot, but close your eyes if you don't want to see any indication of the pinning I'm talking about. Keep them closed, keep them closed. Open your eyes. For the people who saw that, wasn't that that was good enough. That was good enough. You didn't have to show anything more. Tell me, Selena Gomez, you're truly proud of this? You stand by this scene all these years later? After Hannah dissociates during it, after seeing it for 2 fucking minutes, we cut to her walking home. I know some of you might think there was more I could have done or should have done, but I'd lost control. And in that moment, it felt like I was already dead. Hannah comes home, and when she takes her shirt off, we see the bruises that Bryce's hands left. Didn't need to see that. Hannah makes the map. Clay asks Tony for a tape recorder, and he does. Tony asks if he's finished the tapes and if he has any intention of passing them on. Clay says they both know the tapes aren't going to go to 13 if they got to 12 first, and asks for a day to finish out his plan. Tony agrees. Tyler buys a gun off a dude he met online. Courtney, Marcus, Zach, Alex, and Ryan meet at Monet's to talk about the subpoenas, and Tyler tries to sit with them. Alex, Zach, and Ryan don't care as much as the other two and shut down Courtney's delusional de facto leadership role. They ask if Alex's dad knows anything about the subpoenas, but he's, quote, more of a sweep it under the rug kind of guy, unquote. They invited Sheri too, and we see her contemplating going in before calling the police and turning herself in for the stop sign. Fuck yes. Courtney says they need to get their stories straight. Her idea. Hannah is a liar. She was jealous and needy and emotionally unstable. She thought everyone was out to get her. We tried to be her friends. We did. She blamed us when things went wrong. But she was the one with problems. Tyler points out her projection. Zach is totally against Courtney's idea because, quote, there are 3 people who aren't here who are pretty likely to say whatever the fuck they want. When everybody realizes Justin and Jessica are MIA, Zach and Alex tell them what happened at Bryce's and how the others were there to hear it. The others who weren't a part of the tapes. Good for Justin, and Bryce is a racist, if you believe Hannah. Seriously, Courtney, you're the only girl here, and that is the position you are going to take? Courtney is Pam Bondying down. I wrote that before she got fired. Hey. That's how long I've been making this goddamn fucking video, bitch. Marcus says, did you or did you not? How fun. Anything? Oh, she fell. Tyler says they should turn Bryce in after Marcus suggests that they would have a win if they tapped Bryce in, asking why they're protecting someone so dangerous. Ryan verbally agrees, and Marcus says they're protecting their future careers. Alex says he has no career plan and is ready to tell the truth. Tyler, unfortunately, comes up with a good idea to get ahead of the tapes, confirming what Hannah's been saying about Bryce, so he'll be the scapegoat for the school and the Bakers to get justice, and what they did gets blurred in the timeline. Buried in the timeline, sorry. See, it's a good idea. I can't deny a good plan. I'm sorry, listeners, but everyone is talking here, so I'm going to have stuff in the background to indicate when the specific person is talking. The Bakers are broke, right? And Bryce's family has the money to make this all go away. Nothing we did compares to what he did. You're fucking joking, right? What, are you going to defriend Bryce? No, but aren't you? You've been doing it for weeks now. Fuck you, Alex. No, I haven't. I just didn't want this to blow up. Well, boom. Justin let Bryce do it, then lied. So Justin will have to go to jail too. Ryan asks if Jessica gets to have a say in any of this, but she wouldn't answer Courtney's calls. More specifically, Courtney says, she should have answered when I called. My God, Courtney, you should fucking listen to yourself sometime. I can't imagine Jessica won't want Bryce in jail for life. They are way too optimistic about men getting charged for in the American justice system. Want to know what's worse than being a hiding behind one, fucking justifying a fucking
That's worse. You want to get the story straight? We all know the story. Everything Hannah said on the tapes is true. Courtney, you're gay. So what? Tyler, you're a stalker. Ryan, you're an arrogant asshole. Zach, you're just an entitled idiot who does cruel, stupid things, even though you probably have a decent heart. And Sheri's a fucking coward who got a kid killed. Marcus, you'll do anything to keep up your perfect reputation. And yeah, I'm a fucking weak, pathetic loser who ruined the one good thing that I ever had because I wanted a to think that I was just like him. Hannah was my friend, and we should tell the truth about her.
Let's go bare minimum. Woo! Isn't it crazy how it took us 11 episodes to get here? 12 episodes to get here. So we tell the truth. The truth doesn't just land on Bryce, so let the truth land on us. I published a poem. A fucking good, meaningful poem. I didn't mean tell the truth about everything. Why not? You got more secrets that you're trying to hide from somebody? Tyler, you can do whatever you want and no one's going to believe you. People will just laugh at you like they always do. They won't. Hannah's truth is not my truth. No way. Mrs. Baker calls Tony over to show and ask him about the map, demanding to know the truth about why he's on there. Tony lies, saying he don't know. Brad is here for all of this, and he asks about it later. So, Tony tells him about Hannah, who she was, and how she gave him secrets to keep. I try to keep those secrets, but I don't think I did the right thing. Her parents are hurting. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I wanted to take care of Hannah. God, I can't imagine the weight of all this, dude. Now we see what Clay's big plan is. He goes to Bryce's asking to buy weed as a Trojan horse for a confession. And this isn't a nightmare, guys. This is real. This scene is pretty good, and Justin Prentice plays this dialogue pretty damn well. So I'm gonna do what I did with the gang and try to cut in as much as I can.
Turn on the TV, they hit the Pentagon! They hit the fucking Pentagon!
You fucking turn.
Clay, don't talk about what you don't know about. Why did you do it? Thank you for coming. Now get the fuck out of my house. Not until you admit it.
The fuck business is it here? She was my friend. She's dead.
So what does it matter? Just say it.
You need to calm the fuck down. No, I need what I need, which is for you to admit what you did. Here, right out there.
A week before she her and at home, you her.
I came to my party. Mine. She got in the hot tub with me without a suit on, right? And she made eyes.
I know it's hard for you to hear that your little crush wasn't pure and clean, but she fucking wanted it. Clay slaps him, and Bryce beats the fuck out of him. And leaves him on the floor, saying, she wanted me. Me. She was practically begging me to fuck her. If that's then every girl at the school wants to be Clay crawls to his chair and sits down. Bryce laughs, says respect, and gives him a drink and some ice for his face. So she wanted it. She got in the tub with you, and that means she wanted it. Yeah, she did, but she didn't tell you so. She didn't have to. Girls play games. She didn't say she wanted you to fuck her. She never said no, and that's not. Why do you care so much about this, man? I just need to hear you say it. Did you Hannah Baker? There's a pregnant pause before Bryce says,
You want to call it. Same difference.
We cut to Clay hooting and hollering on his bike ride home with joy because he recorded the entire conversation. Fuck yeah. We gotta stop and get more trigger in a little bit with Justin's home life. He comes back home to Seth with the subpoenas who Justin against the wall. Here's my impression of Justin's mom seeing her boyfriend out her son. I recorded it.
She goes like this. Seth, the neighbors next door will call the cops. Please.
Justin cries out for his mom, but she just shuts the door behind her. Justin runs away again. He calls Zach, who once again does not answer. Jessica takes her stash of alcohol that she used to numb the pain and confusion of the truth and pours it all down the sink, now knowing the truth. Hold up. The concept of Justin giving the tapes to his own girlfriend. Whoa. We see Jessica cry and scrub herself down in the shower. Sheri sits at the broken stop sign crying. Alex's dad tells him his lawyer found a way out of him being interviewed. Quote, when he did nothing wrong. Sirens wake Mrs. Jensen, who realizes Clay isn't home. Those sirens are from an ambulance. We've got a 17-year-old with a gunshot wound to the head. Huh? The episode ends with Hannah finishing her map and saying, and once I took a look back and I finally understood how everything happened, I decided no one would ever hurt me again. And she turns her light off. It lingers, and then the episode ends. And I genuinely did love that shot.
Eisenhower Park is empty. I stand silently at the entrance, taking it all in. This is where I'll spend the night. This is where I'll listen to the last words of Hannah Baker. Well, I'll listen to the last words Hannah Baker wants to say before I let myself fall asleep. One last try. She's whispering. The recorder is close to her mouth, and with each break in her words, I can hear her breathe. I'm giving life one more chance. And this time, I'm getting help. I'm asking for help because I cannot do this alone. I've tried that. You didn't, Hannah. I was there for you when you told me to leave. Boy, you heard why. She was having PTSD. Of course, if you're listening to this, I failed. Or he failed. And if he fails, the deal is sealed. My foot tightens, and I start climbing up the next ladder. Only one person stands between you and this collection of audio tapes. Mr. Porter. No! He cannot know about this! Mr. Porter? Let's see how you do. The sound of Velcro tearing apart, then stuffing. She's shoving the recorder into something. A backpack? Her jacket? She knocks. And knocks again. Hannah! Glad you can make it. Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! She's having a meeting with Mr. Porter and she's bringing the recorder in. To record the when I tell you, shaking in my boots. When I told you, when I tell you, what the fuck? The voice is muffled, but it's him. Deep, but friendly. Come here, sit here. Our English teacher, but also the guidance counselor for the students with last names A through G. Hannah Baker's guidance counselor. Are you comfortable? Do you want some water? I'm fine, thank you. So, Hannah, how can I help you? What would you like to talk about? Well, I don't know, really. Just everything, I guess. That might take a while. A long pause. Too long. Hannah, it's okay. I've got as much time as you need, whenever you're ready. It's just things. Everything's so hard right now. Her voice is shaky. I don't know where to begin. I mean, I kind of do, but there's so much and I don't know how to sum it all up. You don't need to sum it all up. Why don't we begin with how you're feeling today? Right now? Right now. Right now I feel lost, I guess. Sort of empty. Empty how? Just empty. Just nothing. I don't care anymore. About? Make her tell you. Keep asking questions, but make her tell you. About anything. School, myself, the people in my school. What about your friends? You're gonna have to define friends if you want an answer to that question. Don't tell me you don't have friends, Hannah. I see you in the halls. Seriously, I need a definition. How do you know what a friend is? Someone you can turn to when... Then I don't have any. That's why I'm here, isn't it? I'm turning to you. Yes, you are. And I'm glad you're here, Hannah. I crawl across the second platform and kneel beside an opening in the bars. An opening big enough for people to crawl through to reach the slide. I'm going to say this isn't the time I should use that voice, but there's 3 people talking, so I kind of need to use that voice so you guys can differentiate between the two. You don't know how hard it was to set up this meeting. My schedule's been fairly open this week. Not hard to schedule, hard to get myself here. Again, I'm glad you're here, Hannah. So tell me, when you leave this office, how do you want things to be different for you? I guess I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm expecting. Well, what do you need right now that you're not getting? Let's start there. I need it to stop. Need what to stop? I need everything to stop. People, life. I push myself back from just slide. Hannah, do you know what you just said? She knows what she just said, Mr. Porter. She wants you to notice what she said and help her. You said you wanted life to stop, Hannah. Your life? No response. Is that what you meant to say, Hannah? Those are very serious words, you know. She knows every word that comes out of her mouth, Mr. Porter. She knows those serious words. Do something. I know. They are. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Talk to him. I don't want my life to end. That's why I'm here. So what happened, Hannah? How did we get here? How did you get to this point? I know you can't sum it all up. It's the snowball effect. Am I right? It's one thing on top of another. It's too much, isn't it? It's too hard. Life? Another pause. I grab onto the outer bars of the wallet and pull myself up. Here, take this. An entire box of tissues just for you. Never been used. A laugh. He got it to laugh. I sit on the top platform. I scoop backwards across the platform and lean against the metal steering wheel, above the tree line. It's hard because I don't know who's going to, get me next. Or how. What do you mean, get you? Not like a conspiracy or anything, but it feels like I never know when something's going to pop out of the woodwork. And get you? I know, it sounds silly. Then explain. It's hard to explain unless you've heard some of the rumors about me. I haven't. Teachers, especially a teacher moonlighting as a counselor, tend to get left out of student gossip. Not that we don't have our own gossip. About you? He laughs. It depends. What have you heard? Don't joke, Mr. Porter. Help her. Get back to Hannah, please. When was the last time a rumor popped up? See, that's it. Not all of them are rumors. Okay? No, listen. Please listen. Years ago, I was voted, in one of those polls. Well, not really a poll, but someone's stupid idea of a list. A best of worst stuff kind of thing. And people have been reacting to it ever since. When was the last time? I hear her pull a tissue from the box. Recently? At a party? I swear, one of the worst nights of my life. Because of a rumor? So much more than a rumor, but partly yes. Can I ask what happened at this party? It wasn't really during the party. It was after. Okay, Hannah, can we play 20 questions? What? Sometimes it's hard for people to open up, even to a counselor where everything is strictly confidential. So can we play 20 questions? Yes. At this party you mentioned, are we talking about a boy? Yes, but again, it wasn't during the party. I understand that, but we need to start somewhere. Okay. He exhales deeply. I'm not going to judge you, Hannah. But did anything happen that night that you regret? Yes. I stand up and walk to the outer bars of the rocket. Wrapping my hands around two of the bars, I touch my face to the empty space between them. Did anything happen with this boy? And you can be totally honest with me, Hannah. Did anything happen that might be considered illegal? You mean No, I don't think so. Well, don't you know? Why don't you know? Because there were circumstances. Alcohol? Maybe, but not with me. Drugs? No, just more circumstances. Are you thinking of pressing charges? No. No. Then what are your options? I don't know. Tell her, Mr. Porter. Tell her what her options are. What can we do to solve this problem, Hannah? Together. Nothing. It's over. Something needs to be done, Hannah. Something needs to change for you. I know, but what are my options? I need you to tell me. Well, if you don't press charges, if you're not sure if you can press charges, then you have two options. She sounds hopeful. She's putting too much hope in his answers. One, you can confront him. We can call him in here to discuss what happened at this party. I can call you both out of... You said there were two options. Or two, and I'm not trying to be blunt here, Hannah, but you can move on. You mean do nothing? I clipped the balls and shut my eyes tight. It is an option. That's all we're talking about. Look, something happened, Hannah. I believe you. But if you won't press charges and you won't confront him, you need to consider the possibility of moving beyond this. And if that's not a possibility, then what? Because guess what, Mr. Porter? She won't do it. Move beyond this? Is he in your class, Hannah? He's a senior. I'm shaking. Oh my god. So he'll be gone next year. You want me to move beyond this? It's not a question, Mr. Porter. Don't take it as one. She's thinking out loud. It's not an option because she can't do it. Tell her. You're going to help her. Does a rustle. Thank you, Mr. Porter. No! Hannah, wait. You don't need to leave. I scream through the bars over the trees. No! He's pleading with history. He's pleading with the past. Holy shit! I think I'm done here. Do not let her leave. I got what I came for. I think there's more we can talk about, Hannah. No, I think we figured it out. I need to move on and get over it. Not get over it, Hannah, but sometimes there's nothing left but to move on. Do not let her leave that room. You're right. I know. Hannah, I don't understand why you're in such a hurry to leave. Because I need to get on with things, Mr. Porter. If nothing's going to change, then I'd better get on with it, right? Hannah, what are you talking about? I'm talking about my life, Mr. Porter. A door clicks. Hannah, wait! Another click. Now the tearing of Velcro. Footsteps, picking up speed. I'm walking down the hall. Her voice is clear. It's louder. His door is closed behind me. It's staying closed. A pause. He's not coming. I press my face hard against the bars. They feel like a vice tightening against my skull the further I push. He's letting me go. The point behind my eyebrow is throbbing so hard, but I don't touch it. I don't rub it. I let it pound. I think I've made myself very clear, but no one's stepping forward to stop me. A lot of you cared, just not enough. And that is what I needed to find out. But I didn't know what you were going through, Hannah. And I did find out. The footsteps continue, faster. And I'm sorry. I would have helped her if she'd only let me. I would have helped her because I wanted her to be alive. Yeah, so Hannah's it was all Mr. Porter's fault. Okay, what a thrilling chapter. Slash Jen. I was getting chills, bro. Asher's writing genuinely fit here. It was so good. B, why are we blaming Mr. Porter for her like, cut the cameras. I have no words. What an amazing thing for kids to take in. Cassette 7, Side B. The tape clicks over itself and continues playing. Without her voice, the slight static hum that constantly played beneath her words sounds louder. Over 7 tapes and 13 stories, her voice was kept at a slight distance by the steady hum in the background. I let this sound wash over me as I hold onto the bars and close my eyes. The bright moon disappears. The swaying treetops disappear. The breeze against my skin, the fading pain in my fingertips, the sound of this tape winding from one spool to the next reminds me of everything I've heard over the past day. My breathing begins to slow. The tension in my muscles start to relax. Then a click in the headphones, a slow breath of air. I open my eyes to the bright moonlight, and Hannah with warmth. Thank you. The next day, after mailing the tapes, I fight every muscle in my body begging me to collapse, begging me not to go to school, to go anywhere else and hide out till tomorrow. But no matter when I go back, the fact still remains. Eventually, I need to face the other people on the tapes. I've never been this late, till today, for 2 reasons. One, I waited outside the post office doors, waiting for them to open so I could mail a shoebox full of audio tapes. I used a brown paper bag and a roll of packing tape to rewrap it. Then I mailed the package to Jenny Kurtz, Sheri, changing the way she'll see life, how she'll see the world, forever. And two, Mr. Porter. If I sit there in first period with him writing on the board or standing behind the podium, the only place I can imagine looking is in the middle of the room, one desk to the left, the empty desk of Hannah Baker. People stare at her desk every day, but today, for me, is profoundly different than yesterday. So I'll take my time at my locker, and in the restroom, or wandering through the halls. I reach my locker. I lean my head forward and rest it against the cool metal door. I concentrate on my shoulders and neck, relaxing the muscles. I concentrate on my breathing to slow it down. Then I turn the combination dial to 5, then left to 4, then right to 23. How many times did I stand right there, thinking I would never get a chance with Hannah Baker? I had no idea how she felt about me, no idea who she really was. Instead, I believed what other people said about her, and I was afraid what they might say about me if they knew I liked her. I spin the dial, clearing the combination. 5, 4, 23. How many times after the party did I stand right there, when Hannah was still alive, thinking my chances with her were over, thinking I said or did something wrong, too afraid to talk to her again, too afraid to try. And then, when she died, the chances disappeared forever. Overthinking possibly everything in his life, he hears Mr. Porter ask a kid to bring the attendance sheet to the office. Coming out of Mr. Porter's class, Steve Oliver nods his head at me and smiles. The student from the other locker rounds into the corner of the hall, almost colliding into Steve. She whispers, "I'm sorry," then moves around him to get by. Steve looks down at her but doesn't respond, just keeps up his pace, moving closer to me. "All right, Clay," he says, then laughs. "Someone's late for class, huh?" Behind him, in the hallway, the girl turns. It's Sky. The back of my neck starts sweating. She looks at me, and I hold her gaze for a few steps. Then she turns to keep walking. Steve walks up close, but I don't look at him. I motion for him to move to the side. "Talk to me later." I say, "Last night, on the bus, I left without talking to Sky. I wanted to talk to her. I tried to, but I let her slide out of the conversation. Over the years, she's learned how to avoid people. Everyone." I step away from my locker and watch her continue down the hall. I want to say something, to call her name, but my throat tightens. Part of me wants to ignore it, to turn around and keep myself busy, doing anything until second period. But Sky's walking down the same stretch of the hall where I watched Hannah slip away 2 weeks ago. On that day, Hannah disappeared into the crowd of students, allowing the tapes to say her goodbye. But I can still hear the footsteps of Sky Miller, sounding weaker and weaker the further she gets. And I start walking towards her. "Do it, Clay! Tough guy, Clay! Tough guy, Clay!" I pass the open door to Mr. Porter's room, and in one hurried glance, pull in more than I expected. He's saying goodbye to his old life, guys. The empty desk near the center of the room. A flood of emotions rushes into me. Pain and anger, sadness and pity, but most surprisingly of all, hope. I keep walking. Sky's footsteps are growing louder now, and the closer I get to her, the faster I walk, and the lighter I feel. My throat begins to relax. 2 steps behind her, I say her name. "Sky!" Cheesy ass ending, but I couldn't imagine it any other way, guys. Also, ended the book knowing nothing about Clay. Nor does he learn anything from his actions except for, oh, hey, I did something wrong. But I guess he's going to change it with Sky. Through a woman. Because a woman always helps a man. Just like Jeff always helps, and everyone else helps Clay in the show. Anyways, enjoy the final episode of 13 Reasons Why.
You'd think I'd be happy it's over, but this show did something evil. It made me curious for season 2. And if I buy all of pretty much its commentaries, and that's how I watch season 2. If I finally live out my little 13-year-old dreams where I was like, oh, I'd only watch this if I could afford it. Fuck, but I can't ask my parents. Thank God I never did, though. Jesus Christ. Tony giving Hannah the tape recorder was so normal. They're fully relying on the emotions Hannah will show in her final scene to show us how vulnerable she is at this point. Again, everyone is different, but in the book, we see how she couldn't hold herself together around Tony before she could let her feelings out, and how Tony overlooked her cries for help. It just doesn't make sense to completely gut the majority of life out of the character that haunts the whole narrative, but add more to the characters that made her haunt the narrative, even giving them some of her own life. I will be going over the episode as it has been on Netflix and go over the full scene after this with as little detail as possible. But a funny thing happened as I finished number 12. I felt something shift. I had poured it all out, and for a minute, just a minute, I felt like maybe I could beat this. I decided to give life one more chance, but this time I was asking for help because I know I can't do it alone. I know that now.
Of course, if you're listening to this, I failed, or he failed, and my fate is sealed. Hannah goes to the pharmacy to get one more tape where her mom says she looks radiant. I'm glad they're at least going with that part to show how sometimes the people who plan to commit that day, they look the happiest that they've ever been, which is literally one of the most gut-wrenching parts about it to me. I know that feels weird to be like, oh, when must go through it, but truly. In the present, Mrs. Baker tells her husband that she will be at every deposition to know what those kids did to her daughter and to see their faces. We're going to go over those all at once, even though they happen sporadically. So just give me a moment for those. Clay is giving his father the silent treatment after being out all night and coming back with his head bashed in, and his father gets the backbone to say, there are consequences when you disappear. Sure, bud. Mrs. Jensen comes in with Tony, who's here to know about Clay's big plan, and Clay just takes him upstairs telling his mom, soon, I'd promise. I'd Scott McCall his ass to the goddamn radiator. Fuck. Yeah, I'd Scott McCall his ass to his bed like he's a werewolf until he had a Gandalf the Great type beard. Yeah, I'm kidding, by the way. That's a complete joke. Clay tells Tony to make a copy of the 14th tape, so he has the full second set with Bryce's confession. Tony asks about going through the cycle Hannah wanted, and Clay says, I think it's time we stop thinking about what Hannah wanted and start thinking about what she needs. And Jessica, and every other girl who practically begged Bryce to fuck her. Tony is conflicted. He already doesn't know if he's been doing the right thing by keeping Hannah's secret sacred. And on top of that, they've been sitting on evidence for weeks. Clay says they can't keep this secret anymore because half of the people in on the secret are saying whatever the fuck they want today. Tony says, this tape blows up the world. And I love that line. It reminds us how they are teenagers whose entire world remains in the confines of their high school. This quite literally blows up their whole world. It's just a little jarring to hear while the temper tantrum throwing pedophile president who's running my country is actively trying to blow up the world so he doesn't have any FOMO when he dies. Jessica agrees to meet Clay at Monet's, seeing as he was the only person trying to tell her the truth. And this scene is a genuinely sweet moment between them, but since this is a straight pairing, I do not think they will just have a friendship in season 2. That's what I fear. And this moment, oh my God. He tells her that if she wants to fight, he will help her through every step. But if she doesn't want to tell the world, he will burn them until they're melted plastic and ash. But he is honest when he says he wants to fight. She says she can't bear to tell her father what happened, and he says that's okay. She asks if he thinks she's letting Hannah down by not fighting, but he says they all let her down, and she let Jessica down too. I wrote, why am I tearing up again? He gets up to leave, thanking her for talking to him, and offering a hand for whenever she needs it. Jessica says, don't burn the tapes, while Billie Eilish sings, I'm not afraid anymore, what makes you... Justin is alive! Ooh. He followed Jessica to Monet so he can talk to her. I'm really not feeling well, guys. I feel it right here like a headband. That sick goddamn headband blow. He tells her how he ran away and that he tried to kill himself last night, but he couldn't because he couldn't stop thinking about her. He says he'll do anything she asks of him. Go to the school, the police, kill Bryce, and pay the price. She says she never wants to see his face again and leaves. Tyler is alive, packing his secret gun collection, rifles included. And I just remembered a storyline that pretty much it kept making jokes about. Bro, what the fuck? He tells his mom he's going in lawyer-free. Before the Bakers leave for the depositions, Tony comes into the pharmacy to apologize and give them a thumb drive with all 14 tapes on it. Bo, I want to watch season 2. What the fuck? What the fuckity fuck? Now, on to the interviews. Zach. I believe his attorney's Mrs. Jensen, and he basically tells the truth. But apparently not. Not entirely yet. When asked if he heard any unkind things said about Hannah, he says he did and participated in it. A little bit. Marcus. He says the most they did was go out for a milkshake for the $1 Valentine, and goes on to say she might have taken it too seriously, but really thinks about it before saying, I think I might have hurt Hannah's feelings. A little bit. But I didn't mean to. I thought she wanted to date me. She didn't. Okay, bare minimum ownership. Oh my God, Marcus. Oh my God. Courtney. Michelle is too good. Oh my God. She does this little sway when she says she and Hannah were just acquaintances, but completely shuts down when that photo of them making out is plopped in front of her as evidence by Hannah's lawyer. Come on. Her dad tries to butt in, but Courtney's 18. Hannah / the Baker's lawyer says, Mr. Crimson, you're here as a courtesy. She can talk about this photo now or do it in court. Get her, Jade. Guess who's fucking back? My goat, Cat, and also who comes to find out is that fucking girl from the TED show. Brother, she looks the same. She was on the map, but was crossed out since she's the goat. Her and Hannah just drifted apart after she left. Kat has nothing to do with the school and nothing to ruin her reputation, so she goes in on the school's climate. The jocks own the place and the faculty doesn't give a fuck because Principal Bolin feeds into it. But there are good jocks, and it's not Hannah's fault she couldn't find them. Saying if she stayed and never let her date a guy like Justin, Hannah would still be alive. Tyler. He talks about the ruthless bullying he faces and how Hannah was called a slut and easy. He also says he has photos of how guys treated her. When he realizes the photos won't hold up as evidence like he thought because there's no proof of physical evidence, he reveals the tape's existence, their purpose, and their most recent owner on record. Mrs. Baker fiddles with the drive. And finally, Jessica. She says she and Hannah were friends, but ended the friendship when she slapped Hannah thinking she was fooling around with Alex because of all of the rumors. When the Baker's lawyer tries to pry about the rumors, saying that thought made Jessica uneasy, Mrs. Baker demands that she doesn't have to answer. But he does ask about the tapes. Jessica says she doesn't know about them. At home, Jessica's dad congratulates her on her interview, but she breaks down and tells him what happened to her. Hey! Straight tears. Why do I want to watch season 2 for my Pookie Bear now? My Pookie Bear, Jessica. Is it worth it? No. Hannah's meeting with Mr. Porter. Now you'll understand why they were... Oh, I forgot I have papers. Instead of losing my mind and also breaking my wrist by writing it out loud, I had my boyfriend print it out. Well, he offered, and I was like, please. Please. That's what I said. So I have it here. Now you understand why I said they were buttering him up, bro. Oh my God. For starters, the energy in the room is already framing Hannah as less of a priority to him. His personal phone won't stop ringing. In Hannah's mind, this could be taken as him having more important things to do than help her at this moment. Hannah begins the meeting by saying she doesn't care about anything anymore. School, myself, the people here, my parents. I mean, I care about them, but I'm not who they need me to be. He asks what they need her to be, and she says, not a problem. He asks about the friends he's seen her around with and starts naming the people from the tapes she just recorded. This is not his fault, but that is so fucking sad. She says, maybe it doesn't matter what you say. Or it does, I don't know. And we see the microphone hanging out of her back. I'm going to do the same thing I did for Bryce and Clay in the last episode because of how important this scene is. Hence why I have these. When you leave this office, how would you like things to be different for Hannah? I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm expecting. All right, well, it sounds like there's something that you need that you're not getting. So let's start there. I need it to stop. You need what to stop? I need everything to stop. She starts crying. Just people, life, Hannah. What did you mean when you said you needed life to stop? I don't know, because that seems like a very serious thing to say. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that, I guess. Nah, he's done. One would say he's cooked. So what happened, Hannah? How'd you get here? Just one thing on top of another. If I'm going to help you, I'm going to need you to be a little more specific. I'm sure you've heard some of the rumors about me. His phone rings for the 4th time, and he puts it in one of his drawers to show her he is focused on her. I haven't actually. What do these rumors say? She tells him about the list and how people have been reacting to it ever since. When was the last time? A week ago? At a party? What happened at the party? Did you have an encounter at the party? An encounter? Yeah, you could say that. He shuts his eyes and thinks. You don't want to talk about this, do you? No, I do. Listen, Hannah, I'm not going to judge you. But did anything happen at that party that you regret? Yes. Are you embarrassed by what happened? Yes. Maybe you made a decision? No. A decision to do something with a boy that you now regret? Oh my God, no. That's just what you assume. No, I'm just asking you.
The lawyers the Bakers got better be very fucking good. Oh, he better be so good. He has a clear-cut case.
I didn't make a decision. His office phone rings, and he immediately hangs up. He apologizes before saying, did anything happen at the party that may be considered illegal? They go over drugs and alcohol. Both are a no. Did he force himself on you? I think so. You think so, but you're not sure? Did you tell him to stop? No. Did you tell him no? No. Maybe you consented, then changed your mind. There it is! Oh, wow. No, it's not like that. Should we involve your parents or the police? No. Hannah, who's the boy? He asks again. When a student is assaulted, I'm required to go to the police. But I need to know exactly what happened and who did it. If I tell you, will you promise me that he'll go to jail? And that I won't ever have to see his face again? That I won't have to face him? I can't promise you that, Hannah. But I will promise you this. I will do everything in my power to keep you safe and protect you in this process. But I can't do that unless I know everything that's happened. If you can't give me a name, if you don't want to press charges against this boy, if you're not even sure you can press charges, then there really is only one option. What is it? I'm not trying to be blunt here, Hannah, but You can move on. You mean do nothing. Is he in your class? He's a senior. That means he'll be gone in a few months. Are you fucking kidding me? Look, something happened, Hannah, and I believe you, but if you won't confront him, then the only other choice is to move on. Yeah, that's just what I'm going to do. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Okay, there's more to talk about. Other resources. No, I think we figured it out. I need to move on and get over it. Hannah, I didn't say get over it, but sometimes that's the only other option. Look, you're right. I know. Hannah, you can sit down. You don't need to be in a hurry. I need to get on with things, Mr. Porter. If things aren't going to change, then I'd better get on with it, right? Wow. The same thing happens where she waits outside of his office and he doesn't come. He doesn't come for her. He just answers the phone. Clay meets with Mr. Porter while he's on suspension to talk about Hannah. He tells Mr. Porter he was hurting so much he never stopped to think about how she was hurting too. Setting up for the spike. Mr. Porter immediately says Clay couldn't have known because it was her choice to take her own life. Is there some, more garlic in this butter? Like roasted, preferably? Clay asks about the possibility of knowing what we did wrong. This is happening simultaneously with Hannah's meeting with Mr. Porter, so we get another epic shot like we did last episode.
What if we knew what we did wrong? I don't think Clay Jensen hates you.
Because of that, and also because this is cut in with Hannah's scene, I'm going to do what I just did with Hannah's meeting. You know, it's natural to blame yourself, but we all do the best we can. I think that's bullshit. I think we should blame ourselves. I think we all could do better. We can try to love each other better, but we're imperfect people. You know, we love imperfectly. We don't always get it right. Hannah Baker came to see you the day she died. She told you what happened to her. Look, even if she did come to visit me, this is not something I can talk about. So if I tell you that I'm going to myself, you can't tell anyone? Yes, I can tell your parents. You know, I can tell who I need to tell in order to get you the right medical attention. Did you tell anyone about Hannah? She never told me she was thinking about herself, but you did see her. I didn't say that. You saw her, and she told you things were bad, that she didn't care about anything anymore, that she wanted everything to stop. When did you talk to her last? She told you how she got to that point. She couldn't give you a name. She didn't use the word, but she described the Again, I know you can't. So let's talk about a hypothetical student who comes in here and says she was raped, but won't say who did it, or can't. When a student is I'm required to go to the police, but I need to know exactly what happened and who did it. Like a name? Bryce Walker. Bryce Walker Hannah. It can be very dangerous to accuse someone of a crime like that. I have his confession. How do you have his confession? I asked him for it. I took Hannah at her word, which is what you should have done. I believed Hannah, and I accused Bryce of and then he beat the shit out of me, and he admitted it. Okay, I think maybe now is where we stop this conversation. But wouldn't you like to know what happened after Hannah left your office that day? Trigger warning for This is the, lighter version, if you still want to understand what happened and everything. But to those who will be staying for the original scene, pay attention. She walked out of this office, and she hoped you would come after her, but you didn't. He took the phone call. Hannah says as she walked through the halls, I think I've made myself very clear, but no one is coming forward to stop me. Some of you care, none of you cared enough. Neither did I, and I'm sorry. So, it's the end of tape 13. There's nothing more to say. What a great thing to say to teens. What a great important thing to implant in their goddamn freaking heads. Well, she walked out of school, went home, and put some things in order. She returned her uniform to the Crestmont, where I worked with her. She didn't say anything. She dropped it on the counter and walked away. She dropped a package off with a friend, then took another to the post office. Then she went back home, put on some old clothes. She went into the bathroom. Hannah stares into her reflection in the bathroom, taking deep, nervous breaths. And she died alone. We then see Mrs. Baker find Hannah. It's cropped. Not to spoil, but in the OG, you see the tub in the floor. You see the color of the water. And Kate Walsh, the woman that you are, holy Christ. And that's it. The scene is maybe 30 seconds or so. And you don't see anything. You just see the top of Hannah's head. I saw a lot of people saying in the re-uploads comment section that without the scene and its originality, it almost feels like this whole season was romanticizing and that's because they were what? Relying on the itself to do the heavy lifting entirely. I also saw people who were helped by how graphic this scene was, and I hope this doesn't take away from anything that it helped you with, or anything that you've gone through, but I'll ask you this. Was it so impactful because they spent the whole season romanticizing your struggles just to exploit it in the most brutal way possible? And you could have stopped it, and I could have. Mr. Porter is crying, by the way. Justin Foley could have, and a dozen other people at least, but we didn't. It's powerful and painful. Just to imagine what Hannah's last days were, to try to understand what led her there.
But if she wanted to end her life, we weren't going to stop her. I cost a girl her life because I was afraid to love her. You can't love someone back to life. You can try. Hello? Hi? No, mommy. Mr. Porter says there's no way they could know what made her do what she did. And Clay says, I offer you this. The tapes. He slides the tapes on over. He explains what they are and tells him, you're number 13. You're the last person to get the tapes. Hannah didn't leave any instructions on what happens after you, so you get to decide. And I added tape 14, which I hope will help you make your decision. He leaves saying it has to get better, and a Selena Gomez song plays. Ha bitch. Clay walks down the halls and sees Sky. Bruh. Now I hate her. Now you got me not liking a woman. See, I fucking hate this show. He asks her to ditch with him and hang out for a while. The season ends with Tony, Brad, Clay, and Sky driving off into the sun. Tony asks, should I put a tape on? Clay replies, how about we just listen to a radio? Tony says, that's a great idea. But that wasn't important to Tony in the show. Whatever, it's okay. I'm done. Let's talk about the actual fucked up scenes. Skip to the end. If not, thank you for watching. For those leaving, thank you so much for watching. I'm so sorry you had to go through this. I don't even have a proper comprehension of an outro. I know I wrote one, but I don't remember what it is. Now, onto the fucked up shit. I feel like this has to be rage bait because there's no way every writer, producer, and everyone who approved this thought they were genuinely doing something impactful to the world, let alone the US. I'd say, and the world kept spinning, but it didn't. It in fact slowed down by 28.9%. I am never letting that shit go. Major trigger warning. Major trigger warning. I'm not going into detail or giving instructions. YouTube, I'm just going to describe as much as I can. She walked out of school, went home, and put some things in order. She returned her uniform to the Crestmont, where I worked with her. She didn't say anything. She dropped it on the counter and walked away. She dropped the package off with a friend, then took the other to the post office. Then she went back home, put on some old clothes. She went into the bathroom, filled up the tub, opened a box of, I'm not going to say it out loud. I don't want this to be like the show and be a tutorial. Hell no. So things are already different. As you probably remembered, we stopped at she went to the bathroom. So we also didn't see that box. It was just a hard cut straight to her staring at herself in the mirror. She got in the tub, still with her clothes on, bleeped her blopped, and oohed to ah. I think I can say that, guys. Again, I bleeped my blop in high school, and I keep bringing that up so people can't be like, I'm saying this because I don't know how else I can say it, bro. It's the only way I can say it without being like, yeah, guys, I'm feeling so normal. So yeah, they show it all. Like, everything. It's graphic. How the fuck did they think this was a good idea? I don't get it. Everyone told him it was a bad idea. We cut back to Clay where he says, and she died alone. Then we see Mrs. Baker find Hannah at the angle I originally talked about, even cutting to a shot behind Mrs. Baker. And this is where the re-upload stops. Now you see just how deeply they romanticize this girl's pain and her and no one got punished for it. Everyone involved lived happy careers, winning awards, and living their lives, leaving that 28.9% behind them. Fuck everyone involved, including the actors, even though I praised their performances. Everything has nuance, but this show lacked it entirely.
I forgot to say this when I was recording because I was spaced out and I didn't want to be there anymore. I didn't want to be recording. Something that's really upsetting with this show, and something that was heavily criticized not only by professionals, but of course netizens, which was how they respected male rates more than female rates. Let me explain real quick. The highest rate of for men is via gun. The highest rate for women is pills. Jay Asher respected that in the books. They respected it for Alex in the show. They completely gave Hannah a dramatized, romanticized way that's stereotypically romanticized, not only in emo culture online. Notice how I said online, guys. And just these as Tumblr spaces on the time, especially. I'm getting emotional. It's so disrespectful. It's so disrespectful, and that's why I blocked it out, because I think my subconscious was protecting me. I can't believe the book is a literary masterpiece in comparison. I didn't go into this wanting to hold one piece of media over the other and say it's better, but that's exactly what I ended up doing here. This show is awful, and its legacy is horrible. If y'all want to see me less angry, I have a couple of other videos, and they are way happier than this. But if you do not want to see my face again, if my opinions piss you off, I get it. I hope your day continues well, and I hope you know there is truly a light at the end of the tunnel, and even though it's corny as fuck, I know that that's the truth, because I am living proof of it. Please stay safe. Live your life to your fullest. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise what to do. I don't know what else to say. Don't
listen to this. And if you did listen to this as a teenager, I'm very sorry. And to that 28.9%, I probably will think about you for the rest of my life. Truly. And I know that no one working on it did. He knows too. Oh, I blocked his space. I'll clear it out for him. Thank you guys so much for watching and going through with me for the probably 6 hours of hell. I don't know. Thank you. I promise my next 2 videos that I already have planned out will be better. Don't know if I'm going to film more reactions to Amazing Digital Circus yet, because I need to be happy. And I know what that's based on. I love what it's based on. And I know it's dark. And I already know what the fucking finale is going to be. I watched only 1 episode. I know what's going to happen. Everyone's like, oh my god, I wonder what's going to happen. You know it too. You listen to the audiobook. Anyways, whatever the fuck. Bye!
I'll start over.